Well, the most dangerous man on YouTube is back with a special program here tonight. And there are a whole bunch of people who are worried. Quite frankly, they're nervous, and they should be. Fellas, you've been getting played for fools. The game has been getting played from day one. And while I've been very studiously following it, a lot of people haven't. So everyone wants to know what I have to say now. And what I want to say to you now is that since we started burning this thing down, I've decided we should just go ahead and make a whole clean sweep of it, which is what we're here for tonight. No sacred cows are going to be spared. You need to be aware of that. No cows are going to be spared. Everybody's getting turned into hamburger here because you've been sold a false bill of goods, and it's about time we set the record straight. I was the first one who had the guts to call out the people who needed to be called out from day one, and I've never compromised on that. But it's time for us to call out everyone else, everywhere else. And in some cases, you may disagree, but I think at the end of tonight's program, you're going to see things a bit differently. One of the things I've noticed this whole time is that there's a lot of money to be made nowadays, and the money to be made nowadays isn't in talking to men, contrary to popular belief. Keep this in mind. The money today is not in talking to men. The money today is in talking to women in front of men or talking to men about women. But it isn't about talking to men. And there are a whole bunch of folks who saw a way they could capitalize on this. Everybody's just been assuming that the money is in women. And the problem is you all have made a big misconception. The money isn't in women. The money is with the men. In these platforms, in these places, the 80-90% of the audience is male. And it isn't just the pickup artists who figured that out. There's a whole bunch of women out there who figured out the same thing. And what I noticed from the very beginning, I saw it immediately when most people didn't. I noticed that they were all trying to algorithm hack the algorithm, gain an audience, get next to people, collaborate so they could take over the spaces for themselves. So what I want to do here tonight is I want to make the case, and I'm just going to warn you up front. A lot of you will be unhappy, although you were unhappy before. So why don't we just go ahead and turn everything on its ear and be done with it here. Now, the first person I would like to speak to about tonight, about the female dating guru problem. And there is damn sure a problem going on right now. The first person I want to start with is one Melanie King. Melanie King came to the party by riding on the coattails of Kevin Samuels. It was very clear from the very beginning what she was doing. Even Kevin saw it, but he didn't make a big issue out of it. That's perfectly fine. That's up to him. But now, ever since he died, she made absolutely no problem whatsoever jumping ship straight from him right onto one Pearly Things, and didn't even have to change what she said, but furthermore didn't have the scruples to at least change up what she said. I don't even have to go way back in the future. Way back in the past. I don't even have to do that. I can just go a little bit further back, and if y'all take a look here, you'll notice here was a video done by her buddy King Riches. And man, oh man, she's sitting in the room with these people, and I told you from the beginning the problem was the optics. Now, I'm going to play this first part simply because I want to show the proof that she was sitting in the room with these people when these comments were being made. That's the first thing I want to show you.
So I'm going to go to that woman and say, hey, listen, I really like you. I'm into you, but your social media bothers me because there's a lot of dudes that are thirsting for you and they know you're in a relationship. And I find that disrespectful to me that you would leave that door open to that attention. Mm-hmm. Is my attention not enough? And she might say, screw off. And I'll take my $1 million a year that I was making at the time and my 6'4" at the time, somewhat fit, smart dude, and I would go to the next woman without thinking about it. Why? Because I think a high-value man would just have options.
All right, so first and foremost, what I want to show you there is she's sitting in the room, and these folks are holding court. Now, what I want to do is first I'm going to show you some things, and then I want to explain some things. So first, there's your proof. They're sitting in the room with them. Perfectly fine. As the program progresses, however, and this will sound familiar, as the program progresses, they start asking questions, of course, about race. They start asking those questions, and lo and behold, well, they have an opportunity to start answering some things if they want to. So they decide to go ahead and hand her the mic. And sure enough, it doesn't take very long before she gets started. They start asking about your racial options. Now, keep in mind, pearly things and the white folk are sitting right there in the room. And we have a bad habit among some black folk, or among some mixed black folk even, that when they're around white folk, they start feeling the need to show out and do a lot extra to show them just how low they are. So then you start hearing things like this.
Different, very like, I don't know where I'm going with this, but.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
Melanie, what do you think? How does race affect dating?
I think it affects it, of course. I mean, you can't put your head in the sand. Like, there's some people who just absolutely will not date. I think race and religion are two major components in the world, and absolutely it affects it. Someone will sleep with someone with another race, date another person of another race, but if their family culture, what they truly want, what they want their children to look like, the person they want to be with, they can date another race all they want, but when it comes time to marry, they're going to choose something different. And I think it's hard to understand that. But I do also think in the world we live in today, I think we're more open. I think people are considering different options, especially men in particular men choose relationship, men choose marriage.
Okay, so as you can all tell, she's basically regurgitating practically word for word the things that she heard from Kevin Samuels, straight down the line. She doesn't have an original thought of her own. She's just alliterating what she heard. And it would be bad enough if she had simply stopped here. But remember, she knows she's got some white folk watching, so she didn't just stop here. She kept going. And it gets particularly egregious.
And if they meet a woman of a different race, I think they're more open to it. If she's more submissive, obedient, and she wants to serve that man, she has qualities of a wife. She was raised as a wife, and it's the women that he's around or the women he's usually dated. A man will, because the choice is the man's. So I don't really consider what the woman will choose. So yeah, I think a man will choose different. Some will, but some won't. But I think I think that's the positive part of social media, that it's made it more global in terms of understanding other cultures and being more open and seeing examples of other couples from different backgrounds, different races making it work.
Oh, really? Okay. Now, by the way, you can say it if you'd like to. That's perfectly fine. I just think you should stay on the record about that. But she's saying, I think it's great about social media that it shows you different people of different races getting together and making it work. So very, very glad that she's at least, standing up by that. That's cool. Go ahead and do that. I don't know if she'll want to stand by it after tonight. I'll go ahead and back it up a little bit, but glad she said that.
Positive part of social media, that it's made it more global in terms of understanding other cultures and being more open and seeing examples of other couples from different backgrounds, different races making it work. I think, there's less segregation in general in the world. We're in our own pockets, so that we're homogenous nations, that you see, and people are just more accepting. But I do think it is absolutely, I will say, across the board, Black women are the lowest in terms of dating and marrying. In fact, actually, Black women are high in dating because we give up sex the most. We're for the streets. We're twerking. We're doing we're doing the most. We dominate rap in the culture that is very sexual, especially in the U.S. So a lot of men see us as easy targets to have sex with. And we have the highest rate of having children outside of marriage, wedlock. And so men see us as bed wenches, easy to have sex with, but they don't see us as valuable wives. Our culture, especially in the U.S., I don't know how it is in the U.K. I know it's a little different, but our family structure is so broken and so destroyed that we really, the majority of Black women in the U.S., we've been put into a position of just being sexual, just for a man's sexual pleasure. But if they're going to take a woman serious, that's why you see a lot of black men when they become successful, they're not marrying us. I mean, they do. Okay, let me say this. 80% of black men are marrying black women, even when they're successful. But there is a huge thing where a lot of black men are going to other races. Why? And a lot of women don't understand. They say the man is racist. No, the culture that woman may have been brought up in, her submissiveness, in our culture, being rebellious, dressing provocative, it's standard.
So you understand that just pearly things isn't stupid. Pearly things doesn't have to sit up here and go through a bunch of acrobatics to say a bunch of racist things. She brings on individuals who will do the dirty work for her. She brings on feckless, shameless climbers and clout chasers who will do the work for her and will say the derogatory comments for her. And then she'll say, oh, wait, you can't blame me now. Oh, you can't blame me. I mean, I wasn't the one who said it. I noticed even recently, I don't bring black women on to say negative things like that. I get all kinds of women. Yeah, but you only bring on black women. First of all, you don't have a bunch of women. You have a bunch of black women. And when you bring black women on, you only bring them on to speak derogatorily about themselves. So in other words, that's what it takes for you to get in. That's the cost of admission. That's the price of admission to get in. Now, let me say something very quickly here. As you all know, respectfully speaking, I'm the only objective person that you all are going to find anywhere. I never tried to collaborate with anybody. I've never tried to work with anybody. I've never tried to go, buddy with anybody. When Kevin Samuels was alive, I never pretended to be his friend or his fan. So I'm the only objective person that you all can find anywhere because I'm the only one who never tried to be a friend or a fan. So when I say what I'm about to say next, I've got a authority in it and a believability and credibility that nobody else has got. When Kevin Samuels was alive, he never would have done this. I don't believe that Kevin would have sat in a room full of white women and talked badly about black women. I don't think Kevin would have done that. I don't think Kevin would have done it, and I don't think Kevin would have condoned it. Kevin wouldn't have sat there with some white woman riding overlord and sit up here and talk like this. He would have understood, hey, this is off code. You don't do this. Whatever my issues with Kevin were, I don't believe he would have done this. Now, maybe somebody can go find something somewhere that shows that that's something he would have done or that's something he did. Maybe you can find that. But as far as I know, as far as presenting, I don't think he would have signed off on that. I don't think even he would have signed off on something like that. He would have noticed the optics and been like, maybe not here. Maybe not this. I'm not saying that he was the most on-code dude. I'm just saying, as far as this is concerned, no, I don't think he would have done this. Not sitting there in front of white mommy. Understand something. She's sitting there in front of a white woman extolling all of these so-called, she's really ripping black women and talking about they're at the bottom of the barrel for everything. And that's the kind of thing right there that I'm saying, shouldn't a light bulb have gone on for you that you don't do that? Do you think that you're making yourself look better? That you're talking about black women as if you're somehow separate from every other one? Well, don't worry, I'm talking about them. I'm not talking about me. Really?
It's standard. We hate ourselves a lot. We hate our own hair. We want our butts to be the fattest. We pride ourselves on things of being bosses, having the fattest booty, being able to twerk the best, but not.
Okay, let me go ahead and address that right quick here, Melanie. Folks, for those of you who don't remember, don't understand, or whatever, white women are always the ones who always got implants. And of course, it always started with breast implants, to the point that the pornography industry was built on white women getting breast implants. The plastic surgery industry in America for the first 70 years of its existence was completely and wholly dependent on white women. Completely, totally, and wholly, and truth be told, it still is today. So while everybody wants to talk about getting butt implants or whatever today, excuse me, where was all this smoke and all this heat for white women? Nobody said that white women hate themselves. Anybody who lives in Miami, Los Angeles, New York, but especially the places where you got big beaches, you've seen white women doing this for decades and decades. Nobody ever used the phraseology, and they hate themselves. No, y'all can go back further than that. Mae West? Can we say Dolly Parton? Marilyn Monroe? Y'all are just talking about since the Baywatch years. Plastic surgery literally has been around basically shortly after the turn of the 20th century. For those of you who don't know, anabolic steroids and plastic surgery, anabolic steroids weren't something that kicked off in the 70s with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anabolic steroids, which are really synthesized testosterone, but you can go look it up if you want to. Man, it's basically been around for over a century. Now, in its more purified form, right around World War II. But we can go down the list. I'm just talking about breast implants. I'm not talking about getting lip jobs, nose jobs, tummy tucks, jawline lifts, facelifts. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about specifically just getting your breasts done. That's been around for decades and decades. It's been around for decades. But we never said that that's a sign that white women, quote unquote, hate themselves. We never said that. We never said that that was a sign that white women hate themselves. But yet you get around these folk over, even for the porn industry, let's be clear, even for the pornography industry, you've never heard people say that that was white women getting breast implants and butt implants, by the way, so they could go into the porn industry. White women were getting butt implants too, to go into porn, going to stripping, going to Hollywood, but no one ever said that that was a sign that white women, quote unquote, hate themselves. So I always found that to be very interesting. But you get in a room with a white woman, and all of a sudden you want to sit up here and hold black women up and say, well, we hate ourselves. Now, once again, maybe I would have a little more leeway if you were saying this strictly in front of black folk. But when you're in front of white folk doing this internationally, I got to call that trying to show out.
To be the fattest. We pride ourselves on things of being bosses, having the fattest booty, being able to twerk the best, but not intrinsic values that is a wife. And to speak to Maggie, like we talk about like colorism in our culture, because I think race is not just race, but it's colorism within our own.
So you notice he asked her about interracial dating, and then she goes way off on this rant. Once again, just like Pearl did when she was talking to Nick Fuentes. Remember what I've always taught you all, if you want to know what a black person truly believes, send them down in front of a white person. They won't lie in front of them, even if the white person has one of their henchmen to ask the questions. She knows them eyes are on her. She's telling the whole truth. So you notice she's gone off on this way wild rant that has just broken off completely from the questions she was originally asked. She's broken off on a rant that has nothing to do with that. But you see, when you think you're impressing white society, you just kind of keep going and going and going and going. And that's exactly what she's doing. She's going and going and going. I would be remiss if I said, by the way, it does look like she's had some work done of her own. Does that work mean that she doesn't hate herself? Or does it mean that she does? I don't know. But it certainly looks like she's had some work done of her own. And first of all, if you think everybody can't see it, okay, keep fantasizing to yourself. But the next thing here is, does it mean you hate yourself? Okay, or does it just mean all the other black women, all the others hate themselves?
Is, dressing provocative. It's standard. It is standard. We hate ourselves a lot. We hate our own hair. We want our butts to be the fattest. We pride ourselves on things of being bosses, having the fattest booty, being able to twerk the best, but not intrinsic values that is a wife. And to speak to Maggie, like we talk about like colorism in our culture, because I think race is not just race, but it's colorism within our own culture, where they prefer light skin, they prefer this, that, and the other. I tell you on God, an attitude like Maggie, a lot of men, like, regardless of anything, like, to me, there's such a peace and an aura about her that a lot of women can learn from, of every race, but particularly in the black community. That's not standard model, like who she is. Like, if you come around Maggie, you just feel loved on. You feel like home.
Melanie, does that include you? Or are you the exception? Are you just talking, quote unquote, about everybody else, but it's not you? I'm just wondering. Now, as you'll all know, here in the past 3 weeks here, a lot of people have had a lot to say about the racist comments made by Just Pearly Things. But there's been one person who has been curiously silent all this time. Other folk made videos either coming out defending her or coming out against her. But there's been one person who has been curiously, oddly, awkwardly silent. Yeah, I know. She called herself sitting up here, making a comment on somebody's post. But other than that, she has been dead quiet. She ain't said nothing. She's been dead quiet. She's made more videos, but what she hasn't done is make a statement. Now that she didn't do. And I'm just here to ask one simple question. Why is it that you wouldn't do that? Because that would be something that people would want to know. Why in the world didn't you say something? Why haven't you come out and made a definitive comment one way or the other? By the way, you can defend her, you cannot. But why is it that you have not made a video to say something? Because you haven't said anything. You haven't actually said anything. And this is the point that I want to make here tonight, is that for men have been accustomed to being ignored for so long. Men have been accustomed to being ignored for so long that now in the modern era, we become particularly susceptible to some of these opportunistic females who have seen a way that they could carve out a little something for themselves. But not because they truly value us, not because they want what's in our best interests, but because they see a way of capitalizing on it. Well, Jason, are you so sure about that right there? First of all, you think you know everything. Are you so sure about that? Well, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this isn't the kind of thing that's been going on and on and on. Maybe you're not dealing with somebody who just regurgitates what they've heard from other people, incorporates it into themselves, and then tries to sell to you what they already had before. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe Jason is just overstating it. Well, I suppose that could be the case. But then again, if that is, explain this. Now, for those of you who didn't know, I had a video that I did back on March 4th. Now, the video has been made private. The reason is because in the original video, unexpectedly, I had a very irate caller, and unexpectedly, she was swinging her camera around, and little did I know, her minor son showed up on screen. YouTube would have dinged my channel because, YouTube is a white supremacist mouthpiece. So, of course, they're attacking channels. They're cultivating people to be thinkers, not feckless, mindless consumers. So, for that reason, I released the video broken up into parts, and I re-uploaded it. But that video's been private, but the video is still very much there. As a matter of fact, I'll show you all. If you take a look here, you can see the date on it. Okay, it was streamed on March 3rd. So you can see the date on it. I got the wrong date in the description for my part, but the part right here, YouTube marked it March 3rd. Now, in this video, I want you to listen to what's said here. I want you to listen to what was said. And by the way, for Melanie King, who has refused to even acknowledge any of these things before, if you didn't know better, she'd have you thinking that she didn't know we existed. But I want you all to listen to this part, and you tell me. I got 2 pieces of audio I want to play for you. You tell me whether or not somebody is basically taking things anywhere they can get it, everywhere they can get it. But it's socially where you go. It's the same thing with females. So what's the fellow needs to look for? He needs to look for a place where they're cooking, where they are taking care of themselves. So yoga, Pilates, and I understand for men that's especially hard to deal with because we ain't trying to be in no moist environment. But you got to remember, like for what I know, most of the females I know who are trying to be serious married minded, that's for them, that's where they commune with other women. So activities like that. There's groups online, for example, where they do a bunch of cooking and stuff. My girl Brittany has been running one for years on Facebook, Sisters That Cook. She's been doing it for years. And if you're dealing with the Dominicans, typically speaking, it's going to be once they get a certain age. But that becomes tricky territory. Like the Dominicans, for example, got the hair game and the braiding game on lock up there in New York. And typically once they get in their late 30s, now they want to be a wife. Now, you heard me mention that the young man asked me where he could find women who were fit and were wife material. So I told him it's not a geographic location, it's a social location. And you heard me specifically say you're looking at things like yoga and Pilates. I also mentioned daycares and women involved in education. So you'll notice that I specifically mentioned yoga and Pilates. And as a matter of fact, I'm stopping here, but because it's a long clip and I don't remember exactly where the other one was, but I mentioned to him again, I remind him about yoga and Pilates, that would be what you would be looking for. Now, as you can see, March 6th. Okay. Lo and behold, well, take a look here. March 6th. So my video is up on March 3rd. March 3rd is my video. Lo and behold, there's Melanie.
Okay, that's my helpful tip for today. So guys ask me all the time, where do you find fit, beautiful women? Well, I just got out of my Pilates reformer class, and let me tell you, this is where you guys need to be. You need to be going to the Pilates classes, the yoga classes, those things, because the women in there, baby, they are getting it. They are killing it. Now, we look a little sloppy like this, okay? No makeup, hair a mess at the time, but especially those Brazilian ones. I got a lot to learn from those women. Okay, that's my helpful tip for today. So guys ask me all the time, where do you find fit, beautiful women? Well, I just got out of my Pilates reformer class.
Tell me more.
Let me tell you, this is where you guys need to be. You need to be going to the Pilates classes, the yoga classes.
Yeah. 72 hours later, Melanie is doing what Melanie does. Fellas, you're being taken for a ride. You're getting these feckless opportunists who are just recycling and regurgitating things that they heard from better people, from men, and then coming back to you and selling it to you. Which, by the way, is all her channel actually does, by the way. No, this is not a takedown. This is an educational piece. When you go to her channel, by the way, that's all it is her sitting here uploading clips from other people and staring like a deer in the headlights. She doesn't make her own original content. She's just stealing content from other people, just sitting there replaying it. This is copyright violation of the worst order, and that's all. That is it. That is it. Understand when you're dealing with somebody who's trying to make money off of it, not make a change or make difference. And now even Jason Black can't escape it because she's like, well, hey, Kevin's not here anymore. Let me go to the source. Well, let me go grab Jason's. And she was like, hey, the fellas really love that. Well, yeah, it's a real idea. But why didn't she say this before now? Why didn't she say this before now? Yeah, because these aren't her ideas. Well, Jason, things happen here and you might be stretching it out. And hey, Jason, you don't know that this is opportunism here and it's just a profit center. You shouldn't talk like that. You know what? You're absolutely right. Maybe I should go book a session. Perhaps I should do that. Maybe I should do that instead. What do you all think? By the way, Melanie is more than invited to give us a call up tonight. I'll have the link for Zoom. Available. But by the way, Melanie is more than invited. This is not doxing. She's got the link in every video. I'm not stealing any information. She's got the link in every video. By the way, she got this from Kevin too. She simply copied and pasted what he did. So she basically just copied and pasted and lifted the whole scenario. You can book a time to talk about dating, relationships, marriage, or divorce. I know that she's an expert in divorce. I just don't know if she's an expert in these other things. But in any case, folks, yeah, she's available. Fellas, they running game on us. I want you to understand they running game. These are a bunch of chicks and they know. She's sitting there telling on herself they like chicks who are light-skinned and had body work done. And, well, damn, Melanie, that sounds familiar. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is what her hair used to look like. And of course, that's not hair. This is the way it is now. Okay. I'm not dissing anybody. What I'm saying is I couldn't help but notice real recognizes real. Fellas, recognize when you're being sold a bill of goods. And there's a long list of females who realize you're being sold a bill of goods, but that there's a lot of folk who want to buy it. But when it comes to sticking up for black folk, Melanie King is a no-show. She's here to get the bag. She doesn't give a damn who the bag is from. And I will say one thing here. Yeah, when you start going down the list of usual suspects who would show up on an Oprah Winfrey episode or Lifetime Network, I couldn't help but notice that. Someone tell me, are these zaddy eyes? Melanie, you are more than welcome to give us a call. Are these zaddy eyes? I'm just asking. You all tell me. Maybe I'm just the one who doesn't get it. All right. That's the first 33 minutes of the program here tonight. If you agree that you suspect that we are being run game on, if you suspect that we're being run game on, I want you to put the dice emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. It's over 4,500 people in here live, which is way more than all these other channels get live, by the way. And the number's going to go up from here, which is cool. But if you agree that we getting game run on us, hit me with the dice emoji and click the like button. YouTube hates the hell out of programs like this. They hate the hell out of us because they're trying to cultivate you to be mindless consumers. They'll go off and go boost someone like Pearly Things, give her a YouTube partnership contract, and then make you consumers for life. They don't want to have a program that actually sits you down and says, hey, you know what? Let's take a look and see if these folks are playing us so you actually think. This is the most dangerous broadcast on YouTube for a number of different reasons. This is the most dangerous one. Now, I'd like to go ahead and take a look at someone else. And by the way, this individual, what I will say is, to her credit, if such a thing can be said, to her credit, she started a while back in 2015. She started posting videos back in 2015, so this was well before Kevin Samuels, not before me. She wasn't doing it before me, but this was definitely before Kevin Samuels, so she can at least say that. But let's also be clear about something else. Black men talking about what was wrong and everything, we had that kicked off in 2009, 2010. We were talking about it way before then. So even in 2015, the train had already left the station. So for her to try to act as if I've been talking about this for a while, yeah, but we have been talking about it much longer. So it wasn't like you invented it. It wasn't like you didn't have a precursor that let you know that this is what men were talking about. But okay, fine. This Olivia Alexa, I will give her credit that she isn't technically a Johnny come lately that just started in the last 24 months. She didn't just start in the last 24 months, unlike some other people that we could name. She didn't just start in the last 24 months, but you all asked me how is it I knew about Pearly Things while everybody else was big upping her and giving her dap. Why is it that Jason knew about this? Because there were markers and signs that I was looking for that there's a problem. Well, Jason, what are the problems you see here? One of the first things I do is I go looking for a stump speech. I go looking for a female who got a strong rap and a strong stump speech. In other words, she knows all the right things to say because that's not natural. It's not natural to find a female who knows all the men's talking points and she just knows all the right things to say. But since the start, this chick here has kind of known all the right things to say. And I started wondering now, who taught her this? Who got her speaking this way? Well, if you go back on her YouTube, I couldn't help but find this from her early days.
10 commandments of modern day relationships and dating, aka bullshitting, because that's what a lot of y'all be doing. Ain't dating nothing, just bullshitting until somebody get blocked.
So you've got the biggest scumbag that has ever oozed out of bodily orifices on YouTube. The biggest piece of human walking filth and waste. Derek the Jackass Jackson, a true degenerate. And lo and behold, by the way, you notice from his earlier days, he's saying that in the same sentence he says the 10 commandments, he starts cursing. I think the Bible says something about how can you say blessings and cursings out of the same mouth? So if you're talking about a true to the game, die-hard, cesspool, landfill degenerate, that would be Derek. But by the way, did you all notice the potty mouth on him way early on? So before he really could blow up, did you notice the way he was back then? So men scoped out the game early on. The females got played for the most part. But yeah, I couldn't help but notice that first and foremost.
Dating nothing, just bullshitting until somebody get blocked.
Thou shalt not expect a man to lead when you can't even follow. A lot of women say they want a man who will lead them, and then when he starts doing just that, then they start complaining about how he's controlling. You can't have it both ways. It's a man's job to lead. It's in his nature. So pick one. Either you want a man who will lead you, or you want a man who you can lead.
Okay. So you want a man who will lead. It is in his nature. I want to give a bit of a caveat on that. That it's in a man's nature to lead. I want to challenge that notion. because that's false. There's a lot of single mothers go around dropping kids by every lowlife and degenerate that they can, and they wrap their thighs around every bum they can because they think to themselves that their escape clause is, well, men are just born being able to lead. It's in his blood, so all I have to do is sit here and eventually he'll figure it out. Well, that's a lie. That's not true. Now that gasses males up, heads up, but men are not born able to lead. We have to be taught how to lead. We have to be conditioned to lead. We have to go through hardship and adversity that builds perseverance and character. But men don't just have leadership in our blood. That's a lie. We don't. But that's what she's been saying. So in response to Derek, and I don't know if I don't think she's actually pushing back against him. I think she's trying to make it as, okay, he gives one commandment for the women and she gonna give one for the men, or vice versa. But what I'm telling you is it's bogus from the very beginning. It's bogus. However, I do want you to keep something in mind here, and I'll come back to it. Now, I'm not really going to be as condemning as some of you might think. I'm not going to be quite as condemning as some of you might think. But what I am going to say is I'd be lying if I said I didn't see certain warning signs. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't see certain warning signs, because I did and I do. Now, what I've done, because a lot of you guys sit up here and talk about this chick, and I know she shows up on Instagram and things, so a lot of you get bamboozled real quick because, once again, some of you fellas are color struck or ethnic struck. You like mixed chicks. So if you do, if I may or if I might, when you go and take a look at her Instagram, you go back to 2015. She's been posting for a minute. That's cool. She posted for a minute. That's cool. In the early days, she wasn't nearly as polished, so there were certain things that she didn't think about. Certain things that she didn't think about. But back then, she had a bit of a different vibe back then. Well, she really talked about black people, if you dare call it that there. So she really talked about it back then. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was really interesting. I thought it was really interesting what she was doing in 2015, 2016. There's Malcolm. Can't get any blacker than that. There's Malcolm. Couldn't help but notice that. Well, that's interesting. All right. Has some credentials there. So she's certainly not afraid. This picture here was kind of cringy. Not really sure what your point is here, ma'am. I don't have any children. I'm not getting in bed with a daughter. That's kind of cringy. Not really sure what your point is there, but okay. She's dissing Chris Columbus. All right. Understood. You got that going on. So far, colonial powers taking stuff out of Africa. So far, so good. Well, take a look at this on her head. You take a look at that on her head. Chest tattoo. We're not going to ask about that, but every man knows that's a warning sign. By the way, you take a look at what's on her head. Take a look here. Okay. Doing our due diligence. So the vibe that she was giving off at the time, you're starting to see the vibe she was giving off at the time, but okay. Okay. Back in the early days, she wasn't covering up nearly as well. Got it. Understand. All right. Coming to America, she likes to be entertained. Not a problem there. Okay, well, Jason, Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart. All right. Crippled black children, understand. All right, so far, no issues there, I guess. But then there comes a time where she disappears for a bit. There may have been some issues going on. Perfectly fine, understood. You did that for a bit. Oh, bleaching out history, understood there. Got it. Doesn't want to vote for Trump. All right, clear. All right, no problem there. Flint, Michigan, the water crisis there. I mean, certainly civic-minded. Well, Jason, what exactly is the problem, the issue? Malcolm here. She's on the revolution. When someone uses your driveway to turn around. Okay. Little irreverent there, but you know what? I'm in a generous mood. I'll let that slide. I'll let that slide. Oh, look. 2016. All right. Makes a lot of sense there. Got it. So now we've been able to button that down. She's got her hair up and whatnot like that. So she's looking real African-ish. Oh, take a look here once again. Oh, got it. All right. Somebody is showing out, aren't they? Somebody's trying to show their little queen energy, aren't they? All right. We'll come back to that some other time. Try me. Understood. Jason, why are you doing this so nobody can say that I didn't look at things? Dr. Sebi, understood. She just shows a picture of him. No caption, no anything, so no context. But we'll just think the best. She's encouraging you to smoke herbs. Apparently not marijuana, but smoke herbs. Got it. Understood. She's not intimidated. Okay, she's got things here. By the way, she's selling stuff, or at least she was. Nothing wrong with that. She was back then. She wasn't selling dating advice back then. Okay. Kind of sounds familiar. Well, Jason, you've taken us the long way through the park, haven't you? No, I've taken you the comprehensive way through the park. So that when I say what I say next, when you learn Latinas don't play. Not Afro-Latinas, not black women, Latinas. All right. She thinks she's going to explain it away. I get this question a lot. Let me explain and elaborate. I am Latina and black. So yes, half my roots run back to Argentina. However, I'm still a woman of color. Don't get it twisted. So you see, from 2015, when she started, to 2018, the tone changes. In 2018, you start seeing two things. She starts becoming money motivated. So she's very clearly realizing, I need to start making some money. This internet thing will start making money for me. I don't have anything against that whatsoever. What I am saying is I recognize motives. And this person has had motives now for the better part of the last 5 years. So now that I see what your motives are, I can go from there. Everything else I see from there, I'm going to start noticing things. Oh, what do you know? Look at this again. Things you never tell a Latina. And does this look like a black Latina in this picture, or does this look like a white Latina? I'll let you all go ahead and cover that one. I'll let you cover that one. You see, folks didn't check the paperwork and the pedigree on just pearly things. They saw the white girl come through the room, and next thing you know, she's wearing her Chuck Taylors and telling you that she listens to Tupac, and then that was all it took, and nobody checked the paperwork. That was the issue that I had. Nobody checked the paperwork when they should have, and what I'm saying is, I'm not going to say it's all bad, but the paperwork looks kind of janky. The paperwork looks kind of janky. I know you here to make a dime. I know that part already. I know that you're here to make a dime. I know that's what you're here for. But I'm just saying, By the way, you can make money from a free app. Not going to hold it against your kid, but I am going to say she came here to make money. She came here to find a way to make some dollars. Yeah. Isn't everybody? Fellas, wake up and recognize when we got folks out here playing you. All right. Oh, this is your mood. 2018, where the dollar's at. Got it. Oh, what do you know? Here we go again. People think of Latina women as being fiery and fierce, which is usually true, but I think the quality that so many Latinas possess is strength. I'm very proud to have Latin blood. There is absolutely nothing at all wrong with being of Latin descent. There's nothing wrong with it. There is nothing wrong with that. However, there's everything wrong with attempting to pass yourself off as an ambassador in circles in which you don't have credibility. Now, When we start checking paperwork and it starts looking like this, I start wondering things. Playlist be like. Start wondering things. I start wondering things. Okay. Jason, you haven't said they're condemned just yet. No, not just yet. Chest tat. All right. Chest tattoo. Got it. Oh, more Latina. Boy, 2018 was her breakout Latina year, wasn't it? But she doesn't say Afro Latina. Do you notice that? She just keeps saying Latina. Somebody here caught this. Are you half black? Why isn't she saying Afro Latina? She keeps saying Latina. She knows what she's saying is what I'm trying to tell you. She's not saying Afro Latina on purpose. She's doing it deliberately. She is deliberately avoiding saying Afro Latina. She doesn't identify as Afro Latina. She's telling you, oh, well, I'm black. And if you ask, I'm black and Latina. I'm Kamala Harris. If I need to be Latina, I can dance over there because she speaks Spanish. If I need to be Latina, I can dance over there. And if I need to be black, I'll claim it when I need it. I'll claim it when it's convenient. But if I have my druthers, I'm Latina. I ain't black, I'm Latina. So when you guys try to bring me these people, fellas, I mean, so some of you need to sit up here and go back through your remedial special ed classes again. When you keep bringing me these people, the first thing I'm saying is, hey, did you do any paperwork check? Did you do a background check at all? Or did you just say, well, she looked better than that old hound dog I brought home from the club a week ago, so whatever she say, it roll. And I'm just going to go with it. And by the way, I am not necessarily condemning her. What I am saying is, Miss Alexa, your paperwork looks dirty. The paperwork, you talk a good game, but we don't give you credit for what you say. We give you credit for what you do. And what I'm saying is the paperwork looks dirty. Oh, here's one. Here's a good one. Oh, take a look at this. When you leave your white wife for a Latina. Is she talking to black men with this one? See, back in 2018, before she blew up and she could just say whatever she wanted to say and she could represent how she wanted to represent, I'm just saying, who is her audience? To the fellas, to the black men out there who've been repping this chick because Instagram, do y'all notice a pattern? That Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, they keep grabbing these questionable, treacherous individuals and they keep boosting them over and over and over again. All these folk, it's not because they put up great content. They are chosen by people. It is people at Facebook, people at YouTube, people at Instagram who go through these accounts, check them out and say, yeah, these are the people that we want to boost. By the way, shout out to Family Business and everybody else who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. Veronica and everybody else. Y'all, you don't get out there for nothing. There are human beings. Stop it with this algorithm thing. Yes, there's an algorithm that helps select videos, but when you get boosted, there's a separate algorithm that YouTube plugs you into and says, okay, this is who we're pushing. We're pushing them far and wide to get as many people to jump on this as we can because it keeps people blissfully distracted. It keeps them confused. So fellas, when you see somebody suddenly blow up on Instagram or they start getting spread a lot and y'all bring them to me, I'm like, did you check the paperwork? Because I assure you, Instagram and YouTube did. They checked the paperwork. They checked the pedigree. They want to make sure that you ain't going to kick over any tables and you're not going to upset the status quo. And then you start seeing a steady stream of stuff like this. You start seeing a steady stream of things like this. So I'm just like, okay, is Jason still stretching now? Is Jason still reaching? Well, Jason, you just suspicious. You damn right I'm suspicious. When I see something like this, you damn right I am. Yeah, I am. I sure am. I sure am. She's motivated by two things: dollars and proving she's Latina. Those are the two things she's motivated by. Those are the two things in particular you keep seeing over and over again. She's motivated by dollars and by proving she's Latina. Couldn't help but notice that. Jason, is that all you got? No, I got more than that, actually. I've actually got more than that.
Like, you look like Aaliyah, this, and that. I never really like case closed. Number 5 is that all your hair and do you have lip injections? I get asked this question a lot, more so by women, but the answer is yes. This is all my hair, like growing from my scalp. You know, nothing is like fake or anything like that. This is all my hair. You know, my hair grows longer because of my, genes, my ethnic background. No, I have never had lip injections. I don't have them now. I never plan on getting them.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, you sound like somebody else I know. And by the way, don't their hairs both look the same? Yeah, you sound like somebody else I know. You sound like them. Yeah. And by the way, yes, those look very much like lip injections. But she ain't gonna claim it. Your lips just naturally form like that? I'm like, okay. Looks like injections to me, but all right. What's she saying? Well, if you can't find a doctor's note, I'm not claiming it. All right. All right. But boy, yeah, she was real big. Look, can we just be honest? Y'all know how these mixed chicks get down. They love to flex their long hair, don't they? These mixed chicks know to get down. They quick to boss up on you about long hair, aren't they? They're quick to let you know, not only is this hair long, it's all mine. I got a better question for you, Miss Alexa. Are those your eyebrows? Because I couldn't help but notice your eyebrows kind of stop at a sharp line. So are those your eyebrows? I got a different question. But you know what? I'll leave that alone. But they quick to flex about that. Jason, what are you doing? Did you? Yes. Oh no, I checked the pedigree. I sure did. I checked the pedigree. Now, there was something in particular that kind of stuck out to me here. Some of y'all are going to think I'm okay. Some of y'all are going to think I'm wrong for this. But she said there are 10 harsh truths about women that men need to learn. Now, she put this video up 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't help but notice in the last couple of weeks since things went south for pearly things and stuff, folks' attitudes, some of these chicks who used to be strong defending men, their attitudes are kind of taking a bit of a turn. I just couldn't help but notice that. Now you start wondering, well, what's wrong, sis? What's wrong?
You're perceived. So don't lead with anything that won't reciprocate genuineness from her. Number 2, a woman will run over you if you let her. If you don't assert your dominance and masculinity, a woman will run over you. Once a woman perceives you as weak, your attraction level greatly diminishes in her eyes. If a man is too fearful, needy, or clingy, he's naturally more cautious with women because out of fear, he doesn't want to say no to them because he feels by doing this, he will lose them. It's a very slippery slope because once you start that cycle, it's damn near impossible to break out of it. We as humans haven't evolved that much from our ancestral days when life was about survival. During those times, food was eaten only in season and people worked extremely hard, so any sort of weakness or incompetence made you a burden that threatened the survival of the rest of the group. And just like the rest of the group relied on your strength and competence for survival, so did your woman at home. So strength was and still is one of the most important attributes you can possess as a man. The weak men were left to die and the strong men were leaders of the pack. The same is still true today. So for most women, if they see you as a weak man, they will take your place in being the man because
Okay, I want to ask you all to do something right now while she's pontificating and channeling her inner Rollo Tomasi. And by the way, making all kinds of historical errors along the way. While she's doing that, I'm going to ask you all to do a favor right now. Take a look at her eyes. And I want you to count for me over the course of 60 seconds. I want you to count for me how many times she blinks.
Subconsciously, they see it as survival, even though we're not living in those days anymore. Number 3 is nice guys usually do finish last. There's 2 main reasons that this statement is valid. The first reason is that she's not done playing the field. A major reason why nice guys finish last is because when a woman is done with her proverbial bad boy phase and the desire to be a wife and a mother start weighing heavy on her, she'll want to come back and settle down with a good man to start her life with. A nice guy is usually the last man she settles down with. The second reason is the nice guy stereotype. If you're a man who's described as sweet, sensitive, soft, or shy, the vast majority of girls won't be attracted to you. For men, being labeled with these characteristics are not desirable traits in the eyes of the majority of women. Societal norms and expectations portraying these traits as weaker or less attractive in men doesn't help any either. Because nice guys have the stigma of being boring and predictable, they are a major turnoff for the majority of women because they want to be with someone who demands respect, doesn't tolerate anything less than what he deserves, and leads without intimidation. Men who are overly focused on pleasing everyone else and constantly seeking approval.
Okay. I'm going to stop there. I don't think it's fake lashes. And by the way, don't say contacts. I wear contacts sometimes. I ain't got to blink like that, and they got drops for that. So I'm just saying I couldn't help but notice. I will just say once upon a time, I heard something in psychology that has to do with whether or not a person is being disingenuous if they blink a lot. Now, I'm not saying that she is. By the way, I'm not saying that she is. I just couldn't help but notice, for those of you who know psychology, you do know that, by the way, there is something to be said for when you notice that a person blinks a lot. Now, for those of you who didn't know, it's normal to blink about 12 times every 60 seconds. Every minute, about 12 times. So you figure once or twice every 10 seconds. Once or twice every 10 seconds. But over the course of 10 seconds, okay. All right. Once again, I'm not casting aspersions. I just couldn't help but notice that it happened. So when I put it in context of other things, I think a picture starts to form. Some of you fellas have been very easily taken in, and I don't think enough of you have checked the paperwork. I really don't think you have. Let me go ahead and move on to my next person here, one Kendra G. And by the way, couldn't help but notice you're dealing with female after female over the age of 40. All right, Kendra G, and I'm going to try to be kind where Kendra is concerned. I'm going to try to be kind where she is concerned. But I'm also going to be honest where she is concerned also. Now, I could actually play for you a number of different things into any of the folk talking about Kendra doesn't do dating. She's literally got a show called Singles on YouTube. Will you please sit your ass down? Stop it. She was literally on Kevin Samuels' program. Stop it. Some of you are just in denial of reality. If reality doesn't work out for you, well, can I just lie? I mean, you can, but we're not going to go along with you. Now, I could show you a whole bunch of things, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you just one. And this is from a recent program. This is from just a couple of days ago. I could play for you a lot, but if you want to know the reason why it is, I tell you that the female gurus out here are not legitimate. They don't have a place at the table. They don't. There's a reason why I tell you that. I want to play for you a clip from Kendra's program here a couple of days ago. Listen for yourselves, and to the fellas out there who've been giving folks a pass, I'd like for you to explain to me, how do you give this a pass again?
E-Y-L-A-Y. All right, sweetheart. Well, you keep me posted how it goes, Lena, honey.
I'll try. Thank you.
All right. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Before I go to the next person, I do want to say something because there's a lot of comments going. I'm not going to read all the damn comments. As a girl's girl, I'm understanding that I try to be gentle with women. Men, let me tell y'all something. The men that you guys desire and that you want, they actually hate that. They hate that because they feel like if a guy is on my platform, and it actually is true, We give guys tough truth. We don't bite our tongues.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
With men at all. We speak it and we don't care if it hurts his feelings or not. With women, we be very gentle. And I feel as though I understand it. I'm a girl's girl and I get it. But I do feel like that is our crutch. I feel like anything truth told with love is more helpful than silence and people having thoughts, you know?
So there is no truth told with love for the men. For the men, it needs to be straight, no chase a baseball bat to the back of your head. But for the women, it's, well, you know, I mean, we take it a lot easier on them. So the women need to have kid gloves, but the men need to have bare knuckles. Now, this isn't Jason Black paraphrasing. I'm going to play it again. This isn't me paraphrasing. This is her saying it. And this isn't her saying it a year ago. This is her saying this 48 hours ago.
Right. Bye, baby.
Bye.
Before I go to the next person, I do want to say something because there's a lot of comments going. I'm not going to read all the damn comments. As a girl's girl, I'm understanding that I try to be gentle with women. Men, let me tell y'all something. The men that you guys desire and that you want, they actually hate that. They hate that because they feel like if a guy is on my platform, and it actually is true, we give guys tough truth. We don't bite our tongues with men at all. We speak it and we don't care if it hurts his feelings or not. With women, we be very gentle. And I feel as though I understand it. I'm a girl's girl and I get it. But I do feel like that is our crutch. I feel like anything truth told with love is more helpful than silence and people having thoughts, you know? And I think if we could get to a way with truth, with love, we will do better in getting results that we desire.
Oh, so the men don't need truth with love. The men just need to have a foot up their ass. Now, the women, on the other hand, it needs to be given to them sugar-coated. Hell, you can just lie to them. If they're not ready to hear the truth, then you tell them something else. But the men, oh, hell no. Hold still, nigga, while I shove this right up your eye. Interesting. And then you wonder why the women don't get any better. This is where they're going to. Then you wonder why it is. I said, look here, y'all need to just get them out the paint altogether. There's nothing over there for you. This is what entertainment will do. By the way, I could play a number of different clips. I'm just going to stop at just that one. Just that one. The rest of you already know about it. This is how you end up 45 years old with no man, no prospects, and no way to fix yourself because everybody around you is lying and every female around you is going to take her opportunity to lie to you again. That's the problem. Well, Jason, to the folks out there who want to argue about this, are you sure you want to make an ass of yourself? That's the problem right there, Jason. You so mean. Let me talk. All right, go ahead and talk. Well, even if she is taking the talking points from other people, the Melanie Kings is, and the Pearly Things is, king and thing. All right. You think you got jokes. Anyway, Miss King and Thing, even if they take talking points from other people's, at least what you complaining about? At least they ain't doing like Kendra G and sugarcoating it for the women. Okay, let me explain to you all what the problem is right here. For those of you who don't understand it, here's the first problem. The first problem is that Melanie King doesn't have a female audience. It's absolutely pointless to talk to her or to have her around. For the same reason it is absolutely asinine, stupid, and pointless to bring Derek Jackson around. Derek Jackson doesn't speak for the men. Derek Jackson has no male following. There isn't a group of men sitting there saying, you know what, Derek Jackson speaks for us. Derek Jackson has never sat down among the men and gotten the respect of the men because he can't. We can all see him for the degenerate ass liar he is. So he couldn't stay around us for 2 minutes. That's why he goes among women and tells them, well, hey, let me speak for you what I know you wish the men would tell you. Melanie King has no female support. She has no female audience and she has no female support. Pearly Things has no female audience and has no female support. There are no women looking at her and saying, I need to listen to her to get things together. One of her best friends just sat up here and ripped her a new one. These are females, as I said from the beginning, fellas, these are females talking to you. They're talking to a male audience because they have no standing and credibility among women. You've all been told for the longest time that they're selling something to women. They're not selling the damn thing to women. They're not selling a damn thing to women. It's the men that they're selling to. It's the men that they're selling on. It's the men they're trying to recruit. It's you. They're talking to you. They're not talking to the women because they don't have a female audience. Their job is to vicariously speak to females, but not directly. That's their job, is to speak to them vicariously. And so you sit there and you think that they're giving the women the riot act, and they're not. At least where Kevin was concerned, at least you could say that there was some, I want to say the word penetration, but at least he was able to reach a sizable portion of the female psyche in society. Pearly Things ain't close. Melanie King isn't even on the board. So what I'm saying is, because all they do is recycle and regurgitate, women can see they're phonies. So what I'm telling you is that all of these chicks are the reverse Derek Jackson. Every female out there, females don't trust them because they can see you bogus and see you're phony. Women aren't that stupid. Another woman can see when she's in the room with a phony ass female who's just saying whatever she thinks she needs to say to get men's approval. Just the way that the men sitting around Derek Jackson can hear, nigga, you just trying to say something because you 2 steps away from being homeless. You'll say anything. This is why they can't build a female audience, and they never will, because women recognize game when it's being run on them. They know you ain't for real. They know you're just saying this to get the men to support your channels, and they know it works. But what they don't see is you as an authority on being where they want to be. Case in point. Pearly Things is talking about women who ain't wife material. I suppose she'd be an expert in the field because she's not a wife. Melanie King, once upon a time. But now she isn't. I wonder, did her husband see what some of us see? Kendra G, other than killing it in a bathing suit on the thick side and representing Jamaica, other than that, what has she produced besides miles and miles of hair weave? Miss Alexa, once again. Who's the audience here? Fellas, recognize that these chicks saw what y'all did for the last 4 years. These women saw that it worked for him. So all of them said, well, hell, it'll work even better for me. I got breasts and ovaries. I'm light-skinned. I'm light-skinned with long hair. I'm mixed. I'm Latina. This will market very well. I bet you I can do better than the originator did. I want the fellas to understand when you're being sold. And I called this years ago with Pearly Things. I called it years ago with Rollo Tomasi and Richard Cooper. I called it years ago then. I've been calling it on these other folk here. I'm just doing it publicly now. But by the way, before you go any further and say, hey, Jason, who's next or whatever, I'm telling y'all, we need to wipe the board clean. Okay, let me say this in no uncertain terms. This needs to be the end, the absolute end of the female dating guru age. That era needs to die right here, right now. They have nothing to offer. They don't have any knowledge. They have no expertise. They have no game. They just recycle and regurgitate things they heard from men. They are constantly 10 years behind and 10 miles behind. They're never up to date, and they're certainly not ahead of the curve. You're never going to become a better man listening to Pearly things, and ironically enough, you're never going to become a better woman listening to her either, because she don't know how to make you one. Let me try this a different way. Where are the men competing to be with Pearly things? That wasn't a diss. That wasn't a shot. Where are the fellas competing to take care of Melanie? That wasn't a diss. That wasn't a shot. I'm asking a question. Where are the men competing to take care of Kendra G, who's frozen her eggs? Yeah, she's got so many options lined up for her that she's decided to freeze her eggs. That's how bountiful and plentiful her options are. That wasn't a diss and that wasn't a shot. I'm asking a question. She's 44 or 45 now? And yet her marital plan is, freeze your eggs. Baby, what are you talking about? That's surrender. You're not fooling anyone. You don't have any options. Some dumbass in the chat room talking about what Kendra G can get. Yeah, that's all she can get. Bum niggas always talk like that. She can get it. Yeah, but you know what she can't get? A ring and a date. That's what she can't get from you guys who say that kind of garbage. You'll sit up here and click her likes and you'll click her subscribes, but you ain't giving her nothing. Fellas, that's not a compliment. And women understand that. Telling a woman that she can get some sex from you, that's not a compliment. That's an insult. You talking about what you can extract from her. You're not offering to give anything of residual value. So yeah, that's all you're going to say. I can get that. Okay. Yeah, thank you for proving my point. All she's got are men auditioning to lay up, but not anyone saying, okay, here's what I want to offer. Before I get into bed with you, here's what else I'm offering. Rather than taking your butt cheeks for a test drive, there are other things I'd like to offer. Now that's what's not going on. And from us, Olivia Alexa, she's next up. If she's not there already. But she'll do till the real one gets here. They have no female audiences. They don't have any clout among women. There are no women lined up and co-signing and backing up what they're saying. That's the problem. I want to show you something else here. I want to show you something else. Because some people will be like, well, Jason, how do you know this? Then, your show you's right about that. And it's hurting my feelings over here. I don't like that. You're breaking me down. You're breaking me down and making it hurt. Well, yeah, it needs to be. It needs to be. So she was Miss Olivia Alexis. She was posting about a number of different things here. And one of the things in particular that she was talking about, I want to make sure I have that correct. One of the things that she was posting about here was a video that I saw it. When I saw it, just seeing the title on it alone is enough. It's enough to make you say, okay, this ain't gonna work. This is not gonna work. I want you to see it for yourselves. I want you to hear it for yourselves. Just the title alone lets you know that foolery in full effect. Yeah, you see that title accurately. Struggling men are the prize. That's the title of the video. Struggling men are the prize. I want to see whether or not you agree with this.
9 times out of 10, the things that are often overlooked are exactly where your attention should be. We're in a social media world, a world where everything is visual, but the funny thing is a lot of women are still so blind. They see the dollar signs, the status, the lifestyle, all of which are attached to a man that's not worth her time, but that's exactly who gets all of it. See, what you don't understand is the same man that you look down on because he was working a 9-to-5, regular guy, out every day grinding to make it, is the same man who would have treated you right. But you overlooked the person you should have seen. And that's the case with so many women. A person will show you who they truly are when you have nothing to offer them. When you have little to no benefit to offer is when you will see what a person is truly about and where your relationship stands. A lot of women neglect the beauty of dating a struggling man, but that's where the foundation of trust is built.
Let me play that part one more time.
The beauty of dating a struggling man truly about and where your relationship stands. A lot of women neglect the beauty of dating a struggling man, but that's where the foundation of trust is built. The loyalty, the commitment, because he's not trying to win you over with any money because he doesn't have it. He's going to win you over with effort, consistency, and that comes with respect. See, you only value and respect something that you had to work hard to get. He understands the sweat, the long days, the living paycheck to paycheck, the goal setting, working overtime just to take you somewhere nice, etc.
Notice she didn't. She said that he understands effort and consistency. You notice she didn't say results. Did you notice that? Notice she didn't say results. Folks, recognize when you're being given an irrational, impractical sales speech.
That's where 90% of the time the guy with wealth falls short. He has no respect for you. He didn't put in any effort with you. He didn't have to work to build a foundation with you. He simply bought you. To him, you're just another prize on the shelf, something to pull out when he wants to play with it.
Okay, so in other words, men who have built themselves, we're just out here for playthings and toys. We don't value anything. So we had to work our ass. For those of us who actually have gone through the work and built ourselves, she's saying that we don't appreciate anything. So that's your first sign that she's never been with a man who's built himself, because she's talking about a man that she doesn't understand. She doesn't know anything about it, so she's projecting a negative aura. You don't want a fellow who's built. You want to build a bear. Why, the problem isn't that there are not enough built men. It isn't that. The problem is you women need to lower your standards and you need to go for a build-a-boo. You need to go get that fellow who's been chasing that record deal. He's going to build that farm and build that community center for the last 10, 12, 15, 20 years. That's the problem. So if you would just stop looking for the guy who's built and instead go get you a build-a-boo. There's the problem right there, is you women don't value a man who struggles. Let me ask the ladies a question right now. Now, I'm about to hurt some feelings. But I'm going to say it. So the ladies listening to me right now, in the chat room, hands up only. No hands down, no prohibited emoji. Hands up only. Either that or dead silence. I want hands up of all the women who have a hard time finding a man who's struggling. If you are a woman who has a hard time finding a man who's struggling, put your hand up emoji in the chat room. Otherwise, don't post an emoji at all. This is not your chance to be ADHD and a smart aleck. If you're a female and you have a hard time finding a man who's struggling, give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. If you really, Jason, I wish I could find me a fellow who out here struggling. I wish I could find me a fellow who's trying to get a basketball contract, a music contract, a contract with the city. Jason, I'm having a hard time finding a man who's struggling. Can you show me where the struggling men are? Hands up of all the women who were happy with a man who was struggling. All y'all chicks done had one. Stop the damn lying. But by the way, how many of you were happy with a man who was struggling? Give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. If you're a woman, you were with a man who was struggling, but you were happy with him when he was struggling. He was struggling and you were happy. You were like, man, look at him go. Look at his little feet just patting. It's just tapping. Hands up of all the women who you had a man who was struggling and he eventually got prosperous and stopped struggling while you were with him. Not before you showed up, not after you left. I want a hand up emoji of all the females that you were with a man who was struggling, but he eventually got prosperous and stopped struggling while you were with him. And by the way, if you put your hands up, I'm going to have you call in when I open up the phone lines. Because I'd like for you to go ahead and give us some of those pointers. They love false flagging. Oh, Miss Marcella, I can't wait for us to talk to you. They love false flagging about that. Oh, he was struggling, but we got it worked out. How many of y'all had messed up credit before you got things taken care of? How many of you wound up going into debt before he got things straightened out, by the way? How many of you sat up here and your credit score went down and your car notes messed up? How many of you found yourself in a bind before he got it straightened out? Yeah, I don't blame you not wanting to call in. It's like, yeah, capping is easy in the chat room. It is not easy when Jason starts asking questions. That's when it starts to fall apart. Let me tell you something here. By the way, one more thing, Miss Alexa. If that man that you're with who was struggling, if a man with money isn't going to know how to behave, that man that you're with who's struggling, when he gets to a point where he's not struggling anymore, isn't he going to act like those fellas you were just saying don't appreciate anything? Because successful men are all the same. Because we all got to run the same gauntlet. So, by the way, if that man that you talking about who's struggling today, once he reaches a point where he's not struggling anymore, isn't he going to act like all the other men who aren't struggling because now he's got a lot more options? You're acting like you want a man who's going to change. You want a man who's going to be different. You're saying, okay, you're struggling today, but I want you at some point to stop struggling. In other words, you want him to become a different person. Got it. Understood. But if he becomes a different person, then by definition, isn't he going to become exactly like those men with money that you were complaining about at the beginning? Isn't he going to become like them? Yeah, she was complaining. Men with money don't appreciate you. Okay, get with a guy who's struggling. Why? Well, eventually he's going to get to a point where he's not struggling anymore. Oh, he's going to become a guy with money. Yeah, and you'll be able to reap all the benefits. But wait a minute, if he becomes a man with money, isn't he just going to act just like the guys you talked about at the beginning? Isn't he's now become one of them? As a matter of fact, not only has he become one of them, you've been nagging him and pushing him and badgering him and demanding that he become that the entire time. So once he does become one of them, isn't he gonna be different now? Isn't he gonna become like them? Oh. Yeah, you didn't think that through very well, Miss Alexa. Nick in the chat room said the idea is to keep him struggling under her control. Well, for some folks, I guess. For some folks. Hello, Miss Alexa. I'm assuming that's the real one. Hello, Miss Alexa. We can do that. We can make that happen. Let me go ahead and get the Zoom link for you. By the way, if Kendra's floating around out there somewhere, Kendra, you can take out a few moments from Magic City. If Kendra can spare a few moments from Magic City, she is welcome to join us as well, if she'd like to take a few moments out. Otherwise, if she's busy, though, I understand. Kendra, if you're busy, I understand. So, just in case that's it, I understand. I just put the Zoom link in the chat room. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat for you. So, by all means, Miss Alexa, Pearly Things, you ain't no miss, except you've missed out. But by the way, if Melanie would like to give us a call, she can take out time from her busy schedule. She can also explain to us why she's been MIA about her good friend and lifelong buddy, Miss Pearly Things, or maybe she agreed. Hell, she agreed with so many other anti-black statements. Maybe she agrees about slavery being exaggerated and other things there too. So this will be her opportunity to go ahead and speak about that. This will be a good opportunity for her to speak about that. But by the way, sure, you all know me. By the way, it says to celebrate this as Olivia's first super chat. So I just imagine that she was so motivated that she said, well, let me go ahead and see if I can meet you there. So I will meet you there or beat you there. She can go ahead and do that too. As a matter of fact, since if we're gonna go ahead and do that, let's go ahead and do that then. Let me go ahead and open it up. I'll open up the phone lines here a little bit later. I'll open that a little bit later. I came here tonight because I wanted to, while we're waiting on her, but by the way, let me not mince any words. I came here tonight because the era of the female dating and masculinity, the era of the female masculinity guru, I told you all for years, the chicks who do these channels and things, the only place they need to be is on the phone taking notes. They don't need to be conducting. They don't need to be leading. They just need to be sitting on the phone taking notes. That's where they need to be. They need to be on the phone taking notes. They need to be on the phone sitting back and just studying. But what they don't need to be doing is trying to lead. Jason, are you going to stop here? Well, I'm going to stop in just a moment. Now, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm about to get in trouble. I ain't talking about good trouble, but I'm about to get in trouble because I got to address this. And before I say anything else here, you know it ain't nothing but love for you. You know that. You know that. As one of my students, you understand that. But I gotta say this right now. Nicole, this ain't it, baby. This ain't it. You okay, sis? This ain't it. I can't co-sign. What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on now. We can't start selling this. We can't start selling this. Come on, let's not sell pipe dreams. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit so y'all can see that a little bit better. Let me go ahead and zoom in. Y'all know I rocks with Nicole, but Nicole, come on now. This is the reason why I say, hey, the females got to fall back. They got to fall back. Because it eventually gets around to this. This ain't Kevin Samuels. This is men talking. Kevin Samuels didn't teach men that they don't want to date Blupo. Come on now. Come on. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. This doesn't work. There's a reason why I'm saying the ladies need to fall back and just let the men who gave y'all the game, let us just do what we do. Let us just go ahead and do that and take care of that. Okay, Olivia was on Zoom and then Olivia blinked off. So maybe she's on her Zimbabwe mobile. I don't know. We'll give Olivia another opportunity here. Maybe she's on her Kenyan broadband. I don't know. But Olivia, if you can get that straightened out, let us know. Okay, she's in, she's out. She's in, she's out. She's working on something resembling audio. Could be. She's around the many moons of Mars. Okay. You have to unmute yourself, Olivia. Something like that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So one of my followers stated that you wanted me to call in. Is that correct?
You're certainly welcome to call in if you'd like to. I'm assuming this is Olivia.
This is Olivia Alexa.
Hello, Olivia.
How's it going?
It goes, ma'am. What is on your mind?
I'm calling in. One of my followers stated that you wanted me to call in. So I'm here.
I said that you're welcome to call in.
Okay. That's not the message that was relayed to me. Like I said, it was relayed to me that you wanted me to call in.
Miss Alexa, can we stop? I know this is our first date, but we don't have to.
First date? That's cute.
We don't have to beat around the bush, ma'am. You called in for a reason. So
I called in. Like I stated.
Can we just get to the point?
It's really not difficult. Like I stated, I don't know anything about you. So one of my followers, as I stated, explained to me that you wanted me to call in. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know anything about you. So respectfully, I'm calling in.
So you just throw around super chats?
When I followed the link that one of my followers gave to me, I saw my face and I saw the title and I called in.
You were sitting in the chat room when I was explaining the fallacies of advocating for women getting with struggling men. You were sitting there while I was saying it. So now you're saying
exactly.
Now you're saying you don't know what I was talking about. So that's rather disingenuous.
No. I didn't say I don't know what you're talking about. No, sir.
Okay.
What did you need?
What I need?
Mm-hmm.
Well, ma'am, you were advocating that women should get with men who are struggling, and we couldn't help but notice that that's a extreme fallacy.
And do you know the definition of struggling? Just curiosity? Because I know it has a negative connotation, but it's actually not a negative word. So I'm just wondering, do you know the definition of struggling?
Okay. I know the definition of succeeding.
Do you know the definition of struggling? Because that's the word that we're talking about.
Struggling is a relative term. I do know that struggling, nobody wants to be with somebody who struggles without results.
Okay, but I asked you, do you know the definition of it, not what it's relative to?
Yes, ma'am. But I think you probably have a pet definition. So if you'd like to give that, you certainly can. But everybody knows what struggling means. So let's not
what is it? And
let's not play semantics.
Go ahead.
Let's not play semantics. If you want to say,
semantics.
If you wish to say something, then just go ahead and say it.
It's black and white, because the definition of struggling is striving to achieve or attain something better in the face of adversity. So it's actually a positive word. So what I said in the video is what I meant.
Okay. Can a person be struggling at something that is futile?
Yes.
Correct. So
that's not difficult.
As I pointed out from the beginning, you may have a pet definition, but the problem is nobody wants to get with somebody who is struggling without results.
I wouldn't agree with that.
The definition you just gave does not require results. The definition you just gave allows a person to be on a hamster wheel for the rest of their lives. They're putting together tremendous effort, but your definition not once mentions results nor requires it. That's the point I was making.
That's not true if you watch the full video.
Ma'am, I just sat here and played the video.
Clips.
I just sat here and played it.
I said the entire video.
We just sat here and played it, ma'am. We just sat here and played it.
Okay. And what did you get from the video?
We got from the video that you are advocating that a woman should get with a man who is struggling, and eventually he is going to appreciate you when he's no longer struggling.
I never said that. I never said that. What that video, I pointed out the benefits in dating a struggling man over a man who is already of a certain status.
Okay.
That's what that video is.
Why don't we go ahead and play the video right now? It's only 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Hi guys. 9 times out of 10, the things that are often overlooked are exactly where your attention should be. We're in a social media world, a world where everything is visual, but the funny thing is a lot of women are still so blind. They see the dollar signs, the status, the lifestyle, all of which are attached to a man that's not worth her time, but that's exactly who gets all of it. See, what you don't understand is the same man that you look down on because he was working a 9-to-5, regular guy, out every day grinding to make it, is the same man who would have treated you right. But you overlook the person you should have seen. And that's the case with so many women. A person will show you who they truly are when you have nothing to offer them. When you have little to no benefit to offer is when you will see what a person is truly about and where your relationship stands. A lot of women neglect the beauty of dating a struggling man, but that's where the foundation of trust is built. The loyalty, the commitment, because he's not trying to win you over with any money because he doesn't have it. He's going to win you over with effort, consistency, and that comes with respect. See, you only value and respect something that you had to work hard to get. He understands the sweat, the long days, the living paycheck to paycheck, the goal setting, working overtime just to take you somewhere nice, etc. That's where 90% of the time the guy with wealth falls short. He has no respect for you. He didn't put in any effort with you. He didn't have to work to build a foundation with you. He simply bought you. To him, you're just another prize on the shelf, something to pull out when he wants to play with it and throw back when he's done. That's what most wealthy men do. They buy things because they can, not because they need it. Hell, sometimes not even because they want it, just because they can. They're more intrigued with the fact that they can buy you instead of actually being intrigued with you. To him, you come at a monetary cost, and he can buy 1,000 more of you because you come a dime a dozen. You're nothing special. But with the struggling man, your love was bought with authenticity and genuineness that was built on solid ground, and that's the beauty within the struggle.
Your love was bought with authenticity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So once again,
Correct.
by the way, you got 2 more seconds here.
Mm-hmm.
So until the next video, I'll see you guys later.
All right, now we just played the video from beginning to end, and it literally validates everything I just said. You didn't say a word about results, not a single syllable about results, which is exactly what I said from the very beginning. Ma'am, you haven't listened to your own video.
I do listen to my own video. I record them.
Okay, by the way, I did find some more fallacies in there. Now, did you all hear the part where she said, you see, what the rich guy doesn't understand, you were the man who's struggling. You build a foundation with him. Ma'am, females don't want a man that she has to build a foundation with. She wants a man who's already built his foundation because she knows that if she has to help a man build a foundation, he's too incompetent to be able to do it. So no, she doesn't want a man she got to build a foundation with. She wants a man who is the foundation.
Mm-hmm. And I would actually agree with that. However, that's not what my video was about.
Right.
That's not what my video. Sorry, excuse me. That's not what my video was about.
I know.
Because we're saying the same thing. My video was talking to women, explaining to them why a quote unquote struggling man is a better fit for them than a rich one or one that has status already. We're saying the same thing.
No,
we're just saying it 2 different ways.
No, we're not, ma'am. That's the sound. Okay. That's the pitter patter of feet doing backtracking. But by the way, another thing here is you talk about dating a wealthy man. How many wealthy men?
I'm sorry. I talk about what? I didn't hear that.
You stated about dating a wealthy man. You stated about dating men with money and what they don't appreciate. I'm just curious, how many wealthy men have you dated?
I'm not going to answer that because this is not about me.
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is, upon what authority do you make that statement about men like that in that position?
No, I understand what you're saying. However, what I'm saying is that we're not going to turn this into a personal thing.
No, ma'am. That's not personal. We're talking about, that's not personal. You can ask me the same thing.
Can I finish my sentence?
You can ask me the same thing. Please? That's not personal.
Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence?
Sure, ma'am. You can if you tell us what the authority is.
So what I'm saying is that we're not going to talk about a personal issue when we're talking about a public platform.
So in other words, you have no authority to speak and you don't have any knowledge to speak from.
And where did you get that? Because
ma'am, if you can't substantiate where you got that notion from, then what separates you from a liar? You can't even substantiate it.
Like I said,
Just because I'm not going to divulge personal details
Right.
about myself
But that's what
doesn't mean that I can't speak. Can I finish?
Right.
Doesn't mean that I can't speak on a public platform about a public generalized issue. That's what YouTube is. That's what content creation is.
Right. And there a lot of
So
content
that's my
creators focus on lying and making up things from scenarios and projecting and fabricating things. And that's
a
exactly,
generalization.
and ma'am, you're doing it right now. You can't substantiate a word you're saying. And when you're asked about it, you're not telling anybody upon what authority with which you're speaking. You're just saying things. How do we know you're not lying?
How do we know I'm not lying about
How do
a
we know
statement that I made in the beginning of my video?
Your claim about
I
how
just told
wealthy
you.
your claim about how wealthy men operate and what motivates us. Upon what, how do you substantiate that? Where did you get that notion from?
Sociology. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very familiar with it. I'm asking you, where did you get that notion from? What are your experiences that prove it?
That's what I was getting to, if I could finish my sentence. So sociology, of course, is the study of people around you in the society, which I do have experience in. See, I understand that this program, I'm not sure if, like I said, I'm not for sure on your brand and specifically who you are and what you address. All I've seen is certain parts of this particular show. So if this particular show is representative of your brand, then I kind of have a general idea of who you are and what you do, which is totally fine. But my thing is, when it comes to these other quote unquote female gurus or female dating gurus, whatever the case may be, I'm not trying to fit into that category because I have been doing this since 2015, before it was a quote unquote thing. And it comes from a place of genuineness. I understand, because I was raised around the majority of men. I understand what men go through when trying to deal with a woman, when trying to date. So the things that I talk about and the place that I come from is a very sincere place, because I've seen men completely ruined at the hands of women. I understand that. So if I can do videos to help men out, that's what I'm going to do. And that's why I started doing what I'm doing.
Right, but here's the thing. The thing is, you're speaking on a class of men that you're completely ignorant about, but speaking as if you're an authority and expert on their motives and their character. You've never even interacted with them.
I've never said I was an authority.
When you sit up here and say that wealthy men don't appreciate you and that wealthy men don't appreciate not building a foundation with you, that's speaking from a position of authority. Yes, it is.
I said typically they don't.
Okay, and typically you're wrong.
And how would you know?
Because I'm one of those people you're talking about that you've never met. And I know a female who's never interacted with us. The second you open up your mouths, all of us had to work. The majority of millionaires in this country, 80%, over 80% of us are first generation self-built, ma'am. First generation.
I've never said that wealthy men.
Okay,
I've never
ma'am,
said.
now I'm speaking. Over 80% of us are first generation self-built. We didn't get it given to us. We had to build this because we understood that that's the only thing that gives us leverage in this world. So I have an extreme amount of appreciation for what I've done, because a female is going to immediately benefit from it. I've got a lot of appreciation for doing that. There isn't one thing that I could purchase for a female at the age of 50 that I appreciate less than when I was struggling at 17, 18 years old. You don't know what it's like to have gone through that, and you're acting as if once we make it to the finish line that we somehow have forgotten where we came from. We had to go as a female, and you're relatively, I don't know your age, but as a female relatively young, you didn't have to earn any of this. You just put your hair up, do some makeup, and bam, there it is. As men, we got to earn this, and we never forget the struggle. So for you to try to suggest to people that somehow once a man's made it, that he's forgotten the effort that it took to get there and he doesn't appreciate it, you're just another thing that he purchases, that tells me you've never had any interaction with a man who has built himself. You've never had that.
Can I speak now?
Sure you can.
Because not once in that video did I say or demean a man of status's work ethic. And not once in that video did I say anything remotely close to that.
You literally said that he doesn't appreciate you. You're just another thing. The wealthy man, you're just another thing for him to purchase. Would you like me to play your words again?
No, I know what I said.
Let's play it again. Let's play it again.
Can I finish? Because I know what I said. You can play it again, but I know what I said. And I'm still standing on what I said. I'm not wavering. But what I'm saying, though, is that there is also a difference between rich and wealthy. How many wealthy men do you know? And when we're talking about wealthy, I'm talking about old money. Old money, that their kids are rich. That's who I was referring to. I'm not talking about rich. I'm talking about wealthy.
There's really no difference when you get to
two different classes.
Ma'am, now you're trying to play semantics, trying to fix what you said.
Not.
Ma'am, it's not as if there's an infinite amount of things you can do for someone. There's not like there's an infinite number of things. Once you get to a certain point, it all becomes relative. That's another thing. That tells me you've never dealt with a man who's affluent.
I understand what you're saying. However, if you interact with a wealthy man and call him rich, he will be offended. It's not the same class.
Ma'am, if you interact with a wealthy man and start talking about his money at all, and you try to characterize it in any way, that'll offend us.
But you're getting off the subject.
I'm talking about the
difference
subject.
Between rich and wealthy. It's not the same class.
Ma'am, I have talked to some of the wealthiest men in this country. I got it on video. And no, ma'am, you don't. I would
like to see that.
7 a.m. is an Amazon bestseller. Race War is another Amazon bestseller. Gentrified is another Amazon bestseller. You are certainly welcome to go check it out. BlackChannelFilms.com is the spot. It'll get you up to speed. Mm-hmm. But by the way, I've talked to the wealthiest men in this country, and what you're talking about is you making this up. Is you're trying to play this by ear and make it up as you go along about their psychology. Literally, they're the most down to earth people you could imagine. They simply want.
I'm not denying that at all.
They want money for one reason. As men, we want money simply because money provides freedom.
Correct.
That's what we
want.
A tool. Okay, but it doesn't change the way we see the world. It just gives us more abilities in the world that we're in. So that's what I'm saying. At first blush, we know when we're dealing with somebody who's never moved among us because they say exactly the things you're saying. They talk about money in terms of richy rich and generational wealth and as if they didn't earn it. And that's literally not the way that 80% of us got it. That's literally not the way it works at all.
I totally understand what you're saying. However, like I said, I never once in that video said anything about a wealthy or rich man's work ethic or lack thereof. I never.
That's where 90% of the time the guy with wealth falls short. He has no respect for you. He didn't put in any effort with you. He didn't have to work to build a foundation with you. He simply bought you.
Correct.
Yeah.
With a woman. As I said, I never said anything about a wealthy man's work ethic as far as how he obtained his money.
Okay, well, what you just did was make a characterization about his values, not his money. You just spoke about his values.
When it comes to a woman, yes, you're talking about something totally different.
And that's literally untrue.
What you're stating is about how a wealthy man obtains his money. I never once said that.
No, ma'am. I didn't say about how he obtains his money, ma'am. Listen very carefully for the 5th time.
Work ethic,
ma'am,
sorry.
No, his values. You tried to characterize his values.
Okay. Well,
and
it
what
was
you
also
said is completely wrong.
Okay. Well, once again, it's subjective. So that's the beautiful part about content creation.
It's not subjective when you got to pay a mortgage and a car note, ma'am.
Everybody does.
Everybody
does.
But you don't have to pay it for a luxury car for somebody else. You don't have to do that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
You don't have to pay. You don't have to go pay a receipt at Nordstrom's, Saks Fifth Avenue, or at the Lexus dealership for somebody else. So no, that's not. So that's not subjective.
Sorry, I'm confused.
No, that's not subjective.
What do the brands have to do with anything?
Because
those particular brands?
Because a man who has worked to build himself to a level that he can provide extraordinary benefits, that's a value. He didn't get to that level because the S-Class or the Maybach means nothing to him. He got to that level because those things mean everything to him.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with you.
But when you say that 90% of these men just see it as something that's
I didn't say 90%.
Ma'am, you literally just said 90%.
Wait a minute. If you would let me finish. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So go ahead. I apologize.
The living paycheck to paycheck, the goal setting, working overtime just to take you somewhere nice, etc. That's where 90% of the time the guy with wealth falls short. He has no respect for you.
I'm playing your words back to you. I'm playing your words.
You listen to what I'm saying though, because you just said, I said 90% of men. I said 90% of the time, that's where men with wealth fall short.
Ma'am,
verbatim, that's what I said.
Ma'am, I'm saying we're only talking about 90% the men who have money. We're only talking about the men.
No, I'm correcting what you said, because those were not my words.
No, let me correct that. We're only talking about the men who money is not a problem for them.
I'm correcting your words because I did not say 90% of men, of wealthy men. That's what you said I stated. I did not. Are you listening to my video?
Yes, ma'am, I'm playing.
90% of the time. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You did not quote me correctly. I said that's where 90% of the time the men with wealth fall short. I never said 90% of wealthy men.
But it's ma'am, and that's an untrue statement even among men.
You misquoted me.
It's an untrue statement.
Okay, but you still misquoted me is what I'm saying.
Ma'am,
so
even among men even among men with money, they're not falling short on that 90% of the time either. That's untrue because most of what they have is unseen. So even then, it's not true. It's not a true statement. But even if I wanted to give you that one, I'll give that one to you here right now. By the way, that's a false statement to make that 90% of the time they're falling short. A man always values what he worked for. And your statements make it seem as if that they didn't work for anything.
I understand what you're saying. However, this is the thing about content creation, about YouTube, about just speaking, period, on any kind of public platform. It's all subjective.
Do you think that women want to be with do you think that women want to be with a man who is struggling in any way?
No, and that's what my video was about.
Right, but you're advocating that women should give leeway to a man who's struggling.
They should give them more credit than they do.
Why?
100%.
Why?
Why not? Why not? Why does the man that's quote unquote struggling deserve less than a man that's already established? That's the big question.
No, the question is, should a man who is struggling get the same rewards and benefits as a man who has proven results?
Rewards and benefits as in what are the rewards and benefits we're talking about?
If you're going to ask that question.
In a relationship, I'm asking for clarification because I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. Is that what you're asking?
Okay. As I stated before, the reason why all men understand they want to get their money straight so that money is not an issue so that they have freedom. A byproduct of that is the people around you will also get to indirectly experience more freedom themselves simply as a byproduct of being in proximity to you. So therefore, if you're with a man who's got freedom, then you, by contrast, are also going to inherit that freedom indirectly.
100%.
What woman would not prefer to be with a man who's got more freedom than one who doesn't?
I understand totally what you're saying. However, like I keep saying, that's what my video was about. Because just because you have a certain level of money, just because you have a certain level of status, that doesn't denote that you're a good person. That doesn't denote that you have a good spirit about yourself. That doesn't denote anything besides that you were successful. And that's completely fine. If you want to be with a man that has money and that's already achieved a certain level of status, hey, kudos to you. That's fine. However, that's not the reality for the majority of men.
Okay. The
majority of men are not going to be wealthy or rich, and that's just the raw facts.
That's very, very true. Now, I would like to examine what you just said there. Now, you just made the statement that, well, just because you have money, that's no indicator of your morality or whether or not you're a good person. Olivia, Alexa, can you tell me the majority of the people who commit violent crimes? Are those individuals in an upper class income status or individuals in a struggling working class income status?
Lower class.
By what ratio? By what ratio would you say?
So that's what I was going to say. If you're talking about violent crimes, it's a lower class.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll let you have that one right there. Let's talk about petty theft. How about that one? Who overrepresents in that area? Affluent people or people who are not?
You broke up in the last part. Say it one more time.
When it comes to
very last
let's
sentence?
talk about things like petty theft. I'm talking about stealing pens at the office, for example. Would you say who overrepresents in that area? Affluent people or struggling and working class people?
Working class.
Okay, you know what? These are unfair questions, Alexa. These are unfair questions. Let's try something. Yeah, these are unfair questions I'm asking you right now. Let's try something a little bit more fair. When it comes to divorce rates, do poor and working class people get divorced more, or do affluent people get divorced more?
Poor working class.
Okay, so I took the economic factor out of it. We're just talking about how they get along with other people.
Correct. Sociology.
So you see, there is a direct correlation. When you take a look at income and status levels, between quote unquote good people. Interesting. And by the way, we won't even get into things like sexual assault and stuff like that. We won't even get into things like that. But what I am going to say is that yes, ma'am, actually, when you talk about quote unquote morality and quote good people, I can actually tell you that I can show you linearly where there is a direct correlation between an individual who's economically struggling and a propensity to engage in quote unquote immoral behavior.
Okay. Now, are you done with that point? Which was a great point, by the way.
I know it was.
But when we talk about, like, let's go back to what you said a minute ago when you were talking about marriage, right? With between affluent and the more impoverished category of people. Let's talk about why that is. Because when you talk about the divorce rates with people who are not as well off versus the people who are more well off, then we have to look at why. And a big reason why is because let's say I was rich, right? Which I'm not. Let's say I was rich though. I had a substantial amount of wealth behind me. Like let's not even say I'm wealthy. Let's just say I'm rich. Let's say I'm, kind of well off. I can go some time without working. I don't have to worry about anything. And my kids are taking.
Hello. You muted yourself. She might be over there coughing and choking. I'll give her a minute to clear her throat, I suppose. You muted yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you okay? I thought you were over there choking for a moment. Are you okay?
I don't know what just happened. But I don't know the last thing you heard, but I'll just re-say everything. Let's say I was rich, I was extremely well off, and I had, a substantial amount of wealth behind me. Let's say that I was well off to the point where my children don't have to worry about anything. Let's just say I'm there. I'm going to naturally be more selective and cautious of who I bring into my circle because I have more that's at risk than somebody who does not have as much as me. So when we talk about the divorce dynamics, and we talk about the class of people that we're talking about, the different classes, we also have to look at the nuances as well. So when you talk about, the rich don't divorce as quick. The rich don't divorce as quick as people who are not as well off. There's a reason for that. Because naturally you have to be more selective. I can't just go out and marry. I can't just go out and get married 10, 30, 40 times because I have more at stake.
Actually, you can. And there are some who do end up in that situation.
However, it's not wise, is what I'm saying. And the majority don't. If you look at people who are wealthy, they don't have a bunch of wives and husbands, ex-wives and husbands. They may have a couple. They may. Can I finish?
Right, you're correct.
So what I'm saying is, it's not as black and white as what you're saying, or is what you're leading with. You have to look at the nuances of these things as well, and there's a ton of them.
Okay. The part that you're not understanding is that how you do one thing is how you do all things. So what folks have a hard time accepting because it's not very flattering, an individual who is disciplined at monitoring their finances, disciplined at monitoring the people around them, disciplined at interacting in business circles, treats everything in life the same way. So they become more strategic and more scrutinizing of everything, including their interpersonal relationships. So what I'm saying is that people with money have become better and more practiced at sizing up people around them as a matter of practice. People without, typically speaking, don't develop those skills across the board unless they're engaging in illicit activities, and even if they're not very good at engaging with character. But people with money tend to become better at sizing up people across the board. They become better at that Not simply because, quote, they got more to lose, but because they're more practiced at doing it on a daily basis. So they actually don't end up losing it. So it's not that they're sitting there thinking, ooh, I got a lot to lose. I got a lot to lose. Of course, that's always a program running in the back of your head. But you've got more daily practice at scrutinizing other people because you do it all the time.
But I would disagree with that. I would argue that there's different arenas, but it's equal. I would say that.
I have
because
no idea
we
what
scrutinize
that means.
people because I'm sorry.
I have no idea what that means.
Okay, so let's go back to the analogy you said about people that's well off and being heavily scrutinizing their circles and situations that they're in. I would agree with that. However, middle class and I'll just call it lower class or more impoverished people do it as well because it's survival. So when we talk about the rich people or the well-off people or the wealthy people, it's survival with them as well monetarily. However, when it comes to me, you, I'm not sure about you. Let me not say you because, like I said, I don't know you. But when it comes to middle class, working people, and more impoverished, we do it as well because it's survival for us. We have to scrutinize people. We have to scrutinize our environment because it's survival.
Yeah, but
that's psychology.
That's not true. The reason why it's not true is because it's one-dimensional. What you just said, you kept using the same word over and over again, which is the word that you meant. Survival.
Yeah.
You're referring to physical safety. Every person...
No, not just physical.
But that's okay. But for a person who is financially impoverished or working class, that's their primary concern because they don't have a lot beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I understand that.
All right. So thank you. So when you keep saying survival, that's what you mean. Here's the issue. Every human being is concerned about their physical survival for the most part, except for the ones we want to check out. But every human being is concerned about their physical survival. So that's 100% across the board. Everyone develops some form of survival instincts. What everyone does not develop is the ability to master the social environment around them. For example, poor folks or working class people, they're good. They can socialize with poor people and working class people. They can't socialize with anybody outside of that because they don't know how. They've never had the practice. They don't even have the means to be able to dabble with it, even in a simulated way. A person with resources, however, can talk to the richest or the poorest, however they choose. So they get a lot more practice from a very early age and a very early point. Case in point, pearly things. That's why they call it slumming. Because
Wait, I'm sorry. You said case in point who? What did you just say?
Case in point, pearly things. If you've never heard of her, don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. I know you're talking about.
Of course you do. I've made her more famous in the last 2 weeks. But in any case, and you knew that already. But wink, wink. She just heard.
And how did you?
She just heard me.
I'm sorry. How did
wink, wink?
How did you know what I know?
Because you showed up here tonight right on cue. So I'm hitting on all cylinders. Don't do this.
And I told you how I got here.
Oh, don't do this.
Didn't I? Didn't I tell you how I got here?
Come on now. Do we have to do that?
So what is the issue?
What, do we have to do that?
So what's the issue?
Okay. As far as wealthy people are concerned, men with money, we are the ones who people don't appreciate us. We appreciate everything we've done and everything we built. We're the ones who are going to watch our backs. We're the ones who folks don't appreciate us and what we can do.
And how have you come to that conclusion that people don't appreciate you when you're what everybody is striving to be, the so-called wealthy man or rich man? You are the pinnacle of perfection.
Because they're trying to see
if you're the wealthy man, like you were saying.
Because unlike poor people or working class people, and by the way, I've been both, but unlike them, everybody is already saying, hey, this is the bag. Let me see what I can get. Everybody walks through the door trying to figure out what they can get and what they can take from you.
Understandable.
You don't. A man who's struggling literally does not have that issue.
Never said he did.
Right, but it's when you talk about appreciating, it's not that we don't appreciate anything. We appreciate everything because it's not fiction to us. It's reality. We're the ones who are not appreciated. It's not us going around not appreciating things. We're the ones who are not appreciated.
I can understand what you're saying. However, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. When you say that nobody appreciates you or you're the least appreciated. I wouldn't agree with that. Because when you talk about a man of status, that's the pinnacle, that's the barometer that women are making other men live up to. You are the barometer. If you're the wealthy man, like I said, just let's not even use you. Let's just use wealthy men, period. The ideology of a wealthy man. That is the pinnacle of success. That's what other men are trying to live up to. These women that date quote unquote regular guys or ordinary guys or struggling men. The wealthy man is the barometer that they are putting other regular men to live up to, which is I'm not going to say it's an impossible standard. However, for a lot of men, it's damn near impossible because everybody can't be rich. Everybody can't be wealthy. Everybody can't be of status. So when you say that wealthy men, period, are never appreciated, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, you'd have to be there to be able to dispute it, but you literally see everybody, the attitude that you had in your video, it's total lack of respect, it's total disdain. It doesn't say, you know what, that guy's got to be pretty smart to get where he is. That guy's got to be pretty resourceful. He's got to be pretty savvy. He's got to have a lot of character and integrity to overcome and persevere things. And by the same token, he appreciates that. That literally isn't what you said. It's just, you're another toy to be gotten off the shelf. When in reality, the men who put women through the most changes, through the most problems, through the most heartache, through the most hell is a man who is struggling.
Are you okay?
I'm just a numerical fact. Your video says exactly the opposite. The reason why women steer around that is because a woman has to only go through that one time to realize the fella who gonna put her through the most changes, the fella who's gonna do the most cheating, the fella who's gonna do the most backstabbing, the fella who's gonna try to get whatever he can get, however he can get it. That's the one who is struggling. The one who ain't, he wants a chick who's gonna mind her manners and sit back and cruise.
Okay.
So when a female makes a video saying that struggling men are the prize and advocating for women to get with struggling men, what you're telling them is to go back into a problem. And don't get me wrong, everybody has issues. Don't get me wrong. There are issues everywhere, correct. But struggling men bring all the issues that a woman doesn't want in dump trucks full.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening. Or is that, can I talk now?
Of course.
Okay. So once again, like I said, when I made that video, it wasn't for men. It was me talking to other women, which damn near half of my videos, I'm talking to other women. That's why I started out making videos talking to women about situations and little nuances that I saw that could pose a problem in their relationships and with them getting to know men and men dealing with them. So the majority of men started watching my videos because I wasn't even talking to men. I was talking to women. So what I'm saying is that when I talk to women and I give them advice, even when I talk to men and I give them advice, it's all subjective. That's what, once again, content creation is subjectivity. So if it applies, that's awesome. If it doesn't, okay. That's what content creation is. That's what being a creator is. Everybody's not going to like what you say. It doesn't matter.
It does matter if it's misleading.
And how is it misleading? But like I said, once again, it's subjective. So if you feel it's misleading, it doesn't apply to you.
No, ma'am.
And that's fine.
2 + 2 = 4 plus, as opposed to 2 + 2 = 9. One of those is accurate. One of those is accurate. The other one is misleading.
Okay, so then let's go with that. The 2 + 2 = 4. So if 2 + 2 = 4, which it does, but let's put that in terms of the conversation we're talking about, then that means you can't make generalizations then, because there's no statistics to back up that specific claim.
No, no generalizations you can make, but when you try to take the exception to the rule and extrapolate that as being the typical, that's misleading. Struggling men are not the prize.
And that's subjective. That's if that applies with you, then that's fine. But what I'm saying though is don't take away the validity of my claim that could help another woman.
But it's not valid.
That's my thing.
But it's not valid. That's the misleading part. It's not valid. If a woman follows your advice in any capacity, she is cruising for a bruising.
And how is that?
as I
by
just
me saying by me saying that a regular guy that's not of a certain status or wealth or monetary class, you should go for him. That's a bad thing.
Okay, let me ask you a question here, Olivia. Can I call you Olivia?
Okay. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. What percentage of the male population in America what do you think is the median male income in America? What do you think it is?
I would say around 50,000.
Okay. 54,000. What percentage of the population of men do you think makes that?
Makes the median income?
Yes.
I would say between 30 to 40, roughly.
Okay. What percentage of men do you think make $90,000 a year?
Oh, I would say that's less than 5%.
Okay.
But it's probably is way less than that, probably.
All right. And what percentage do you think makes 250,000 or more?
That's the 1%.
Okay. For everyone here, just to go ahead and do a brief recap on that, $50,000 a year is the bottom is 80% or less. So the bottom 80% makes $50,000 a year. The top 13% makes $90,000 a year or more. The top it's now been revised. It's gotten a little bit bigger depending on which survey you're looking at there. About the top 9% now make $100,000 a year or more. And then, of course, the top 1%, now you're talking for men, but depending on this, whether it's men or women, but where men are concerned, it's going to be about $300,000 a year. That's going to be the top 1%. So you're dealing with that. So the bottom line is that bottom 80%, that's the one struggling.
Correct.
That top 10%, those are the ones typically not struggling. Although if you live in New York or Los Angeles, it might still be struggling. So
cost of living is ridiculous.
With that being the case, the bottom 80%.
Correct.
So a woman's chances of hitting Mr. Struggle are 80%.
High. Correct. Which is my point. That's it. That is my point. That's what the whole video was about. You're going to hit a quote unquote regular or struggling man before you can even throw a rock and hit a rich one.
Okay, but
this is my point.
Your advice is that the women need to be with the struggling man as the prize. That's literally the title of the video.
I know.
And that's wrong.
And I still stick by that.
Well, you can stick by being wrong, but survival is going to dictate you to otherwise.
Because there's not a damn thing wrong with a man who's quote unquote struggling or who's quote unquote living, working a regular job, a 9 to 5. There's absolutely not a damn thing wrong with that.
Okay, well, I will be the last person to tell you that there is quote unquote something quote wrong with it. No. And truth be told, most females are average. They need to be with an average guy. Absolutely. But when you say that the struggling man is the prize and you make a video talking about how the wealthy fellas don't appreciate, you have not put it in the context. It would be different if you had taken this as an opportunity to put in the context in the video, because this is what you're going to try to do now. The time to do this was 4 months ago when you made this video, to let the women know you don't qualify for a man who ain't struggling. Now, that's what your video doesn't say. Hey, ladies, most of you, and I'm talking 90% of you, you complain about the guy who's struggling, but truth be told, you don't qualify for a guy who isn't struggling. Now,
but that's not what my video was about.
But without that context, the video is useless and misleading.
No, it's not, because like I said, that's not even the context that I would want to put in the video. Because you, like, once again, I said, you missed the whole point of the video. I'm not talking to women about what they qualify for. That's not that particular video. It might be another video, a different video, but that's not the context I wanted to put in the video, so I did.
Yeah, but there's the problem is that when you leave it open like that, it's completely misleading, because it's not putting into the context that the women, the reason why he's the prize for them. You're not saying which women that man is the prize for.
It doesn't matter what woman is watching my video.
Yes, it does.
No, I'm not talking. Let me finish. I'm not talking to a certain group of women. You're trying to make it a certain group of women that I never stated on purpose.
The title of the video is struggling men are the prize. They are not the prize to all women. They're the
I never said all women.
Yes, okay, but if you don't point out that there is only a certain type, this is a specific type of man, a man who's struggling, and those men are the prize, but only to a specific type of female.
But once again, I don't agree with that. So that's why I didn't put it in there.
What
you're trying to make me say something that I never intended to put in the video from the first place.
And without that, that's why it's misleading, because you're not saying that this only applies to a specific type of female.
Because it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Are you listening? That's what I'm saying.
You're talking in circles. Choose a side. Which one is it? It doesn't apply to them, or it does?
I literally have been saying the same thing the whole time. The same video that I did that you watched, I still stick by. I didn't put in there the class of women that you're talking about because I never intended to. It wasn't for you. It was me talking to women about the benefits of dating a man that works a 9 to 5 and that's not of a certain status. Period, point blank. It's really not difficult.
It's not difficult. No, you're absolutely right. It's not difficult. It's also not practical. Women don't want that because it's very misleading, because a disproportionate amount of hardship is going to come with that. And if she signs on to that, she's going to have to live with it.
Why do you feel that women don't want a regular working class?
I don't feel they don't want. Through time immemorial, that is what they don't want. I've already explained that before about this.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, say that one more. You broke up on the last part. Say it one more time.
Women are not workhorses.
Mm-hmm.
So if you tell a woman that she's going in a struggle situation, you are telling her that she's going to have to be a workhorse. How can a woman be in her full femininity if she must be simultaneously workhorse and show horse?
Because I never said workhorse. I never said that. See,
no, ma'am. But I'm saying if a woman is struggling, I'm going to say this again. If a woman is with a man who is struggling, then by definition, she will also struggle. Therefore, she cannot be in her full femininity because she's here being a workhorse because she's with Mr. Struggle. Every woman understands this.
No. And this is what I'm saying. I totally understand what you're saying. It's not that I don't understand. However, what I'm saying is that you're still using the word struggling in a negative context, and even the definition will tell you otherwise. So when I mention a struggling man, I don't mean it in a negative way. So once again, a woman, when you say a woman doesn't want to be a workhorse, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. As a woman, I'm clapping. I'm giving you kudos on that. I agree with that. However, when I say a woman, when I say struggling men are the prize, I'm not talking about a bum dude that's out here with absolutely no aspirations and goals in life. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a man who works a regular 9 to 5. That 80% you're talking about. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that on its face. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. However, being realistic, women don't aspire to be with a struggling man.
And that's what my video was targeting. That's who I was talking to.
Right. You're telling women that they should aspire to be with a struggling man. And that's not the way it's going to work. Women are going to compete for the best man that they can be with. Nobody's going to compete to be with a struggling man.
And what I'm saying is I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you on that fact. And that's exactly who I was speaking to in that video. That demographic, that group of women that you're talking about is who my video was directed towards. So I'm agreeing with you.
That'd be very nice, although it can't be directed towards them if it doesn't actually even mention them.
It does mention them. That's who I'm talking to.
You didn't You did not mention what kind of women. You didn't say anything about what type of woman this video. Ma'am, did you hear your own video? You didn't mention a word about what type of woman this video is aimed towards.
Well, like I said, I thoroughly vet my content before I film it.
Ma'am, would you like us to play it again? You didn't say a word about this is the kind of woman I'm talking about. No, you didn't.
I know exactly what I said.
You didn't say anything. You didn't say a word about the type of woman this video was aimed at. Not a syllable.
But once again, like I said, I don't have to say it. If a woman watches that video, let me finish. If a woman watches that video, because that's who it was targeted towards, I was talking to women. If a woman watches that video and it resonates with her, that's who I was talking to. If a woman watches that video and it does not resonate with her, it wasn't for you. It was not for her. She's not the woman I'm talking to then.
Then it's useless because it has no context, because it doesn't even define who it's intended for. If it applies, Olivia, if it applies to everyone, then by definition, it applies to no one.
It doesn't apply to everyone, as I keep saying.
But you didn't specify who it did apply to.
I literally did. I'm talking to women. I'm not talking to men. It wasn't for you.
But it's not for everyone.
So what I'm saying though is that if you watch that video as a man and you're like, oh, this is can I curse on your show?
Knock yourself out.
Okay. So if you watch that video as a man and say, this is bullshit, I don't agree with this shit, this is absolute whatever, it wasn't for you anyway. So what I'm saying is that by you watching that video and saying that I'm not talking to a specific group of people, you couldn't understand that I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to men, period. I make a lot of videos. Damn near all my videos, pretty much, is me talking to men. However, I do have certain videos where I'm not talking to men. I'm talking to women. That's not for y'all. The videos where I'm talking to men, that's not for women. I check women when they try to come on and say stuff. This video isn't for you. So go back and watch one of my videos that is, and then I'll be okay with you commenting or saying whatever you want to say. But if I'm not even talking to you, it shouldn't apply to you.
But that
video is not for you.
You cannot communicate to. If you ever work in a corporation at a high level, you understand that you cannot communicate when you can't even define who your audience is.
This is not corporate America.
What you're doing right. Okay, this doesn't have to be. I'm just saying that's a valuable lesson that you learned there, because you can't build an enterprise and you want to build an enterprise. So, and I hope I hope you ever get there. But let me tell you, you won't if you don't have the basics. And the number one basic you need to have is before you open your mouth, before you record a video, before you say a word, you gotta know, not think, not wonder, not guess, and not do what you're doing right now and fly by the seat of your pants. You gotta know who your audience is before you make the video.
And I do. And I made that video for who I wanted it to be.
Okay, tell me right now, specifically, who was the audience for this video specifically?
The younger generation of women, 50 and younger, is who I was talking to. This single, and has not been successful in finding a man. That was my demographic. It's really not hard. It wasn't for men. It wasn't for older women. It wasn't for any type of other demographic that you're trying to make it be. It's very simple. Like I'm trying to understand. It's really black and white. It wasn't for men. It wasn't for older, younger men. Period. It wasn't for older women.
Yeah. First of all, 50 isn't young. That's the first thing. So
that's why I said older women.
You just said 50 and younger.
Can I finish? So you asked me specifically who did I want to target? I'm telling you black and white who it was, and you're still trying to make it be something else. It's not.
You just said I was aiming towards women who are 50 and younger.
That have not found a man, that's still single, that's actually looking for one and wondering why they can't find one.
The first thing I was saying is, first of all, 50 ain't young, but okay, I'll let you have 50. I'll let you have 50 and younger. I'll let you have that. So the general population of single women who are 50 and younger. And your advice to a woman who is 45 years old is she should strongly consider the general population of women 45 years old should strongly consider the guy making $40,000 a year.
What's wrong with that?
What's
wrong with that?
There's nothing in the world, quote unquote, wrong with it. It's just not very attractive.
So what I'm saying when I say what's wrong with that, and the reason why I keep asking that question is because you keep what's the word I'm looking for? You keep refuting certain things, and you keep trying to say, okay, well, who are you trying to target? And I'm telling you who it was, and I'm telling you why I made that video. I'm a very transparent person. I'm black and white. Like it's straight down the middle. Like it is what it is. I'm telling you what it is. and I'm telling you who I targeted, and that video wasn't for you or any other man.
Right.
And you're still not understanding.
No, ma'am, I
I'm
understand
saying.
perfectly fine. What you're not liking is the fact that when somebody puts a spotlight on this, that if this video had said the words, this is for the general population of females, and that the number is a man making $40,000 a year, you know what the reaction to saying those words would be.
I don't care about what the reaction would have been.
Of course you don't, because you never said
that doesn't
it.
make me any. That doesn't make me any. I don't care about the reaction.
But
I'm gonna put in my videos what is on my mind at that time.
It's misleading because without that context, nobody even knows what you're trying to say.
It went over pretty well.
Because it's vague. It's vague and innocuous. Of course it, quote, went over well because you didn't actually tell them what you really meant. With me questioning you, now we know what the parameters are. And if you told them, ladies, age 40, 50 and younger, a fella making $40,000 a year working at Petco, you should be cool with that.
No. But once again, the women, not men, the women who were watching that video, I don't know how many of them it was, but the percentage of women who watched that video, if it applied to them, that's great. If it didn't, it wasn't for them. Yeah. So once again, when you say, if I would have said, oh, well, this population of women is 40 and up, who does that?
Yeah, that's
and
the
when I say, let me finish. When I say who does that, I'm talking about when it comes to content creation and airing out your thoughts and saying what's on your mind. Sometimes it's not as generalized. Sometimes it's more of a generalized thought. Going back to when I made my first video in 2015 and that went viral. It went viral because I spoke what was on my mind. It was a very general video.
You were disingenuous then too.
Let me finish. It was a video about why women can't find a man. Why you can't find a man. Very simple video, very generalized video. I never said age. I never said nothing.
Exactly.
It was a very generalized video. And the reason why I got attention is because a lot of women, it resonated with them.
But
that's what content creation is about.
But these videos do nothing but muddy the waters and confuse the hell out of people because they walk away thinking they got an answer and all they heard was babble for 3 or 4 minutes that can't be deciphered and can't. You've already stated what it is. You just said you literally refuse to say who it is, what it applies for, what they should do with it, what it means.
Told you.
Your videos,
do I need to say it again?
Ma'am, you can repeat the same babble if you'd like to, but that's all you're doing. And I'm saying that's not content, that's confusion.
So
by the way, what is the good form of struggling? Since I'm sorry, what's that one more time? Since I'm focused on the negative version of struggling, please tell us all, what is the non-negative version of struggling?
Once again, like I said when I first got on here, and I literally gave you the definition of what struggle means. Do you not remember that?
Ma'am,
when I first got on here?
Can you tell us all what is the non-negative version of struggling?
Sure. The non-negative version of struggling is when you strive to achieve something that's greater than what your current circumstances in the face of adversity.
So
that's all struggling means. People put their own connotations to it, but that's what the definition is.
Right. So if a guy is going to school for a degree, that's a struggle, correct?
Yes.
And if it takes him 2 years, then that's a positive form of struggle, according to you, correct?
Of course, that's positive.
And if it takes him 4 years to get his bachelor's degree, that's a positive form of struggling to you, correct?
Correct.
And if it takes him 9 years to get his bachelor's degree, then that's a positive form of struggling to you, correct?
No, it depends.
Oh, that backtrack real quick.
No, it's not a backtrack. It's an explanation. Okay. It's an explanation because then you have to get into the nuances of what exactly during those 9 years was it bullshit? Did he say, okay, I'll get to it one day, whatever?
Okay, let me try this a different way. So what you're saying now is that there is an acceptable explanation for why it would take a man 10 years to get his bachelor's degree.
Of course, that's to anything. Of course. There's an exception to everything.
Okay. I'll let that one stay where it is. So if it takes the guy 10 years to get a 4-year thing done, hey, there's an acceptable explanation out there.
There is. Like,
And
once again,
so what you're saying, okay, now here's the thing though. Once you say there's an acceptable explanation, so you're saying that that can happen to anyone, correct?
What can the 9-year degree thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there
It's
would
life,
be
yeah.
so there correct. And life is what happens while we're making plans. So what you're saying is that
correct.
Any man who falls into those circumstances should get that special dispensation, correct?
If it's justified, as far as like once again the 9-year thing, why did it take him 9 years? So yeah, if he's the exception, then yeah,
Right,
there's nothing wrong with
but
that.
there would be more than one person that would happen to, though. By mathematically speaking, that wouldn't just be one person.
Oh, yeah.
There'd be a whole segment of society. So in other words, women could run. So in other words, women could run into 20% of the population claiming that they had the same issue.
Same issue as the other 80%?
Well, no, the fellow who took him 9 years to get his degree, and the woman just sat there and waited till the Jeffersons went off the air. As long as the next fellow she gets with says, hey, well, the same thing happened to me, well, then that justifies waiting 9 years for him too, because it wouldn't just happen to one guy. Conceivably, this can happen to a whole bunch of men.
Correct. I'm not arguing that. And it does every day. Life happens. Setbacks happen. Like, it takes you longer to do certain things when you have other things in life going on. Who knows what went on in that man's life, why it took him 9 years. It was a reason why. Like I said, if it was just him bullshitting and saying, oh, I'll get to it when I get to it, that's not acceptable.
Right,
because
not
then that's
just
a reflection
man.
of character.
Well, not just a man, though.
I'm just using one man as an example.
But I'm just saying there's a whole bunch of men that also could apply to.
I agree. I 100% agree. That's not who I'm talking about, though. When you talk about a man taking 9 years to get a 4-year degree, that's what I was saying. I'm not talking about the man who was just bullshitting and saying, I'll get to it when I get to it. We're not talking about the bum guy.
Right, but nobody.
And once again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No guy is going to sit up here and tell you he was bull jiving around. All of them are going to tell you that they were nose to the grindstone the whole time.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. If it took a man 9 years to get a 4-year degree and you didn't know him during that time and then you met him and whatever, why would you give a damn anyway what he did that it took him 9 years in his past?
But yeah, there's the issues. No. You're going to meet him at the beginning of his struggle. So we're talking about struggling into the prize. You're going to meet him in the middle of his struggle.
Correct. But I'm talking about what you just said when you said a man could tell you anything. As far as why it took him, I'm not talking about meeting a man afterwards. I'm talking about if you are actively involved with him and you see what's going on, you see it firsthand because you're involved with him in that moment, that's a different story. So if it's taking him 9 years to get a 4-year degree and he's just bullshitting about it, and you know because you're in that man's life currently, no, that's not acceptable.
Yeah, however, but it could take if it's years to figure it out. That could take a woman. I'm saying that could. Yeah, but that could take a woman years to figure out what's really going on.
It really shouldn't take years, to be honest. It really shouldn't take years to be honest.
Unless you and he are taking the same major, it could take you years. If you're a nurse and he's taking engineering, you don't know his classes from the man in the moon. So it could take you years to figure out what's really going on. Yeah, it would.
No. I'm saying I understand what you're saying. However, saying that it would take a woman years to figure out that her man is bullshitting, I don't agree with that. Because one thing that women do have very, very, very well, and it's an innate thing, is that gut instinct. Women have that very well, and it's very strong. So I don't agree. If you're a woman and it took you years to figure out that your man was bullshitting, you just didn't want to see it. That's period. It's the same thing with cheating. You can have a woman that's with a man that's been cheating on her or having an affair, whatever the case may be. There was warning signs all along. She chose not to see it. She had a gut feeling somewhere along the line and ignored it. It's the same damn thing with this situation we're talking about.
Okay, a gut feeling. Here's the real thing.
Instinctual.
When you gamble on something as opposed to a sure thing, gut feeling doesn't have to be. The gut feeling is what you need. When you go for a sure thing, it doesn't require a gut feeling. But I think
a sure thing as far as what in this scenario.
A man who's delivered results, not one who's working on results.
Okay, I understand that. But once again, that's not the majority of men.
Well, correct. That is not the majority. That's not the majority of men. However, when you're teaching women that's not the benchmark to look for. The benchmark to look for is not struggling. The benchmark to look for is results.
Well, then, and once again, when you talk about results, once again, that's subjective. Because what one woman or what one person could feel like is acceptable results, the other person, it could not be acceptable. So all of this, in terms of relationships and the interdynamics of relationships and marriage and love and all that, it's all subjective.
Now, just understand, it's subjective is the mantra of people who don't have answers. If somebody cannot give you a hard, firm answer, what they're giving you isn't advice, it's babble. And this is why I'm saying that all the females trying to weigh in on this stuff, for the most part, they need to get off the stage because they're not actually giving concrete knowledge. They're giving what you just said. This is subjective babble, and this is why the women are so screwed up and confused today. Nobody's saying this is the number, this is the metric, this is the standard, and if you don't see this, then you're in a bad place.
No. Once again, like I said, you can throw all the numbers and metrics and statistics and all that out there that you want. However, when it applies to real life and anybody that's been in relationships or married or divorced or what, any kind of aspect of this area, this arena, will tell you it's not black and white. When you deal with another person that's bringing their own background, their own baggage, their own childhood, their own trauma, their own situations and life traumas, it's very, very, very nuanced and multifaceted.
No, it is not.
And that's when you deal with people, period.
You know what's not nuanced? You know what's black and white? Menopause. You know what's black and white?
What the hell?
You know what's black and white? A 550 credit score. Do you know what's black and white? An eviction notice. That's not subjective. That's not nuanced. You've either got the results and you can get the job done, or you can't.
But once again, none of those things have to do with relationships.
Yes, it does.
No, let me finish. You can tie those things into a relationship as far as like credit score and all that. Yeah, that stuff is important. But what I'm talking about is the core of relationships and how people interact with one another is not black and white. Because people at their core at their core are very nuanced beings, period. So you can't just loop everybody together and say, okay, this is black, this is white, this is this is that. Yeah, it's a nice notion, it's a nice theory. However, you're not gonna get far applying that to real life.
Yes, you can, because ma'am, what I'm saying is that those of you of your ilk who keep doing what y'all are doing, the reason you all don't resonate as much as the men do is because all you all talk about are your feelings, because in reality, none of you are actually handing out answers. The people listening to you, they want an answer. And what you all are doing is, quote, dropping, quote, content, which isn't intended to actually get an answer. However, I think we've masticated that one enough for right now. There was one other area we were curious about, and I'll only deal with this in passing. I couldn't help but notice you do not classify or present or state yourself as an Afro-Latina. And I was just curious.
Yes, I have before.
Ma'am, I've been over your stuff. Let's not do that.
You could go on my Facebook right now if you want to, and you'll see it.
The world didn't meet you on Facebook.
Yes, they did, sir.
Ma'am,
that's where I started.
Your Instagram and your YouTube don't.
Sir, that's where I initially went viral.
Your Instagram and your YouTube don't.
Can I finish?
Your Instagram,
because you just made an error.
Your Instagram and your
now
YouTube.
You're talking over me.
Your Instagram and your YouTube don't.
Can I finish? Because you just made an error.
Can we discuss your Instagram and your YouTube?
Okay, so can I finish? Because you're talking over me, and I'm trying to point out your error that you made, which is a severe one. So when you say that I did not start out on Facebook, that's furthest from the truth.
I didn't say that.
My first post. Let me finish, please. You completely denounced Facebook as far as a platform that I was prominent on. And that's the furthest from the truth. And once again, like I said, everything is still up. My first video went viral. My first 5 videos went viral via Facebook. I didn't even put them on YouTube. I didn't even put them on Instagram at that time. So Facebook at that time was my primary platform.
Your Instagram and your YouTube do not say that you're Afro-Latina. You consistently keep referring to yourself repeatedly as just Latina.
Once again, like I said.
Going back years, going back to 2018, going back 5 years. And I'm just curious why it is that in 2018, you went on this spree of consistently, repeatedly, habitually referring to yourself as Latina, 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 and not Afro-Latina. When you started picking up steam, you didn't refer to yourself as Afro-Latina, just Latina. And I'm just curious why.
Okay. So once again, like I said, the reason why I wasn't really on Instagram and all that, like back then, is the same reason why I'm not today. I haven't made a post on Instagram for like a month. I don't care for the Instagram platform. YouTube and Facebook is my primary. Now, when you talk about, you said 2018, is that correct?
Yeah.
So in 2018, when I was making those posts, rightfully so, because do you understand the difference between race and ethnicity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the people who taught all of you. And by the way,
Awesome.
The ethnicity would be, are you white Latina or Afro-Latina? You make no distinction.
Once again, those posts that you're talking about, I was referring to ethnicity, which I stated in an interview that I did around that same time.
But
and that's
Latina
still
would not, but that would not be an act. I'll say this again, that would be misrepresenting, because there's white Latina,
No, it's not.
There's white Latina, and there's Afro-Latina.
I understand that.
But
however,
you make
what
no
I'm
dis-
saying,
you didn't make a
when you ask
distinction.
When you ask me, but what I'm saying is I can celebrate both sides of me. I don't have to split. If you go on my Instagram right now, once again, before I was talking about the Latina part, I was also talking about being Black, and I was celebrating that side of me as well. Did you look at that?
Ma'am,
Did you pull that?
Ma'am, I'm referring to your Instagram and your YouTube.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ma'am,
that's what I'm talking about.
Your Instagram and your YouTube don't just do it once or twice. There is a consistent, prolonged, steady drumbeat.
And I asked you a question. I said, before you went to the Latina post, did you see the proud of being Black post? Did you check that? Because it's literally before the Latina ones.
Correct. I pointed that out at the beginning of the program that, at the beginning, you started talking about Black people. Yeah, I recognize that part. And then in 2018, there's this swerve that happens. Black goes out the window, and it's all about being Latina and Latin blood. So that's why I was saying, ma'am, I'm sitting here showing it to folks. I'm literally sitting here showing it to people. Do you think if you just say it didn't happen, and that all of a sudden it won't have occurred?
Can I talk? Can I talk? Because I'm not denying what you're saying. However, what I'm saying is I can celebrate both sides of me, and I always have. I always have. You can go on any of the platforms that I'm on, and you can see posts about both of my sides. I'm proud of who I am. I love both sides of me. And there's not a damn thing wrong with that. So if I want to talk about the Latina side of me, I can. If I want to talk about the Black, I can.
So I'm proud of both of them. No, the question is, so you see yourself as Latina, not Afro-Latina.
That's my ethnicity. My race is Black. It's not hard. I'll put up pictures of my mother. Let me say this, please.
Ma'am, you're not going to redefine those words. You're not going to redefine it. So you don't identify. Oh my God, I'm telling you the definition. You don't identify as Afro-Latina. That's an ethnicity. You don't identify as Afro-Latina because Latina is not a race. You don't identify as Afro-Latina.
Correct.
You just identify as Latina.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. And Afro-Latina is not. No. What I'm saying is that African American, aka Black, that Black is a race. That's not an ethnicity.
Are you trying to tell the world that Afro-Latina and white Latinas are the same ethnic group?
When did I say that?
I'm going to ask this one more time. Are you saying that all Latinas come from the same ethnic group?
Can I speak now? Because I'm trying to talk.
I'm trying to educate you about ethnicity.
You're not educating me. This is what I'm made up of. I'm letting you know. That's not what I'm saying, because there's a stark difference. That's not what I'm saying. However, I'm saying that when you talk about the post from 2018 and you don't talk about the post that was prior to that, when I was celebrating my Black side as well, you just point out one chunk. I have a problem with that.
I'm quoting your words.
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I can celebrate both sides of me, which is what I've done and which is what I will always do. I'm never going to waver.
I'm quoting your words.
I'm not understanding what the problem is. So just because I celebrate both sides of me, that's an issue because I don't celebrate them at the same exact time?
The problem is you're trying to play semantics. You keep saying Latina and saying that's ethnicity. Now what you're doing, ma'am, and what you're telling everyone is that all Latinas are from the same ethnic group. Latina covers the ethnicity.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Thank you. That is what you're saying, and I'm saying the opposite.
Can I finish?
What is Latina?
So what I'm saying, from a Latin country, which for me specifically, for my parent, is Argentina.
So there's no difference between. So there's no difference. It's for you. There's no difference between the ethnicity of a white Latina and an Afro Latina.
Oh no, there's a big difference.
But you repeatedly, it's unflattering, and I know this is an unpleasant truth. You repeatedly keep referring to yourself as Latina only. I'm the one putting the spotlight on. By the way, where the hell is the Afro Latina? Where the hell is that?
Where the hell is what? What do you mean? Where the hell is it?
You do not present nor label yourself as Afro Latina.
So let me say this. So you go back on my Instagram, take out 5 posts out of all the rest, and you're focusing on those, completely negating the other ones.
Ma'am, the other ones don't identify you as Afro Latina either. So let's stop that lie. You don't identify as Latina. You don't identify yourself as Afro Latina anywhere that I've seen. You do not identify yourself as Afro Latina anywhere that I've seen.
You're talking over me and I'm explaining what I'm saying, and what I've been saying. I'll say it again. The post that you're referring to in 2018, those are the only ones that you are talking about once again. You're not even referring to the ones where I was embracing the black side as well that I posted before those.
But there is no Latina side.
Can I finish? So when you say, "Oh, well, you're only embracing this side," no, I'm not. And the shit is still up. You can go look at it now. I don't take anything down.
Where's your Afro Latina post?
Where's the
post where you call yourself Afro Latina?
Let me finish. Because once again, if you go before that post, I was celebrating my black side. I'm very proud of it. I will always be proud of it.
Where's the Afro Latina post so I can look at that one?
Oh my God, are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am. Where is the Afro Latina post?
Are you done?
Because I would like to see the post that says Afro Latina, please. Can we just cut to the chase? Show me the post that says Afro Latina so you can prove that I'm wrong.
How am I going to show you? You can go on there. It's there.
No, how are you going to show me what? Finish that sentence. How are you going to show me what? Finish that sentence.
How am I going to show you? I'm talking to you on the phone.
How are you going to show me what you don't have?
I'm talking to you on the phone.
Ma'am, if you have posts where you've identified yourself as Afro Latina with the word Afro Latina, you should be able to tell us.
No. Why does it have to be that word?
Because that's the ethnicity.
See what I'm saying?
Because that is the ethnicity, unless you're trying to group yourself in with white Latinas.
No, that's not what I said. You will not. Once again, like I said, I don't have to use a certain word. I celebrated my being proud of being black, very proud of being black, and I celebrated my Latina side.
But so ma'am, once again, if you say Latina, you're lumping yourself in with the white ones.
Can I finish? But I am part Latina. So what I'm saying,
stand on it. Then stop all this lying and bull jiving you're doing, and stand on it.
What do you think I'm doing? Like, I haven't wavered since I got on this phone. I'm confused.
Ma'am, if you're going to sit up, don't sit up here and try to play this bull jive about Latina being an ethnicity. If you don't say your ethnicity is Afro-Latina, you trying to lump yourself in with the white ones and say, I'm the same as them. So don't sit up here and try to play coy about it. Stand on that and just say, hey, me and Jennifer Lopez and Ava Longoria, we all the same. And stand on it.
What do you think I've been doing?
That ain't what you've been doing up until now. You're trying to play this double Dutch game against both sides against the middle. Well, I identify as black sometimes.
Sometimes. I've never said I identify black as sometimes.
No, I just
Where did you get that from?
No, you need to just stand on your square that you and Jennifer Lopez and Ava Longoria and Raquel Welch, what's her face, Jessica Alba, that you're all the same, and just stand on that, so that when people hear you speak, that they know where the perspective you're coming from.
Jennifer Lopez is actually Puerto Rican.
Are you saying that's not? You're saying that? Are you saying that's not Latina?
Puerto Rico is not a Latin country. But anyway, I digress.
Are you really gonna try that?
Once again.
Some women just will not admit that they're wrong, and I mean they will just argue They'll argue with a stop sign.
What I'm made up of? I'm wrong about what I'm made up of. You're telling me about
some women will just try to argue with a stop sign. This is why a lot of men don't want to get married today. Some women will try to argue with a stop sign. I'm not even going to dignify that ridiculousness.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. Like I said, you're not obligated.
When you said when you leave your white wife for a Latina, I was just curious what that meant.
That it's pretty straightforward. You talking about the post on Instagram where it was a joke? I literally put a laugh and cry emoji in the caption.
No, there's no laughing emoji anywhere to be seen.
I'm sorry, it wasn't in the caption, it was in the comments. Okay. I replied to someone.
Well, you might have replied to someone, but the original post itself and your first comment is just a check mark. So I can see that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I see what you're saying. So what's the problem with that?
Yeah. I was just curious. When you leave your white wife for a Latina.
Correct. And what is the post look like? What is the picture of?
It's a picture of, I guess, half a bottle of Clorox.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's probably Clorox wipes, probably, but yeah. But when you leave your white wife for a Latina.
Mm-hmm.
And what's
the problem with that?
Well, we're just curious about the men who you're referring to.
What? It's a general post. I'm confused. What do you mean?
Well,
it's just a post.
Well, no, it's a post that is literally directed at a specific male audience. So you're the one who posted it. You got it from somewhere else, obviously, but you're the one who posted it. So obviously,
correct.
Obviously there's a specific type of man that you had in mind.
I'm referring to men who it applies to. If you have a white wife, right, I'm referring to you. It's self-explanatory.
Okay, and 90% of what men are married to white women?
White men. So what's the problem?
Did I say there was a problem?
Well, but you brought it up as a point of contention. So I'm
here to get clarity. I'm here to get clarity.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant what I said.
Okay.
Like I do with everything.
She put up a post.
I stand on everything.
She put up a post she put up a post specifically to notify the white men that there's something thicker and better.
So what's wrong with that?
Did I say there's anything wrong with it?
No, but you're bringing it up.
Ma'am,
so I'm saying, what are we bringing it up for?
It's your post, and I just thought that it was interesting that you felt it was necessary to solicit the white men of the world to let them know what they're missing out on.
Solicit?
When you leave your white wife for a Latina and you got a green check mark. Ma'am, that's the definition of solicitation.
So what I'm saying, though, is that if I put up a post it's a general post, what's wrong with that?
Ma'am, first of all, this actually is not a general post. It's actually very specific, as I just pointed out what the specificity is. And I just thought it was very interesting. It would also explain why this individual is not so keen to throw the word Afro.
Yeah, you're reaching right there, especially when I just told you that you can go back and pull up certain posts of mine.
You can't pull it up here.
Who I am. Can I finish? Because I don't have to hide who I am. Everything that I've ever posted is still up. Even going back to when I first got on Facebook, when I first got on Instagram, when I first got on YouTube, it's still up. So when you talk about these things like I'm not aware of them, I know damn well what I've posted.
Who is your target audience?
I don't have a target audience.
So you do not. So black people are
Now-
not. So black people are not your core target audience.
That's not my target audience. Men are my target audience.
All men.
I don't give a damn what race you are.
Okay. So
I don't
you
give
are,
a damn
so
what race you
you're-
are. Now,
Your audience is
now-
men in general.
yes.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to who actually tunes into my videos, who actually watches me, that's not up to me. But what I'm saying is my message that I deliver, my videos, the reasoning behind my videos and my talk is men. I don't give a damn what race you are. If it resonates with you, then that's who I'm talking to. I'm not targeting women. Well, I mean, some videos I do, but overall, my target audience is not women. My target audience is men. And when I first got on the phone call, I told you why.
And the perspective in which you're speaking to the world from, what perspective?
Say that
is
one more time?
And the perspective to which you're speaking to the world from, what would that be?
Speaking as a woman.
Just as a woman.
I'm speaking as a woman who has insight, who has deep insight into other women.
All women.
I'm speaking from a place. I said other women.
Where's your area of expertise and perspective?
You can never say all in any regard.
Actually,
but what I'm saying though, so you know all women.
No, ma'am. You can speak about all. You can actually speak about all in the specific. You can actually speak about all in the general regard. You certainly can. All people, for example, like to be breathing as opposed to not. All people like to be eating as opposed to not. So actually you can, but I don't want to play semantics because you'll go way off in the woods. You're speaking about, what I'm saying is that what you're saying is you are not trying to speak from the perspective of a specific group of women.
No, what I'm speaking as a woman, I'm speaking about me having experience dealing with other women because simply I am a woman. Now, once again, like I told you, I was raised around men. I have brothers. I have had a dad. So I have seen certain situations. I have seen the trials and tribulations that they have gone through. I have cousins. I have uncles. I have seen these things. I've been raised around these things. And a lot of things that men go through, they do not have to go through. It's a very simple solution that a lot of men overcomplicate. So when you ask me, what is my basis for doing these videos, whatever, that's it. It's very simple. I get a lot of comments that ask me, well, why are you doing this for us? Why are you giving us this information? This and that. And it's not some crazy convoluted explanation. It's simply because I want to help. Like it's the same now as it was in 2015 when I started.
Do you think that black women in America need the same advice that other women do?
In other countries?
Okay, let me try this again.
Or other races.
Do you think that black women in America need the exact same advice and there's a one-size-fits-all where black women are concerned? That the same advice you give everybody else applies to black women in America?
Oh, no, there's always nuances.
Okay, I didn't say nuances, ma'am. Do you think that black women need to be given the same advice that everybody else gets?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Do you think that the advice that applies to white women, Latinas, Asian women, or any others applies to black women in America?
No. I would say in certain regards.
Can I finish?
I wouldn't classify white women in that question, or in the answer, I should say. However, I would classify in certain instances Latina women. Because there's certain similarities. So yes, I would in certain instances include them.
You think there are similarities between, quote, Latinas? So you're talking about white Latinas.
Yes.
So you think there are similarities between white Latinas and black women?
No,
please
no,
share.
No, not white Latinas. I'm sorry. No, I'm not talking about white Latinas. No, I'm excluding them. I consider white Latinas white. So no, I'm not talking about them. When I said I would exclude white women, can I finish? When I said that I would exclude white women, I'm referring to them as well.
What's the difference between white Latinas and Afro Latinas? You're all Latinas. You're the same ethnicity.
The race is different.
But the same ethnicity. Same ethnicity. You speak Spanish. You have a Spanish background. You come from European colonized areas there. You're the same ethnicity, right?
But what I'm saying is that we can't help where we're from. So yes, the ethnicity is the same. But what I'm talking about is the culture difference. I'm talking about the racial difference. There's a huge difference.
You do understand that it specifically it is culture that defines an ethnicity, right? Did you know that?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm talking about race, not ethnicity.
Okay, Afro-Latinas,
the race is different.
Afro-Latinos have a different culture than white Latinos.
So once again, we're talking about ethnicity.
And when we're talking about is the culture.
Race also drives culture.
Race can drive it, but I'm saying Afro-Latinos and white Latinos, you can't conflate those two. You've been spending this whole time trying to conflate the two together, and I'm saying, by the way, she's just having a light bulb moment right now. White Latinos and Afro-Latinos, white Latinos and Afro-Latinos, you can't say I'm Latina. If you drop the Afro from it, then you're, as I said, you're saying we're all together. And that's what you've been saying up until this point. Now you want to try to speciate them.
No. Like I said, once again, I stand on that. I'm not understanding why you're trying to convolute my words. I'm very black and white.
Let's try again.
Let me finish, please. Once again, the ethnicity is the same. However, the culture can be different depending on the race. I'm agreeing with you. What's so hard to understand about that?
Because culture is what defines ethnicity, ma'am.
What I'm
saying.
It
is not in addition to race. Culture is what defines.
It is in addition to race.
Culture is culture is what defines an ethnicity, ma'am.
It is in addition to race. What are you talking about?
Ma'am, culture is not going to be just a bootstrap for it. Culture
I didn't say that.
Culture is the core of it.
It's not, and what is the culture defined by?
Culture comes from the root word, basically from the root understanding of cult, which is practices, which is what you do. She's getting a real education in this.
No.
Somebody didn't tell her that. I'm not the guy to ask these questions of. I've made whole films and I've been doing this probably longer than she's been alive. I'm not the guy to do this.
And that's fine. So answer my question then. If you've been doing it that long. So what I'm saying is what's a big portion of what defines culture?
Culture is what you do, ma'am.
I said, what is a driving factor in what defines it? And you're not answering my question.
Anything that you do constitutes your culture.
I said, what is a driving factor in what defines
Name it, ma'am. Anything from your food to your dance to your music to your education systems.
And where does that stuff come from?
It is what you do.
So where does it come from? It's not like you just woke up one day and said, yep, this is what I am. Yep. I like that. No, it's something that defines it. It's a driving factor.
It comes from the people that historically you've been born around.
So what I'm saying is, okay. I feel like there were.
If you can't say what it is yourself, I'm not going to help you.
It's race.
What does race have to do with what you do?
What I'm saying is race is a driving factor in your culture.
How?
What do you mean? Oh my God. Okay.
You're the one who made the statement. You made the statement. You can't explain what your statement means. You said it drives it. I'm asking you how.
You do a really great job of over talking when you ask me a question. What I'm saying is that I feel like that we're speaking two different languages, but at the same time, I feel like we're speaking the same language. Because I feel like that a lot of things that you say and I say are the same thing, but we're saying it different ways. That's what I feel like. And that's totally fine. We don't have to agree. We can agree. It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying at the end of the day, I would like to know, and this is the main reason why I called in, and we still haven't even gotten to it. I want to know, what is your prime core issue with me and my content? And we still haven't even gotten on that.
I did mention that. I explained that several times.
What is it?
Your videos are very, very vague. They are not practical. They are just basically speaking off the top of your head in impractical, illogical statements. They're not grounded in facts. They're not grounded in behavior. They're grounded in a general principle. Now, your general principles, I think, are fine, which is the principles that you're espousing. The problem comes when you attempt to lay out a roadmap. Your roadmaps are illogical, impractical, not based in any type of physical, concrete reality whatsoever, which is why it crumbled and fell apart like crackers as soon as it was hit with any type of question. It isn't something.
When did it fall apart?
Your principles are not something anyone can live by because you can't define how they would actually execute them. That's the problem.
And how did it fall apart again? I'm trying to see where it fell apart.
When you were, for example, when you were asked about the struggling men.
Yeah, and I explained it.
Ma'am, yes, you tried. No, you tried to explain it. What you did was, ma'am, you're going to go play this interview back, and you literally babbled for 30 minutes.
Oh, I'm the one that babbled?
Yes, ma'am, you literally babbled.
Sir, you gave more nuances to the situation than I did. It's very black and white.
I spelled out specifically who the people are, what the income brackets are, what the income brackets quantify and imply, exactly what you're going to have to live under. I was specific about it. You're the one who said the age group is 16 to 50, which is about as unspecific as a person can possibly be.
And actually, I didn't. I never said 16. What I said is I was talking to women, not you, not any other man. So it doesn't apply to you. And I told you who I was speaking to. What's the misunderstanding?
I said who you were specifically speaking to. You never did.
I literally told you I was speaking to a certain age of women, and not men in that specific video.
Right.
I usually talk to men. I wasn't talking to you in that video.
No, you weren't. You weren't really talking to anyone except a vague. These men women, unspecified, should be considering these men who are struggling, unspecified.
But I wasn't speaking to you. So
you weren't speaking to anybody if it applies to everyone.
Why is this specific video? Let's just talk about this specific video because we haven't even really talked about any of my other videos. But let's just talk about this specific one. Why does this one resonate with you so heavy when this was the one video I wasn't even talking to you?
That was just one video, ma'am. I mean, we can talk about some others.
This is the only one we're talking about.
We could talk about some others, but the reason why that one sticks out is because the original premise is completely faulty and fallacious. Struggling men are not a prize. And when we actually drill down to get your definitions of struggling, your definitions of men, your definitions of prize, and your definitions of who are the females who should consider such a man to be a prize, all of them were illogical, irrational, and the ones that weren't were completely undesirable. That's the problem. It falls apart on every step.
Every single one of my answers that you've asked me have been completely black and white. I literally told you what struggling means. Multiple times. You never asked me what a man meant. You never asked me what a prize meant. You asked me about struggling. I gave you the answer. It's not good enough, which is fine. I don't care. But at the end of the day, the reason why I don't care is because that video wasn't even talking to you.
It wasn't talking to the world. It says struggling men are the prize.
It was talking to women.
Okay, but the problem with what you just tried to say there, once again, she's trying to run from it, but that doesn't help either because you are, as I said from the beginning, you're instructing women about how to act and interact with men.
I understand. No.
So it does involve us.
What I'm referring to and what I was talking about in that video and what I was instructing women to do was the reasons why to consider a man that's not wealthy, a man that's not rich, the reasons why to consider them instead of just dismissing them like most women do. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking to any other man. I was explaining to women why quote unquote struggling ordinary man is a viable option. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. I wasn't talking to you.
But it does involve men. If you didn't want to accept it, I'm here to illuminate you on the fact that, yeah, it does involve us because you're putting out videos to instruct women to have a preference for a specific type of man. And then they're going to go into the world and at least some of them are going to adopt what you're saying because they think that it's actually reliable and they don't understand it's not. You're just posting content to get views, which is cool. But there's a bunch of them who are going to try to go act on this and they are going to meet with either predictable failure or predictable agony.
So what I'm saying is that going back to your statistics about 80% of men or 80% of the populace of men, and then relating that to the video that I put out that we're talking about right now, what's wrong with that?
Because if
What's
you don't,
wrong with a woman?
Don't define who the women are, then this is completely unsuited for human consumption.
But what I'm saying, though, once again, is if I'm talking to women, and I get what you're saying about how it can indirectly affect men. I get that. But what I'm saying, though, is if I'm telling women, hey, you might want to consider the guy who works at Walmart, for 12 hours a day and makes an honest living. What's wrong with that?
First of all, that's not what you said in the video. But second of all, even if it were, the bottom line is there are women who do not qualify for that. First of all, most women don't want it. That's the first thing. That's the stumbling block you can't get over. Most women don't want it. The reason they don't want it, I've already said this before, they don't want it for a very clear set of very practical, understandable reasons. Now, do most of these women qualify for something better? No. But if that's not stated that that's the audience of women you're talking to, then you're sending this out to the general population. And if you say, well, do they feel like it applies to them? That's dishonesty and misleading. If you don't say who it applies to, then that's dishonest and misleading, which is, of course, what you're doing because you don't know who you're talking to.
I know exactly who I'm talking to. But once again, going back to what you just said, when you said I didn't mention that in the video about the guy working at Walmart, and that, I did. In the video, I said the man working a 9-to-5, regular guy struggling out here every day trying to.
Thank you, but if you don't, when you say Walmart, we understand that Walmart don't pay people $70,000 a year.
But you do understand what a 9-to-5 means.
Okay,
you understand that a 9-to-5 is an
9-to-5?
ordinary job typically.
Everybody works a 9-to-5. What everybody doesn't do is make $35,000 a year.
I understand that.
And if you don't, when you say Walmart, you're letting people know. Oh, we all know Walmart has a low cap on what they pay.
So here's what I'm saying.
Yikes.
Here's what I'm saying that the majority of people don't do. The majority of people fail to read common sense into content. I should not have to sit here and literally dissect every single word that I say because I assume that you're smart enough and that you're logical enough to understand what a 9-to-5 means.
We're logical enough to understand what $40,000 a year or less means.
And that's a 9-to-5.
Ma'am, that's not a 9-to-5.
Let me finish. That's a 9-to-5 ordinary guy trying to make it, which is what I identified in my video.
Ma'am, there are plenty of people who make $90,000 a year working 9-to-5. What are you talking about?
Did you hear what I said following it?
Yes, ma'am. There are plenty of people who make more than $40,000 a year who work 9-to-5, ma'am.
So what's the problem?
Hell, there are people who make six figures working 9-to-5.
Okay, and once again, if like you just said, there's a lot of people making six figures working 9-to-5. This is and that. I agree with you. What I said is a man working 9-to-5, ordinary guy, every day grinding to make it. Yes, that can apply to them too. I'm not saying that.
Thank you.
However, what I said and what I stated even when I got on this phone, and even in the video, I said I'm comparing a man that works a 9-to-5, average guy, like I said, grinding to make it, versus a wealthy man. Those are the two groups of people that I was comparing. So once again, as I said, what's the problem in steering a woman to go for a regular guy every day out here grinding to make it, working a 9-to-5 that works at Walmart, corporate, whatever you want to call it? What's wrong with me saying, hey, you might want to go for that option? That's not that bad.
I explained what that was already. And there's a reason why your video was outrageously vague, like they all are. You're giving a general set of very vague principles without giving the specifics that let a woman know whether or not she wants to sign on for your very vague interpretation of, quote, struggling and prize. If you told her that struggle is going to be 9 years and that prize is $40,000 a year or less, once that's spelled out, let's see how many people still want to agree with you.
Who am I to define that?
Ma'am, you're the person making the video. That's who you are.
No. You just said if I would have said this bracket, this, that. Struggling is subjective. Who am I to tell somebody else what struggling means? That's what it means for that specific person.
You're the person making the video.
Can I finish?
You're making the video, so by definition, you're deciding it. You're deciding what struggle means.
Let me finish.
You made the damn video.
Let me finish. please. What I'm saying is that struggling is a subjective word, which is why I never put parameters in the video. I never put parameters in the video.
And that's why the video is useless.
And I did that it didn't resonate with you, and that's fine.
Ma'am, it's nondescript and undecipherable. Without knowing what struggle means and what prize means, the video is useless.
So if it's useless, right?
And this is what females making videos online do. They put out useless babble content.
Okay, that's fine. If it's absolutely useless, you don't find any value in it. It's like a fly the mill, run by the mill type video. Why are we sitting here talking about it now? That's the very first video you asked me about when I called in. You care, apparently.
I care. I care about people taking it seriously. Yes,
let me
finish.
No. You just called it useless. So if it's useless, why are we talking about it?
Because I'll say this again, ma'am. You're not listening very well. There are people who are actually taking this drivel seriously. Even though it's incoherent babble, there are people trying to take it seriously.
Correct. No. I agree with that. I agree with that.
There's only one thing that people did clearly understand. Find you a dude that's struggling. Now, that idea got through very clearly.
Okay, so once again, content, period, across the board is subjective. It's people that can look at your content and say that you are your public enemy number one. Just based off of the conversation we're having now.
Public enemy number two. Public enemy number two.
Okay. Let me.
I'm not number one yet, but I'm striving. I'm striving. I'm doing my best.
We'll go with that. So let's say number two. All right. It's some people. It's some people that would look at your content. Just like I said, this is what I'm thinking based off of our conversation tonight and based off of what I saw from the video before I called in. So there's people that would identify you as public enemy number two, public enemy number two. And that's fine because there's other people that would look at you like a hero. And that's fine too. And then there's other people that are in the middle like, I don't really feel one way or another about them, whatever, the hell with them. I don't really care. That's the beautiful thing about content because it's going to resonate with who it resonates with. It's not going to resonate with everybody. It doesn't need to. It's gonna reach who it's intended to reach, meaning it's gonna reach who resonates with it.
But it's gonna confuse everyone it reaches. That's the problem.
It didn't confuse everyone because, like I said, once again, you can't use words like everyone at all in any context.
When the video literally has no context to it except find you a man who's struggling, and then she comes up and says, "No, that's not what I meant." Yeah, that's confusion.
And that's your opinion as a man I wasn't speaking to.
She wasn't speaking to anybody else either. However, I
that's
do
your
think
too.
The fact that you couldn't define who it was until I asked you about 20 minutes later, I'll let that speak for itself. However, what I will do is I'll give you a lot of credit for at least having the guts to call in and attempt to defend this. Now, what I will say is I don't put you in the category of a Pearly Things necessarily. I don't put you in the category of a Melanie King, who I see them as feckless climbers. I do think that you do have a base core principles to you, even if I consider some of them to be very disagreeable. I do believe that you have some base core principles to you. Now, I give you credit for that. I don't think that you are an outgrowth of the Kevin Samuels era of these females who just jumped up out of the ether like Nimrod, trying to make a quick buck imitating him. And you've said that. You've even tried to make that point yourself that over some of your videos say, hey, I didn't just jump up in the last couple of years. I've been doing this 2015. So I give you credit on that, even if the execution sometimes leaves something to be desired. I will give you credit. I don't think that you have some of the deplorable base motives that some of these other women have exhibited. So I think in time, if you get some life experience to you and stop trying to speak from theory and what you saw on Instagram and actually start getting some real world experience with the men and the people and the places and get some actual experience under your belt that you can speak from, experiences both good and bad, but you need some good ones. And that actually starts becoming something you've lived as opposed to something you've observed and trying to project, then I think that you could actually become something of a force to be reckoned with. But it is
I am
it
for
is
sure.
so obvious
But-
that what you're missing is actual real world practical experience. You don't
And
have
how
it.
is that apparent? I'm just
I said it from the very beginning,
since we're
man.
having this
Man, I said it from the
conversation.
very beginning. Women who have experience, we recognize you as soon as you open your mouths. There are certain things that they say, and then there's certain things that they literally absolutely never say because they actually have had real world experience with these men. There are things they just don't say. So
But see, and I get that.
stereotyping that you did about wealthy men, that's just
Stereotyping.
that's typical stereotyping, but that's not from a person who's ever actually been in a relationship with such a man. Those just stereotyping for people who've watched it on TV and see P. Diddy and say, well, there it is. And that's not a person
that's not true.
That's not a person who has real practical, real world experience. It just isn't.
But then here's the thing, because if you do get into a relationship with one, or if you do get into a relationship with a specific type of person, and then you speak on it, you're speaking from your experience. So I wouldn't sit up here and say what you just said, because it's like it's not a stereotype if you're speaking from your own experience. Not saying that I am. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that we also have to be careful when we say those type of things, like, oh, this is all a stereotype. It's not necessarily a stereotype if it's your experience with it. So when you say things like, oh, well, this is a real world experience, this and that, you don't know my life necessarily, because this is my first time meeting.
I can see the way you comport yourself across multiple videos, ma'am. That is you.
I understand that, but what I'm saying though is however, because at the end of the day, this is social media. This is social media.
Okay,
So
I'm talking about the real world.
But you're talking about my content. And once again, like I said, if my content resonates with you, then that's awesome. If it doesn't, that's awesome too. I don't really give a shit. But what I'm saying at the end of the day, though, is that it's my content that I'm speaking from my experience and from my observations, from people I've been around, situations I've been in. This is what my goal, like I said, once again, and I do appreciate what you said a minute ago, because I know that was hard to say. As far as the accolades that you were giving me, I appreciate.
It's not hard to say at all.
But
I have no ego to inflate or offend. So no, speaking facts is very simple for me, which is why I can say when a woman has actually had those real world experiences, there are things she just does not say. It's very obvious when you're dealing with a person who this is new to them. If you had those kinds of experiences, and first of all, a stereotype is not formed from one individual. A stereotype is not a one-off thing. So I want to correct you there about that. A stereotype is not a one-off thing. Stereotype ma'am, you just literally sat here and said, well, if you have one experience, it's from your experiences. So if you meet someone, no, that's not a stereotype. No. That's not a stereotype.
No. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I just said. I said that we have to be very careful about these words.
If you had this as a life experience on a regular basis, it would show in everything you're saying and everything you're doing.
But what I'm saying is, just because it doesn't show to you, you're one person, and what I'm saying is I appreciate your point of view. That's not what I'm saying, so don't get that twisted. I appreciate what you're saying, and I can respect what you're saying.
You're never gonna make it. I'm just gonna give a piece of advice to the world. You're never gonna make it to those circles. I know fake it till you make it is the way folk do on the internet. I'm just gonna say right now, folks, if you can't fake it till you make it with people who can see through the bull jive, you're not a person who lives here, and the folk who live here can see the visitors and the tourists. So the first step to getting out of where you are to get around the men who actually got it is stop acting like you've been here. Because it's an insult. It's an insult to the intelligence of those of us who live here.
You said to get around the men that what men are you referring to?
The men that you were stereotyping, which clearly shows you don't have real world experience with them. Stop doing that and stop talking like you've been there, because then those men will
get around these men.
Then those men, when you let them, when you stop dropping, when you drop the facade that you actually have experience with them, then it'll allow those men to open up doors that would let you in, so you can have experience, and then you can talk from what you know as opposed to what you think you've seen.
But that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm trying to get clarification on. When you say to get around these men, for what? I never said I wanted to be in the circle.
If you didn't, you wouldn't be speaking on this.
I never said I wanted to be in the circle. And when I first got on this phone, and I told you then, and then I told you a couple of minutes ago, my whole basis of why I'm doing this content.
Are you saying that you don't want to be with a wealthy man?
Can I finish?
Is that what you're saying?
Once again, can I finish? Because once again, like I said, because you brought up this quote unquote circle of men that I never even spoke about wanting to or desiring to be around. You don't know my status. You don't know anything about me. So what I'm saying is you just automatically assume I want to be in these circles. You automatically assumed that without knowing anything about me. So that's my issue. Once again, because is that not a stereotype?
Okay, are you saying that you do
I asked you a question.
Are you saying that you do not want to have a wealthy man?
I just asked you a question though. And it wasn't a rhetorical question. It was a real question.
It can be a stereotype depending on if you have enough experience. It can be.
But you just dogged me for quote unquote stereotyping men in my video.
I said
you just stereotyped me.
I said it can be depending on your experience. I don't think you have that experience based on what I've seen. But I will ask
and that's fine.
Okay, are you saying that you do not want a wealthy man?
I don't have to have one.
I didn't ask that. I'm saying, are you saying you don't want one?
Because once again, you don't know my status already.
Ma'am, I'm asking a simple question. Are you saying that you do not want a wealthy man? That's a simple question.
I'm not. Let me tell you something, because I'm not on the market. So once again,
whether you're on the market or not has nothing to do with what your preferences would be.
Yes, it does. Because if I'm not on the market, I'm taken. It doesn't matter anyway. Because if I'm off the market, I'm happy where I am.
Okay.
So once again,
are you saying that you do not want a wealthy man? That's a simple question.
Once again, no. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not on the market. My desire in this wealthy man or whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm not on the market looking for one.
You're not looking for
I'm not on the market.
You're not looking for a man at all?
I'm not on the market.
Okay.
Meaning I'm not available.
Are you saying that you do not, that you have a man and you're not on the market because you have one?
Correct.
And
correct.
He's not wealthy.
See, this is the thing.
Okay, and he's not wealthy, but you're okay with that.
This is the thing, because you don't know anything about him. What I'm saying, though, however, is that when I do my videos, and I won't, because I'm a very private person.
Then you can't claim something. You can't claim something you can't prove. So we'll just skip over that.
That's fine, because once again, a private relationship is a happy one. I don't have to prove anything on social media. I'm not for social media. I took 4 years off social media. Didn't give a damn. I don't live for social media.
She cared enough to try to rack up as many numbers as she could. So that
I cared enough to make. I cared enough to make content for men that might help them in how they steer relationships with these women out here. You damn right. I did care. Well, and I still care.
I hope we've had an opportunity to clear up some of this confusion. I certainly hope the folks who've subscribed to your channel take this as an opportunity to hear it so they can see exactly where you're coming from when these things are concerned. But more than anything, I hope that you actually get some real world experience rather than talking on people you clearly so obviously have never met, never encountered, and don't know anything about. And I'm not saying that to be disparaging. I'm saying that I think that once you actually get some experience and start speaking from what you know and not what you just suppose, then I think that the quality of what you put out will increase, because you're not stupid and I don't think you're unobservant, but you are just incredibly inexperienced. And once that gap gets dealt with, I think that'll do a lot to improve what you're doing. I think that will do orders of magnitude to improve what you're doing.
Well, once again, like I said a couple minutes ago, I appreciate your stance on it, and I respect it 100%. I don't agree, but we don't have to agree. Like I said, once again, we can both be content creators and do our own thing, and still, throw respect or whatever the case may be, like you did with me earlier. That's totally fine. But once again, like I said, I make content for the people it resonates with. And if it doesn't resonate, that's perfectly fine. There's no hate or shade or ill will or ill feeling or anything like that. There's no ill feeling towards you at all. Because like I said, I welcome conversations like these. That's fine. But I'm going to still keep making the content that I make. And of course, I still want you to make yours as well.
Well, thank you for the warning. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
She's going to keep making this content. So
Oh, yeah, it's going to get better, buddy.
At least, thank you for the warning, at least, that we know that this avalanche is going to keep coming. So at least we had some warning when it, because I hate it when the garbage truck just shows up on a random Tuesday. It's just, oh, Lord, here comes the noise. At least give us a little warning. Tuesdays and Fridays, we'll be rumbling down your street, Mr. Black.
I was just getting ready to say, so the thing is, I won't just pull up. I'll give you a whole ass schedule. I'll give you a whole schedule of when I'm going to pull up. I mean, I'm fine.
A menu.
It's fine.
Okay, all right. She's going to be giving out a menu. So. Yes.
No, not a menu, because you can't pick what you want. I'm going to just give you what I want to give you.
Oh.
So I'm going to give you a schedule.
No, I'm just going to give you what you want, what I want to give you. No, we call that battery, actually.
We call that being a content creator that's putting out her own content that resonates with me. It's my channel. It's what I want to do. It's what I feel. It's you. People tune into me to get an idea of my mind, not their mind. I'm gonna put out what I want to put out on my channel, just as you do on yours. Your channel is indicative of your thoughts, your feelings, your desires, your beliefs, and it's supposed to be, because mine is as well. So if you identify with my beliefs and my ideologies, cool. If you don't, cool. That's fine.
Folks, you'll have an opportunity. She's getting ready to open the buffet. So if you haven't had enough before now, just trust me. I don't know whether it's going to be Golden Corral or Shoney's, but get ready for that. Well,
wait, you said Golden Corral or what?
Or Shoney's. I'm not sure which one it'll be, but it'll be one. I don't know if it's Luby's or Piccadilly, but she's gonna. It's all you can eat, folks. I don't know if it's fit for human consumption, but it'll definitely be there. So, well, Olivia, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I think this has been an enlightening conversation, and maybe we'll speak again in the future. You're welcome. You are always as welcome to give us a call back.
I didn't even catch your name. I'm sorry.
My name's Jason.
Jason. All right. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time. All right, folks. Well, that happened. Long form is okay. Long form is all right. So long as we get to discuss these things, long form is okay. So I'm all right with that. Yeah, you can't say you didn't. You came out of it knowing a hell of a whole lot more than you did when you went in. So you can't say you didn't know more than you came out with when you went in. So, like it or not, it was available to you. Like it or not. All right. Well, by the way, I'm fighting with some of my cables over here, so give me a few moments to get that taken care of. I'm fighting with some of my cables over here. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines. I didn't mean to even go on this long tonight, but hey, she gave us a call. By the way, Girly Pearly, somebody dropped her a kite at the penitentiary or wherever she's hanging out at. Go ahead and let her know she's welcome to give me a call. Slinda G, she's welcome to give me a call. Melanie Queen, she's welcome to give me a call. All of you, of course, are welcome to do so. As you can see, you're going to have plenty of time to speak. It is long form, and you got plenty of time to talk. You have plenty of time to talk. You'll have plenty of time to speak. So definitely, that is up your alley. If you want to give us a call, you can. For the rest of you here, the link for the Zoom is available. So for those of you who didn't use it before, you have that option. If you have been instructed to call in, then that was not a suggestion. That was an order. So some of the other folks in the chat room up until now, by the way, if you didn't call in here before, if I put in the chat room that you need to give us a call, then this is the time for you to be calling here. So hurry, step right up. This will be your opportunity here. And it's not just a great, wonderful suggestion. That's an order. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, you'll be sent on a permanent vacation. That can occur for you as well. But you've had so much to say while I was on the phone, so this will be your opportunity to go ahead and make good on that now. And of course, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all of your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is the place to do that. Hey, I give the young lady credit. She went ahead and called in, even if she was running around the world. I give her credit for going ahead and doing that. No shame in that. So, yeah, I know. It's trying to argue with some of these women out here is like arguing with the grass not to grow green. So it's, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But you have an opportunity to go ahead and call us. And if you've been instructed to call us, you don't just have an opportunity, you have an obligation. I'm going to recommend you go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and get this cranked up here. So Blog Talk is about to lift off. Man, I don't know when my program started getting so damn long. I don't know when they started getting so damn long. But, yeah, you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on that. All right, the phone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. The Zoom is open. The link for Zoom is pinned to the top of the chat room. I want to thank everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat. Aaliyah, I see you there. I mean, is she dangerous to women? I think confusing people certainly is. Bath Chakama, thank you very much for your support. Jediah, Soldier Boy, Tall Definition. Yeah, you know, he was trying to save her, but Soldier Boy was trying to save her. She wasn't having it. So Soldier Boy tried to get in there. She wasn't having it, dude. She was paying you no mind. She was paying you no mind. My man Pookie Jenkins, thank you very much for your support, and everybody else here, we appreciate that. I got somebody on Zoom. I had somebody on Zoom. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get to the phone lines here. Not going to keep you all damn night, but I'll go ahead and get somebody on the phone. Let me get caller from area code 516. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Beth from New York.
Hello, Beth. What's on your mind?
I'm a huge fan of yours. And I was waiting a long time to talk to you. And I have two questions for you. But I just wanted to talk about your last caller, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So with the last caller, Olivia or whatever her name is, I thought she was so rude to you. And as somebody who quote unquote talks about black issues or advocates for men or black men, like she was publicly talking to you. She publicly cursed on your show. She was not feminine at all. And she even cut you off a couple of times and saying, let me finish. Like, if she is talking to women who are like me watching YouTube, she does not represent me. You don't claim to be black. And you want to talk to a black man who's actually helping people and cut him off and embarrass him on his own platform. She should be ashamed.
Well, you were listening to a different program. I think you were listening to a different program than the one I was on. Certainly, like I say, definitely I want to have a robust debate about things. I don't think she was rude to me. I don't think she was rude to me. Certainly she wanted. Yelling. Well, if I called everyone who did that rude, I literally wouldn't have a program. Besides, I have no ego to inflate or offend, so it would be different. If she started name calling me, that would be different. So I really kind of draw the line at that. Okay, and? I mean,
she's supposed to be like a feminine woman, and she said that. I
don't know. Now she never.
The #1 video on her channel.
I don't think she ever actually said that she was that. I don't think she ever actually made that assertion. I don't think she ever actually said that she was, epitome of femininity in that regard. So I don't think she ever actually did that. Now she certainly established that she's Latina. She big Latina. She is hard Latina. Did she mention she's Latina? Spicy Latina. Bleach Latina. So did I mention Latina? So she certainly made it very clear about her Latina-ness. But for everything else, that was and you know what? To me, that's not really a big issue. The real thing is whether or not she articulates her points, because my thing about it is the reason why we want to get the female gurus off the stage is because they're very good for putting out emotions. They're not good for giving a thought. There isn't actually a coherent thought here. There is a feeling, but there isn't a thought. So the only thought that was given was in the headline of the title of the video itself. Go get you a man who's struggling.
Oh, okay.
And then when you listen to the video, now you're more screwed up and confused than you were before, because you're taking her advice. Hey, go get you a man who's struggling, without any parameters or specificity of what she means by, quote, struggling, and what you mean by the man who is struggling. Because that man, she's not talking about the man making $45,000. She's talking about the man making $95,000. So she's not really being clear about that. So without those specifics and that clarity being given, the video is unfit for consumption. And then when you question her, you realize she didn't really know. And at the end, she tried to play. I mean, you question her for 40 minutes, and then if you interrogate her, then she'll finally start defining something. But you realize, oh, when she made the video, she didn't have any parameters or specifications or standards at all. There was just nothing. It was just, hey, ladies, get you a guy who's not struggling. And what I'm saying is, if she literally has not thought any of this through, none. There are no underlying standards or guidelines that she's saying this from. None. And once you understand that, now you're going to ask a question, is this fit for human consumption? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 401. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Fatima from Massachusetts.
Hello, Fatima. From where at Massachusetts?
Yes.
Okay, Fatima, Olivia, from where at in Massachusetts?
Roxbury.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yes. As far as Olivia, I really got a kick out of her deflecting from her past history of not identifying with Black Latina to her forefront of gaining audience views to now pandering over to the side of Latina/white Latina. There was a comment that was mentioned that her hair is fine, but only thing that she could show is Dr. Sebi, who was well known in Honduras. So all of the deflecting that she did was really complicated in a sort. But I do have to say that she kind of gave you a little bit of a battle. And it might be a little bit of chemistry there. No, I'm just being funny. But she definitely did deflect, and that's something that she needs to ponder about, and I really don't have much to say about that.
Well, what I will say is, definitely I think a lot of these folks here, they've gone to the internet and they haven't really been scrutinized about these things. They've been in a bubble, and they've been allowed to exist in that bubble, and they've been allowed to play both sides against the middle. I think that's really what they've been allowed to do. So with that being the case, they haven't really been in an environment where those kind of things get questioned, because she's saying, when I asked her, by the way, who is your audience? Now, when you're posting everything on your Instagram and your Facebook and your YouTube about black folk, that's how you started. Then once we get a few years down the line, it's Latina. Now today it's, my thing is for everybody. Okay, you're trying to cultivate an audience. Got that. But at the end of the day, are you going to have a Latin audience? At the end of the day, are you going to have this bilingual audience that you're pretending or claiming or implying that you're going to get? Or are you going to have a core black audience? And if that's what it's going to be, are you really doing yourself any favors? So like I say, there's a lot of folks out here, they don't know how to build a brand. They think 100,000 subscribers is, hitting the money. And they don't really understand what they're doing, because if the brand is damaged and defective when you start, this is just going to be a preview of coming attractions. By the way, your voice is very familiar.
No, I've never called in. I just listen to you a lot often. I've never called in.
Interesting.
But,
that voice sounds very, very familiar to me. But you know what? Maybe I've just heard so many people that they all just kind of run together.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to tell you, Jason, keep doing what you're doing. Put these people in line.
You've never hosted are you sure you've never hosted a program before?
I'm absolutely sure. I'm very, very much not familiar to you.
All right. You know what? I've talked to so many people. Maybe they just all run together. All right. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. But by the way, that sounds real familiar here. But you know what? You all know Jason, and y'all know Jason is just throwing stuff in the dark. Couldn't be right. All right. Let me get caller from area code 401. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing? It's Malik from Taunton, Massachusetts. Great broadcast, by the way.
All right, Massachusetts calling in big tonight. What's on your mind?
Just the whole Olivia situation. You going back and forth with her. I mean, man, I'm surprised you didn't need a whole gallon of Pepto for that, man. That drive a man to drink right there. I mean, just the deflections, just the contradictions, and her just running away from the actual straightforward question. And it's like that's why females like that never win. They just can't tell them nothing. They just it's like talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, I mean, I would just raise that as a point here too. She's far from the worst that we've seen. She's far from the worst, but by the same token, she's utterly uncoachable, or at least she is presenting as being utterly uncoachable. What man is going to work his ass off to make $200,000 a year to add that to his team? That literally you can tell her that, baby, you keep saying 2 + 2 = 15, and she's arguing with a telephone pole. And I'm just saying, I want what caliber of man is going to sign up for that?
Yeah, the man would rather stay single at that point. It's not even worth the hassle. It's basically untrainable. It's like you said, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Or he's struggling and he's just with her until he gets on his feet. One or the other. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 773. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's DC Video, Chicago.
All right, DC Video from Chicago. And what's on your mind?
All right, okay. Thanks for having me on the call. I noticed something about that on that last call of that lady that called before Buddy. She said all this and that, and she did say, oh, well, yeah, thank you for your content. I listen to you all the time. Then when you asked her, you sound familiar, she did just say, oh, well, I ain't never heard of you. All right, I caught that part.
So did I.
However, on the topic tonight, yeah, you heard that part.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, I got a program to finish up, and I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with you all night, but I'm like, I already let you know, by the way, your voice sounds real familiar. But it's like, okay.
Yeah.
By the way, folks, if I tell you your voice sounds familiar, if I'm telling you your voice sounds familiar, it's because I already know who you are. So, but I'm like, you know what? We'll deal with that at a future date.
I believe I heard her voice too. That's what I'm like.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We ain't gonna say nothing right
and
now. But it's like, by the way, it's
point.
like, okay, we'll come back to that.
Oh my soul. Yeah, and she did to bring up the same good point I was thinking about. I said, man, look, when you brought up the point about, hey, the only reason when you blew up, now you stop claiming black all of a sudden. Then it was a simple question. Hey, where's your post after that? Well, you know, before 2018, okay, that's my point. After 2018, you still ain't said when you ever did that. You steady deflecting and everything. I'm like, wow.
No, I mean you have to understand they're in a bubble, and like I say, I don't want to make it personal, but you know, when folks got white mothers, as they get older, they kind of start trying to reconcile that kind of thing. So they want to move in the world as black people, but they want to live as something else. And that's why I made the point to her. If somebody wonders, well, Jason, why does that matter? Because are you sitting here telling us that the advice that you're giving non-black women is interchangeable with the advice you're going to give black women? Because that's all bundled. Your videos are bundled. Your advice is bundled for everybody. It's very general, very generic advice. So if you're telling me that the black women, white women, Asian women can all watch the same video and all going to get the same benefit, that can't be. It just can't be.
Exactly. And it went all downhill right after that because right after that, she just got the double talking like you just said this. Now you just said that. I'm walking home from work listening to this. And when I first tuned in, it was earlier kind of in the program. You was telling her things, and every answer was the same delusional, deny. Wait, hold on. What was well, it's situational. Everybody there, it's circumstantial.
It's
type.
subjective.
I'm like, what? Hold on.
That word subjective. And I made that one for my female co-hosts over the years. You cannot use the word subjective because by definition, when you say subjective, that's just another way of saying I don't have an answer. I can't substantiate what I'm saying.
Right.
And if you can't substantiate what you're saying, that shouldn't be handed out to other people as fit for their consumption because it isn't. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 708. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Sean from Chicago.
All right, Sean from Chicago, backing up her 18-wheeler. And what's on your mind?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the last gal that was on here, the guest that called in. She was very pretty, so she like clickbait. I definitely would go to her channel because she was pretty and see if she had any beauty tips. But as far as listening to her content, she did three things. She had a lot of laughter while she was talking. I don't know if it was nervousness or is that the character just start crapping around when somebody asked her serious questions. Then number two, she the one identified with the Afro versus the Latina part. I mean, that brings both the audiences, the Afro and the Latina part. And number three, she just was going on a rant about everything. You just couldn't get a concrete answer. But she's very pretty. I definitely check her channel out. That was all.
Yeah, like I say, this is the whole reason I did this program. The female dating guru problem is that these women are not speaking from a perspective of fact. They're just handing out wild theories and wild principles and are not actually speaking from any real experience where you can say, okay, what's the basis on which you're saying this? How do I know it's reliable? If it goes wrong, what do I do? Men are out here, at least there's one thing you gotta say about the red pill. The red pill has at least investigated these things to make sure that what they're giving out is something resembling sound advice that is grounded in rational reality and concrete fact. The female dating people and the female masculinity coaches or femininity coaches, are they speaking from real world experience that is battle tested? Can they give you the specific numbers? Can they give you a formula? Can they give you a game plan? Or do they all say, well, here's my general advice. Well, if it don't work, it is subjective. I can't tell you if it's going to work for you or not. Then if you can't tell them if it's going to work for them, then it's not fit for speaking to anybody. Caller from area code 516. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, hi, Jason. This is Beth again. I didn't get to ask my question, so I just called back.
Okay, one call per program. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 224. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Jerome. I'm calling from Chicago.
Jerome from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I think you were just giving Olivia a very hard time, and she actually won the debate against you. I just want to point out this fact to you. America was built by the regular man. Back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Nobody disputes that, sir.
Okay, but you're claiming to say that women don't want the regular guy.
Okay, both of those things are true. First of all, sir, women have always wanted the highest quality of male that they could get. So what you're saying is a fallacy. Just like women want the highest quality of man they can get now. The highest quality of men, the men with the most resources, have always been the rarest. That just because they're rare doesn't mean that the women didn't want it. Women will marry, back in the 40s, a woman would marry a man who worked the line at General Motors. But if she had the chance to marry the CEO, who would she have chosen, sir?
She probably would have chosen the CEO, but it seems like you're dismissing the regular guy.
All right. I'm just not dismissing it, sir. What I'm saying is you're trying to make a fallacious argument to invalidate female nature and preferences. Your argument doesn't invalidate it. simply because the most resourceful men have always been a minority doesn't mean that that's not what the women prefer.
Okay, but what she was trying to point out is that today's women, they're overlooking the regular guy.
No, sir, not today's women, not today's women, sir. This is the way it's always been. I just made that point to you. It's not today's women. This is the way women have always been.
So why did the women back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s pick the regular guy working at General Motors?
They did not, sir. Women did not pick those men. Those were the men that were available.
So you're saying that there weren't no rich guys or no playboys around there that time?
Sir, what percentage of the population do you think that was 40 years ago, 80 years ago, 100 years ago? What percentage of the population do you think those men were?
Less than 1%, similar to how it is today.
Okay, so did the women choose to not be with those men, or was it simply mathematically not feasible?
I agree. It was probably not mathematically feasible.
Then what are you arguing over?
Today, she was right. You're dismissing her points.
Sir, you just validated everything I said, and then you said, but she was right.
Today's women are not picking the right men. They're dismissing or saying that they don't want a regular guy. They don't want a guy working 9 to 5.
Women have never wanted that. If they have a better option, that's not what they prefer. So how is that untrue, sir? You just said it was accurate.
It's not like they never wanted it. They just have an overinflated value today. They think their self-worth is so high. And that's why most of them are so single.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with what they prefer, sir. You can say that they have overinflated their value. Understood. That doesn't change that that's what they prefer. Even if she doesn't qualify, simply you stating the fact that she doesn't qualify for it, that has no bearing on the fact that that's still what she wants.
Okay, I understand where you are coming from, Jason. But the fact remains is that if women want to be in a decent relationship with a man, she's giving practical and good advice. Women should start looking at the regular guys making 30, 40, 50, 60K a year. These are the types of men that will give them loyalty and a good relationship.
Right, but the question is, who are the women who need to do that?
Pretty much all women. Most women are average.
So you're saying that all women need to be aiming for a guy.
I didn't say all women. I said most. He just said all.
He just said all. Did you all hear him? He just said all. Now he's saying, well, I didn't say
I did not say all.
Okay. Sir,
I never said all. I said most women.
What percentage of women are you saying need to do that?
80%. Pretty much.
So you're
80%
saying
of women I say are very average.
8 out of 10 women need to be aiming for quote unquote the average guy.
Absolutely. The Pareto principle. There's only like a small number of women out there that are really 9s or 10s out there, and the rest are very average. However, today, a lot of these women think that they're 9s or 10s, but they're basically average, and they should be just dating the regular guy.
Okay, tell me, what can the average guy do for the average female that she cannot do for herself?
Build a family, especially in the black community.
Sir, anybody as long as the woman can give birth. I mean, she can go to a clinic and get sperm. So what else you got?
Well, Jason, it seems like you're pro-black. Are you saying that you're not?
Sir, I asked a question. Sir. I'll try again. What is it that the average man can do for the average female that she cannot do for herself?
Today, man has civilized society so much that it has allowed women to be independent and do things for herself.
Okay, so you mean those average guys? So you're saying that those average guys who built the country created a society that does not value their averageness?
Can you say that again?
You heard it the
I
first.
lost you.
You heard it the first time.
Say it again. I lost you.
You said those average men who built the country created a society that no longer values their averageness.
Exactly. That's true.
Now, do you know who doesn't have that problem, Bunky?
Who?
The affluent men. The society,
Exactly.
the
But
society,
not everyone.
the
But as you
society
pointed out, not
values
everyone
them,
can be affluent.
sir. The society values affluent men as much today as it did 80 years ago, or 800 years ago, or 8,000 years ago.
But what
So
you don't understand is that not every man has the ability to get to
those
that
men
bracket.
who actually form and shape the society made sure that they didn't create a society that doesn't value them.
It's just the way. It's just the way capitalism works.
Okay,
man.
sir. No, it's not. Okay, this will be, sir.
Be,
capitalism has only existed now for the better part of 400 years. Less than that, actually. But mercantilism before it. But we have capitalism, mercantilism, bartering. So no, capitalism is actually a rather recent advent.
Yeah, but one of the most recent aspects is war. We really have had like a real war.
Sir, when you had
40 or 50
societies
years,
that
really
did not
continues.
have currency, you still had rich men. Sir, before you had currency, you had wealthy men with resources. Before you even had currency.
Oh, okay. The bottom line is that,
sir,
most men
do you
aren't
realize
going to
that before you even had currency, you had men who were wealthy with resources?
Absolutely, I realize that.
Okay, so with that being the case, sir, this is not some men with resources shaping the society and not having the same problems. That's not a recent development. That's the way it has always been.
So
before you had capitalism, sir, capitalism did not create that. The men with resources created capitalism.
Okay, Jason, let me ask you this. Back in the 1960s, the black single motherhood rate was at, let's say, less than 25%. Today, it's almost close to 80%. The black nuclear family is non-existent. Why is that?
Because of government intervention and social changes among the females.
Okay, so don't you think a lot of it is due to the fact that government intervention and basically social society has basically influenced women the wrong way to tell them that regular guys are nothing? We don't value regular men? Because back in the day, women valued regular men. They needed them to survive.
Okay. What do they need what do they need a regular guy for?
Protection, security.
Okay.
I mean,
well, certainly for her
it's
physical
obvious. Resources.
No, sir, you finally got around to the only thing that was when you had a dollar that was worth 10 times as much as it is today. And before you had a society where everybody had a McMansion. Well, yes, perspective wise, you certainly did have a situation where the men could fit the bill differently, but you live in a competitive environment. Since the advent of the middle class, you now have the upper middle class, and the things that the upper middle class and wealthy used to exclusively have access to, more of the rest of society has access to it. So now you are in a more competitive environment. The question is, have the men kept up with that, with the expectations of this much more competitive environment?
Yes, they have. I mean, Kevin Samuels pointed this out thousands of times, that black men, they're like almost 60% of black men are the middle class.
Okay, first of all, that was a misnomer. Kevin kept giving out that statistic, and in reality, that wasn't actually
It's true.
In reality, that wasn't actually an accurate statistic because that was conflated. So when you start talking about that as a singular being, that's actually not accurate. By the way, if you all would like me to do a program, if you all would like me to do a program going into that. By the way, other people have already dealt with that statistic when he gave it out. I just don't want to spend tonight's program doing that, but other people have already dealt with that particular statistic the same way I dealt with the one about black women and black men having the same weight over the last 50 years. When he said that black men have only put on 5 pounds and black women put on 20, that's not true. I showed the CDC website where it says what the number actually is, which is they both gained about 25 pounds. So like I say, you want to find somebody different to quote statistics from, sir. You want to find something different. Here's the real issue, sir.
Regardless,
sir, here's the real issue. The majority of black men make $45,000 a year or less.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, sir, there is
absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Sir, there is a problem with that if you want to buy a house. There is a problem with that if you want to put your kids in private school. There is a problem with that if you want to buy a new car. There is a problem with it then, sir.
But most people
did you hear what he just did? Now, did you hear what he just did? Did you all hear that? Sir, if you marry that man and you want to buy a house, that is a problem. If you marry that man and you want your kids in even the best public school, that is a problem. If you marry that man and you don't want to be struggling the rest of your life, that is a problem.
So your best option for women today is just to be single and miserable and lonely and ruin other men's lives. That's your option.
Okay, well,
basically, be miserable and
no,
that's
women,
what you're telling,
women
that's what
don't
you're
want
advocating women to do.
No, sir, you don't have to worry about that because the women are going to avoid you. What we want is a more competitive class of men because, as the words of Tupac, I was born in this world. I didn't make it.
Men are competitive today, but not
80% of men. Sir,
80% of the way it is.
Sir, 80% of men make the median income or less. 80%. And I just established to you that you can't buy a house, you can't really plot out a future, you can't save for retirement making $50,000 a year, much less $40,000 a year. That's not competitive, sir. You literally cannot make any long-term life plans whatsoever. None.
Most Americans of all races aren't homeowners. There's only a small percentage of men, and that's been extremely limited in the black community for decades.
That's not true, sir.
There has to be.
What you just said is absolutely false.
The vast majority of black people are homeowners. Black people have the lowest homeownership rate in decades.
Right.
And it's primarily because a lot of women are choosing not to get married and stay in families.
Okay.
That is a fact.
Well, sir, like I say, definitely, 2/3 of Americans own their homes. So you really need to go and actually go take a look at some statistics. Now, it's not going to be sir. Calm yourself down. Calm yourself down.
I meant to say black people.
Sir, calm your drug-addicted self down. You're not that high nor that drunk. Simply because you don't like the facts and the statistics, and every time you call up, you're devoid of facts and statistics. You should be embarrassed, but you haven't embarrassed yourself enough yet. Sir, the bottom line is women are never going to be attracted to an uncompetitive male. They're not. Now, that's the reality. Any more than the most uncompetitive male is going to be attracted to the most slovenly female. It doesn't matter if the guy only makes $20,000 a year. He might settle to sleep with Big Bertha, but he's not attracted to her, even if he doesn't qualify for more. Now, that is just human nature. There is no arguing it. There is no debating it. The real question is, what are you going to do to make sure that you get the best gains you can? Now that you understand what female nature is, just understand women are not going to change. So you're either going to do what's necessary to be competitive, or you're going to sit on the phone talking mindless beta babble about things that you can't actually do. No female is attracted to this, except the bummy ones, and they'll accept it, but they're not actually attracted to it. So you're not actually making a case for yourself. You're just making a case against reality. And that's never going to fly. So you can sit up here and try to big up what she said all you want to. The bottom line is she wasn't even caping for the kind of guys you're talking about. That wasn't what she was saying. She backed off of that herself. She wasn't even saying that. So you're not actually getting the confirmation that you tell yourself. But if you want to tell men that they can be average, yeah, they can be average, but just understand females are not naturally going to be attracted to an average guy. She wants a guy who's winning. She wants a woman is naturally going to be attracted to a winner. She wants him to be excelling at something. Something. Because by nature, a female doesn't want to look across the room at you. She wants to be looking up at you. There needs to be something you excel at. Something she can look up to you for. Otherwise, biologically, it is going to be very, very hard for her to admire you. She's not going to be able to come into her femininity properly. It's going to be too difficult.
Jason, femininity is not conditional. A woman is feminine or not, so there's no such thing as conditional femininity.
Sir, there are no. That's a lie. That's a lie. There are environments that nurture and enhance your femininity, and then there are environments that cripple it. Case in point, if a woman is a soldier in the military, there's an old saying: there are no high heel shoes in foxholes. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah,
an environment absolutely
there's either
an environment absolutely does affect a woman's femininity. An environment absolutely does.
No, it doesn't. I disagree, but we can agree to disagree.
Hang up the phone.
It seems like you
hang up.
It seems like you shit on. It seems like you shit on the regular dude, man. At least Kevin Samuels did shit on the regular dude.
You're not the regular dude.
Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was an advocate for the Blue Henry, the regular guys. You just shit on the regular guys.
You're not a regular guy. You're a regular failure, but you're not a regular guy. So I hit the wrong button and hung up on somebody else while I was hanging up on him. Let me see. All right, on Zoom. I got Q Brother on Zoom. What's on your mind?
What's good, brother?
By the way, I don't know if you want your camera off or not, but I'm just letting you know it's off. What's on your mind?
Oh, my bad. I ain't
it's up to you. I mean, it's up to you if you don't want to. In your case, I'll give you a pass, but that's up to you.
I was trying to plug it in, but you had me crying just now, bro.
Well, he certainly had me crying, so yeah.
Like, yo, my man Jay don't be playing.
He certainly had me in tears. Yeah, that guy there.
Yo. Oh, my God. Let me see if my camera's on. Where we at? There we go. How we looking?
All right, Q Brother, what's on your mind, brother?
Yo, no, I was just called. Yo, the caller had me crying and stuff, and the talking points is crazy. Like, look, B, if you're not taking care of your family or your woman or your community, what the hell are you doing? Like, and I think these dudes is just getting by with just being the gender.
Well, you know, look, the bottom line is whether you like it or not, you live in a competitive environment. A man is going to try to get the best quality female he can, period. Now, Lizzo might not like it. Tarana Burke might not like it. That's irrelevant. There's what men want. If you are competitive, you've got more leverage. If you're not, you ain't. Biology is biology. You can't bludgeon men or beat us down and tell us what we should be attracted to. You don't get to do that. We tell you what we're attracted to, and you can become that, or you can get passed over, but you don't get to sit up here and debate us and put us in a headlock and bully us and you need to be attracted to this over here. No, we either are or we aren't. It's just that simple. And it's the same thing for women. As a man, you're going to be competitive. Either you are or you're not going to be what she's attracted to. And then you just got to deal with that.
Yeah, man. And coming up here quoting Kevin Samuels, B, like, I don't know where these dudes' fathers is at. I ain't gonna lie. It's really sad. I ain't gonna talk about Kevin, but if that's the example you have for manhood in your life, you need to go back and talk to your father. And don't blame your mother. Go talk to your father. If Kevin Samuels is who you refer to from examples of manhood, your father's the issue in your life. Stay like that. Like, I don't know how else to tell you, bro.
Well, they're being raised on the internet nowadays. So it's just whatever they can get a hold of, they're being raised on the internet nowadays. And I won't impugn them for that necessarily, but I will say is they need some real world experience. You know, the real world experience does not lead you to argue with women over what they want. Real world experience leads you to be the best quality male that you can be, have the most resources you can have, and have the most savvy and intellect possible so that you're level on all playing fields and level on all standards, so that no matter who you're dealing with, male, female, or whatever, you know how to tip the situation in your advantage. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Not sitting here saying, well, they should want less from me.
Yeah, lower your standards so we can work. Like, what kind of basketball team works like that? What kind of team works like that? Lowering the standards isn't going to get us anywhere. And I hear oftentimes so many people on the internet start off the conversation with let's lower our standards and versus saying, like, what can we do to level up? What can we do to push forward? And I ain't gonna lie, when you brought up last week, the build conversation, I thought the manosphere was going to be upset because people don't like when you start with the, what are you doing for the black community? Why I got to do something for the black community? Why I got to be building for these niggas? Yo, bro, you sound like a whole ass dude. So this is crazy. So I love the fact that you introduced that at the conversation because they can understand that one.
Well, the reason
having yourself together and building.
The reason why is because that's where you're going to be. Malcolm X said that. He said when you talk about the black neighborhood, and that's where you will be in the black neighborhood. It doesn't matter what you try to do. You can sit up here. I don't give a damn what suburb you think you move to. Like, for example, Chris Brown. You can go move on the widest side of town that you want to. The neighbors are going to let you know, oh, we can turn this into the black side of town quick. All they got to do is make one phone call, and guess what? You in the black neighborhood. Well, it's just my house. Yeah, that's the black neighborhood now. You sit in the middle of the suburb, but you in the black neighborhood. So what I'm saying is that is where you will be. You will never be able to join their neighborhood. I don't care. Just geographically, you might be next door to them, but you're in a whole different neighborhood from them. So if I got to explain that to you, it's like, okay, well, you're just a lamb to the slaughter. So that's not going to help them. So if you're talking about helping black folks, helping the black community, helping the black neighborhood, that's where you're going to be. You're going to be there no matter what you do. I don't give a damn where you're at. It doesn't matter what job you're at. It doesn't matter who you're married to. It doesn't matter what part of town you live in. You are in a black neighborhood. As long as you got black skin, you're going to be in a black neighborhood for the rest of your life.
Even if it's just you. Even if it's just you, B. But people in their head, they haven't removed the white person in their head. So when they look in the mirror, they see a white person. They don't see black. When they smell themselves, they don't smell person. They smell white. They, you know what I'm saying? They look at their skin, they see Irish and British. They don't see the black in their skin. So we may see the black on them, but when they close their eyes, they see the beautiful blonde hair coming out their head. Their hair gets all straight and yellow. Their eyes is blue. They skin, they fingernails, you know what I'm saying? And to them, they turn their hands over, they see potato pie, raisins coming out the potato salad. They that's what they see when these dudes. You listen to some of these dudes, they are completely white in their head. And I understand, you know, everything they was taught from school up was white. And then they get on the internet, it's just white. Just
well,
white,
you know, because, you know, and I'm not sure how old you are, Q, but like I said, I'm going on 50. And you got to understand, when we went before the internet thing kicked off, dude, if you wanted to meet a female, period, 80% of the time you had to do it in the real world. If you didn't have a magazine, it wasn't like TV was just showing you what you wanted to. Now you got Instagram where everybody posts their pictures. So you've got exposure to females on a level you never had it before. It's exposure. Now, it's not contact, but it's exposure. Well, for a lot of these fellas, that is the real world. Exposure is the real world. So as far as they're concerned, if I can see pearly things, that's 9/10 of contact and interaction. That's literally where we're at today. If you can find one who'll talk to you, hey, ain't that as good as being there? To most of the rest of us, that's irrational. But this is where we're at today. They don't have real world experience. They don't. And it would be different if, once again, if you had folk around you to mock you for talking stupid. We don't have enough of them to mock them anymore. They're the majority now. There's not enough. There's not a social circle to tell them, hey, you being silly. Everybody around them is on the same thing now. So you don't even have a social circle that would mock them or embarrass them for talking stupid anymore.
And it's like a magnet of the people that they do have in a circle on the YouTube streets, where it's just like you got 1,000 people who are all angry at life, hating women, all in child support court, got a bunch of angry women and black men on this corner, a bunch of angry biracials in this corner. And they all found their little corner that, you know, in real life, there would be 3 of y'all and you would get bullied by society. But on YouTube, you found a bunch of y'all to cry together and make a lot of noise.
It's what the algorithm does. I talked about this a decade ago. This is what the algorithms do. On Facebook, the algorithm is set up to gather like-minded people. Well, I said from the very beginning, yeah, but what if you're a loser? Well, the algorithm's going to gather all the losers together. And now, because there's a big group of them, they're like, hey, we winning. No, you're just big losing. No, you're big losing now. But you can't tell them any differently. So now that they're all together in a big group, they're like, yeah, you know what? The problem isn't us. Now that there's a whole bunch of them, yeah, there's thousands of us here. Yeah, the problem isn't us. Okay. How do you convince them otherwise?
Gotta be them. And there's no scholarship. That's something I saw in my panel last night, the other day. I say to you, I already know you be on it, but yo, the manosphere side, no scholarship, just spewing of talking points and, you know, with a certain swag and everything. You got a suit on and you talk with a certain, confidence. People are just gonna believe it like it's a fact. 16% of all black women didn't graduate from high school, and black men, 35% of black men make $65,000 a year, and 82% of black men all wish that bro, these people just be pulling sources out of nowhere. Like, what school do we go to? You just quote these things and nobody's checking the source.
Well, they're
Nobody
not
want to read it.
They don't require each other to give results or proof of what they're saying. Even if you throw those kind of numbers out, you need to show me where this is working in the real world. Like when I talk to the fellows who want to tell me about going to Africa and stuff, I think that's a wonderful thing if you want to. But before you tell me about all of us relocating, you need to show me where this is working in the real world. Before you tell me that we need to build a great big ass farm, you need to show me where that's working in the real world. Before you tell me we need to all get Bitcoin, you need to show me where that's working in the real world. I'm not going to buy into this because you got a slogan. In the world of real men, you got to show us your proof, and then we'll sit here and we'll dissect it and we'll analyze it and we'll see if it's up to code and we go from there. But dudes today are just very, very good for getting together slogans, even if it's impractical and irrational. It's like dealing with Dennis the Menace and the No Girls Allowed Club. It really, really is. It's not like talking to like that guy who just got off the phone. It's not like talking to grown men. It's like talking to children. It really, really is.
Yeah. And I tell people like, yo, verify, look somebody up, look up their business. You shouldn't. I got into a debate one day, and this dude, I got my hat to my back, I got my gold teeth on, and he's like, yeah, I'm a lawyer. I said, what state are you licensed in? And where can I look up your office? He said, why would I do that? I might want to hire you. Oh, I don't got an office. I don't know where you been at where you could tell somebody that you're a lawyer with no office. You're a bum. You one of them suitcase dudes that just show up at the courthouse? I would never hire you. That's crazy. Where's your assistant? And people get around with just being around these talking points as if I come to terms that a large portion of the black community doesn't have enough friends with money or experience in a professional setting. So some of these talking points would not go as far if you had a lot more professional friends. And I know I'm saying this as hood as I am, but I done heard some people like Obsidian got on. There's people that got on and completely came from a basement and said they from the basement, and now I'm a professional YouTuber. And it's like, what? And people just accept these talking points from people and start living as if they're real. Again, not to say Kevin Samuels, these people, but it's like, who is in your real world life that you have that's co-signing these talking points that you're hearing? Who do you have that's sitting? Do you have friends in your life that are really successful who spend 12 hours of the day focused on relationships? I can't find one mechanic who owns a shop on Utica, any one of those owners who own a bakery, or anybody who would sit there and say, I'm on YouTube for 10 hours talking about anything outside of my business. But you have people that sit on this side of the world acting as if they're really in their business and they're on time for 12 hours. Talk about what? It'd be crazy to me. I don't know.
Shout out Utica, Atlantic, Brooklyn. I know it well. I bought billboards there. Well, definitely, like I say, it's one of those things, brother, where in the modern era, manhood is not as ubiquitous as it used to be. It isn't. You got a bunch of fellows, and at this point right now, you got to remember, you had fellas who spent their whole lives with a smartphone in their hands. I mean, when you and I were kids, imagine a TV was something you had to go home to get to. Imagine having that damn thing sitting in your pocket all day with a million channels of fantasy coming at you. Man, their brains are rubbed raw. They literally think that the real world is sitting in their hands, and it's not.
It's, ladies, if he doesn't own an impact drill and a screwdriver and don't know the difference between the two, I'm just saying, he go to lay the walls for you.
No, dude, show them a lug wrench. Show them a lug wrench. Just show them. Ladies, if you really want to see these fellas panic today, go out to your car and flatten the tire. Because put your tire on flat and then tell him, oh, I got a flat tire. Open your trunk. When he gets up and says, hey, can you change the tire for me? And watch half these dudes sit there and look at you like you just gave him the controls to the space shuttle.
Like, what? You got to charge my battery. You want me to do who? And what's that song? It's the alternator. It's the alternator.
Well, you say it's time to change the tire. He's opening the hood. Yeah, it's like I got a flat
alternator.
I got a flat tire. He's opening the hood. He's opening the gas cap. He's like, hold on a minute. I gotta check everything.
I think it's the alternator.
I gotta check everything here, baby. Don't rush me now. Don't rush me. But yeah, that's literally what you're up against here today. So it's manhood is gonna have to be taught from the ground up, brother. It's going to be taught from the ground up. We can't assume anything anymore. It's a sad state of affairs, but here we are. Here we are.
That's a fact. And it's definitely not online arguing with people, raising your voice, talking crazy, arguing with females. Subscribers I deal with a lot of people on YouTube. I don't listen to most of these people. Ladies, check your man's watch list. If he don't got cars, technology, business, history, I ain't gonna lie, he might be. And if you go on this channel, you see a bunch of relationship videos he's been watching, cut that man immediately. I'm sorry. That's crazy. I'll tell you up front. I never immediately. You go there, all you see is Melanie King and Kevin Samuels videos in his watch list. Just go on his watch list. After you check for the lug wrench or the drill. He didn't pass that test. We'll give him one more. Go on his watch list and see if he got a bunch of relationship videos and if he ain't got no how to and not no crypto videos, finance, literacy, building, developing his credit, marketing. If he don't got those things in his space, I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. This is what I tell everybody. If we're not increasing our skill sets, I heard you say that up on here, bro. And I don't really know so much about you, but I started listening a lot more, and I appreciate some of the things you said in the verify. Like, I would love to see your face, but I see how you move. So I can't say I see how you move. I get how you move. So, but you putting the work out there. As long as we put in work, you got people in the chat talking, you got my truck driving license. That means a lot. Getting somebody their truck driving license changes the family household income anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000 in 1 year. That's power.
No, I don't do theory. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 17 years old. I've had good experiences. I've had disastrous experiences. So I'm speaking from what I've lived, not what somebody else told me. And the paradigm that I give these fellas is a clear standard. Your income should double every 24 to 36 months. All I got to do is figure out where they are starting, because they usually start in the same place. The average black male is going to be making between $30,000 and $40,000 a year. Immediately, I already know you are an unskilled laborer. So there is the root of your problem. If I can fix that one thing, I can get you started. So getting you skilled, it depends on which direction we go. We can go skilled trades, we can go truck driving, we can go IT. It depends. It's not one size fits all. So I try to figure out what's best for you. If I'm talking to a fella that I just know, hey, you ain't IT built. That's not your thing. He's sitting here trying to tell me, it's like, yeah, you might wish, but I think a CDL will suit you better. Well, Jason, you sure? Yeah, I got IT people I've contracted. You ain't one of them. So let me get you something you can start and finish. And then we go from there. Okay, now his income is going to double within the next 24 to 36 months. And then when I check back within 36 months, we're going to be ready to double it again. Those are the steps I'm talking about. Those are real concrete things. That's a real game plan. I'm not giving you something that I'm guessing my way through. I need to know where you're at once, because I'm pretty sure you're going to be unskilled. Now we just got to get you skilled. Once we get that going, now we can work on excelling at it and perfecting it, which is going to double your income again or triple it again. Because when I say double, I'm talking about double from where you were. You start off at 30. The first flop is going to take you from 30 to 60. The second flop is going to take you from 60 to 120. Not from 60 to 90, to 60 to 120. That's going to be the second one. And hopefully we can get that third one in there. That's going to be a little bit harder, but that's okay too. Because here's the thing. If I can get you to 120, I've succeeded in getting you away from struggling. There's a whole lot you can do now. Now you're not struggling anymore. Now you can work with other men. Y'all can put something together here. I don't necessarily got to get you to 500,000. If I can get you to 120, 100, 120, and in New York, I understand that's working class still. But if I can get you to 120, you're not struggling. Now your perspective on the world is going to be different. You're going to have a lot less patience for somebody who ain't put in the work you have. You're going to have a lot less patience for somebody telling you what can't be done and what ain't getting done. You're going to have a lot less patience with it. I get you there, and that's going to change your whole life view. And those are real concrete steps. That's not pie in the sky or hopium or let me go ahead and theorize. I can tell you exactly the steps to take. To the point that you just made here about the fella's watch list, I'll give you one I think may be a little bit better. Tell me what your man did the first 30 minutes after he woke up. What did he do? Did he reach for a pack of cigarettes? Did he reach for a joint? Did he reach for a cell phone? And now I will let you have that one. Did he reach for a cell phone and did he check his email, or did he reach for a cell phone and check YouTube? Now, for me, for example, I check to see that I missed any messages. There's always somebody calling me. I check my emails because there's always somebody emailing me even at 2 a.m. So there's always something happening. My thing is, okay, what did he do? Did he wake up and get to work? Or did he wake up looking to be entertained? A woman can tell a whole lot by what that fella does in the first 30 seconds or the first 30 minutes. I will tell you what the rest of the day will be. Show me what he did in the first 30 seconds, the first 30 minutes. I'll tell you what the next 12 hours are going to be.
That is 1,000% fact. How long did he take getting dressed?
Did he get dressed?
Did he even get dressed?
Did he?
And I hear it's crazy. I was just listening to a sister have Tommy on the show. And they would talk, and I'm like, what kind of world were these are the men that y'all see? I really feel bad for some people, bro. Like how you just said, did he get dressed? I don't have those type of friends. I'm sorry. I know I have the hood, but if you have a phone book of men that don't wake up and they're not up and running within a half hour and got businesses and stuff going on, you might want to get your life together. Like that's, I didn't know it was that crazy. I didn't know that. Like, you know, I'm in Brooklyn. This how business owners everywhere. Everybody's a homeowner, business owner.
Oh yeah,
you know, not everybody, but
no, it's I will give that to New York. New York is the most hustling city I've ever been in because you got to be. I mean, you don't really have a choice. You either gonna be hustling or you gonna be in hell. It's just as simple as that. So I've always admired that. New York is one of the very few places I can name that doesn't give a whole lot of time to folk who are bullcrap artists. Because you can't make no money off of that. So y'all, if a fella's lying about what he got and lying about what he did, y'all run him off the block quick. I've always admired that about New York. I wish everywhere was like that. Atlanta is the opposite. Miami is fake cities, is the capital of fakeness on the planet. I wish it wasn't like that, but I've always respected that about New York in that regard. Because that's folk hold you accountable. New York is place my best. He's not my friend. He's my brother, Sam. Sam, let me tell you, you call him 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the morning. That is the most hardest working man you ever saw in your life. But I identify with that because that's like me. You can call me at 2 in the afternoon. You can call me at 2 in the morning. You're probably going to get a response. You got to
be pushing. You got to be pushing.
So as far as a fellow who's not available for 16, 18 hours, I'm like, I don't know. It depends on what you're doing. If it's Jay-Z, maybe I can understand that. But just if you ain't on that level, it's like, what in the world you been doing? I should see results. Your life, if I can't get a hold of you like that, your life should be looking like that. If you really working that much that people can't get a hold of you, I should see it in your life.
You should definitely, and you should see the residue. You should see the residue. That's something else I caught online where people don't look for the residue. Like let me say this up front. Why everybody asking why I want to see I am official in the community. That you can come to 1596 Brooklyn, St. Mark's and Thomas Boylan. I am official. Building, location, multiple, everybody in the city know me. So I don't deal with people if I can't verify. So YouTube introduced me to the faceless movement. And not to say in the conscious community, just the fact that you could make a lot of money with no face on YouTube. And that's just the world it is. And you can also protect yourself by putting out content and not having to associate your face with it. That is new for me. Now, for me to test people, I got to ask the people around you, what do they know about you? And you said it for yourself. And last time I was here, you went in the chat and you said, who did I help get their truck driving stuff? And I definitely clicked on some of the people's stuff in there. And I clicked on the channels and you can see, he helped me get my truck driver's license. He helped me get my HVAC. He helped me get my certificate for this. At the end of the day, that means a lot, y'all. You see what I mean? Like I went on other platforms and you'll hear people say, yeah, I bought this class from somebody, but you didn't get a certificate. You didn't get a job. You didn't get a truck from somebody. So, you got to be able to make those connections and say like, oh, you went from here to here and this person got you there. That increases this person's credit. So for me, these things mean a lot, and they should mean a lot for anybody else. So when you look in the chat, I saw the person say, oh yeah, he helped me get my HVAC. I don't know about anybody else, but HVAC is fucking important. So if somebody helps you get your HVAC certification, you know, I'm a mechanical person, I'm an engineer, so it's automatically going to lean to that side, you know, so.
Well, you know, from where I come from and everything, I've literally had to, when I put out my first documentary film, for example, I had theaters not just across the country, but around the world. And I don't have the ability to meet every person. When I worked in corporate America, you don't have that ability to do that. Now, sometimes that lends itself to fraud. Shout out Omi in a Hellcat. Shout out to him. I mean, I'm just saying that was how he was scamming money is, you know, you send an email and next thing you know, you got folk questioning because the corporations, they don't have the time to meet people. They don't have the time. They got too much to take care of in a day. It literally doesn't allow yourself to that. So anybody who's worked at Bank of America or whatever, you don't have the time to meet these people. So you've got to be able to figure out a con artist within 30 seconds of talking to him. You got to be able to figure out if something's bogus, literally sight unseen. Your business relies on it. You can't stay in business if you had to get down to those brass tacks every day, the business would not move. It literally wouldn't go anywhere. So that's why I'm saying when I talk to somebody, it's going to take me literally about 30 seconds to figure out if you're real or not. I don't have to see anything else. Once I figure out, okay, the clues are there, yeah, we don't have to talk about anything else. Now, you know that in New York, if you're dealing with a bull jive artist, it ain't going to be 2 hours of talk. It's like he's going to say one or two things, and it's like, okay, we're going to cut it short. We don't really. I can sit here and keep talking to you, but I really don't have to because I've already heard you say, like the young woman, I'm like, hey, baby, if you was really moving around ballers like that, you would be talking differently. A woman who moves in them circles, she doesn't characterize those men that way because she knows that's not the way they are. So it don't take us very long to real recognize real.
Right before you said I cut you, right before I clicked the link, I was gonna say the YouTube. I was watching Anton game, but he pulled the Harlem. I call it the Harlem Shuffle. Shout out my Harlem heads. But when you start talking to certain people about money, if they rub their head and hit you with one of these and lean to the side, they lying. I'm just going to. It's a New York thing, but they hit you with, yeah, I'm getting to this bag, boy, and they start doing. They rub their head. They hitting you with the scam, man. That was just random. I just saw that. I'm like, wow.
For me, that's
the Harlem Hustle.
Oh yeah. Well, for me, it goes a little bit different. Even if I don't see them, if I talk to you about numbers, and then you respond to me with words, then I automatically, we don't have to talk anymore. If I'm talking numbers to you, and your response to me comes back with words, if I'm responding to you with numbers, you're supposed to respond to me with numbers. Mm-hmm. That's how I know we're here to do business. I don't even have to go any further. If I say a number and then you start talking about, well, you know, around the way here, if I talk to Jimbo Bob and Rolo, okay, all right. You didn't. I said a number. You didn't come back with the numbers. I don't even have to meet you. I'm like, you're done. You're done. Because that's not what you do. People who are doing business, if I say a number, you're going to be like, okay, well, here's my number. I was like, okay, well, you down there on 125th. Well, yeah, we're on 96. But the price is 50,000. Well, I don't know. We got 30 over here. Now, you didn't tell me you ain't got nothing, so you got 50,000. Well, we got 30. Okay. I said the number, he's saying a number. Now, we might not be able to conclude business, but if he came to do business, we're going to be exchanging numbers, not words. Mm-hmm. Pipe Dreamer's going to give y'all words. Hotep Hobo's going to give you words. Folks selling courses are going to give you words. I am the only person you all know. I am the only one on the internet that you all know that can say 3 words. Call me back. I don't screen calls. You called in a couple of times now. I don't screen calls. If they call up, they get through. If they could question me and debunk me, they'd have called up and done it in the last 15 years. If somebody could say he's not real about that, they'd have done that. Folk are out here selling their courses. Shout out lead attorney. Damn, did Jason just do that? I mean, this among others, Ty Lopez, Grant Cardone, Robert Kiyosaki. Everybody's selling the damn course. Yeah, but he ain't surrounded by a bunch of millionaires. And I'm figuring if they buying your course, well, here's how you can blow up on YouTube. Okay, then I should see a bunch of folk with 300,000 subscribers sitting here on YouTube after buying your course, shouldn't I?
I don't know you, Jay, but you ain't shit, B. Why you put Melanie's price up on the screen early?
Man, look, I didn't put it up there. She put it up there. I'm just passing it on. I'm just passing it along.
I was like, $600?
Oh, yeah. I could afford her for a week.
$600? I remember when Kevin Samuels, I remember he told me, he was like, yeah, $700. $700? I tell me, what are y'all teaching? $700? What are you teaching these people? You can get your CDL damn near for you know what you can get for $700 that will change your life? I couldn't imagine ever, and I ain't trying to hate on nobody. They always be like, yo, Q hating. I'm sorry, don't pay nobody for credit repair, man. You go online in your state, you can look the shit up. Just look up your state's laws. It's free.
Please, just pay your bills. You want to repair your credit? Pay your damn bills. Pay them people.
And look it up. Just read. You know, if you don't understand the IRS, call the IRS. 1-800, what is it, 4343?
1040, whatever it is, yeah.
1030, it's free. They literally sit there for hours and give you all the free information. Don't get robbed. Like this, reading and verification. I might have jumped around, but I don't know how these people getting caught with these classes on. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, and then Melanie, and I see the feeling. And let me say this another thing, man. I'm gonna have a moment. Yo, fellas, I don't know how y'all fall in love with these females and you haven't seen them walk. I don't know, that's random. But all the females you had up there, I was like, damn, these females got mad dudes watching them. Y'all some thirsty ass dudes. So y'all didn't even see her walk. No offense to Cripple. She could be in a wheelchair. No offense to anybody in a wheelchair. But I be watching the way these dudes be in the chat just, you are so beautiful. Here's $300 because you said black women ain't shit. And you just gave this woman $300 because she said black women ain't shit and she got her titties out. But and then you calling people simps because they listen to women. This internet should be having me rolling, son.
Well, in all honesty here, in all candor, we have seen Melanie's legs. We've seen them. So I can confirm they are legs and they appear to work, even though it's in short video bites there. But she does have a pair of legs that apparently are functional.
Now I'm gonna say this: Vanessa Williams. If y'all remember Vanessa Williams, Vanessa Williams in film would not show her legs, and if she did, she would stand in that same position because her knees flapped when she walked. You know what I'm saying? She was the world best looking. My pops tell me, look, you got to look how she walked. Look. Go pull up Vanessa Williams. Go see Vanessa Williams. And anytime she stand, pull back up Melanie, bro. That's the Vanessa Williams stands. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Go pull up Vanessa Williams in the movie. Go pull it up. I'm flying. I'm sorry, B. I'm sorry, son. This should be crazy. I be like, and then just following the internet stuff. Yep, that's the Vanessa Williams stance right there, B. Go pull up. Yeah, I know we might be a little older than what y'all talk about, but Vanessa Williams, what she won, would not show them legs. Do not need them up. Them knees knocking like this.
Well, like I say, definitely. If y'all would like me to, and I'm not dissing nobody, I'm just saying I would like to have a conversation. So, would you all like me to pay Melanie for an hour of her time? How many of you would like me to pay Melanie for? She might be shy. How many of you would like me to go ahead and pay Melanie for an hour of her time since she might be a little...
That's $600. Yo, bro, that's $600 is a scholarship for one of the kids that's really working in school right now. I can show you 1,000 young engineers. Don't get my bad. Let me turn my blackness down. This the side of me that get real. $600 to talk to her for what? You the man, bro. You helping these people out with this shit. You put $600 in one of these students' pockets. Watch how far that go. Watch one of these people. You shit. I'm sorry, B. I'm sorry, man. $600 for her. You already doing what you doing, B. You exposing them already. If she don't come over and get to work, she just a fraud. But that $600, call it the Melanin King the scholarship. You gonna get somebody $600 for any time she don't want to come up here. But they get $600 for her to what? I mean, you exposing. You already exposing. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people that can use $600 in this economy that doing a lot of shit in their life. Little kids, parents, community. To hear her talk about nothing about how she took her shit from Kevin Samuels. Why she ain't arguing against these white people? We know that they ain't arguing against white people because they eating off of black people. They profiteering just like they white community doing off of black people. So the whole group got to protect themselves. So I'm sorry, Black. I don't know. I ain't gonna tell you what to do with your money. But $600 to hear her talk about jack shit, but what Kevin Samuels tried to talk about, Man, listen, you'll go viral doing a $600 scholarship for one of these kids. One of the people in your chat, guarantee they got a kid in there that's going to school for STEM or going to school for journalism. Let's make the Jason Black journalism motherfucking scholarship right now, $600. Whoever can write the best essay for Jason Black with your kid, put your face on it. Boom, I got $600 to back up with you. Now you got $1,200. Melanie King, I'm sorry. They ain't doing shit for the community but profiteering. Profiteering. They gonna take your $600 hard work, shitting me. My bad, Jay. Don't let my black card get up.
Well, she'll probably use it for her next plane ticket to London and go see Pearly Things. So that's definitely an option as well. Well, Q, brother, thank you very much for tuning in with us tonight, brother. I appreciate it as always, and definitely check back in with us again. Thank you very much for your time, brother. We appreciate that. I got somebody on Blog Talk here. The folks hung up on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 929. We've been on now for almost 5 hours. This is y'all's fault. I didn't do this. This is y'all's fault. Caller from area code 929. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah. This is JB. I'm going to make this quick. Now you hating on Melanie. First my man Anton, now you hating on Melanie. Why you hate so much?
JB from where?
JB from the Bronx.
Okay.
Why are you always hating?
What am I hating?
Nah, we gotta have this talk. Now you hating on Melanie, bruh. Why are you hating? Yo, bro, we make money over the internet. Why do you hate on us so much, bro?
Okay, how am I hating?
Nah, for real.
How am I hating?
No. We gotta have this conversation.
Okay, sir, when you get to the damn point, how am I hating?
Yo, I'm tired of people hitting me up saying that first off, you still jealous of Anton. Now you getting on Melody because you know they work together. Why are you hating so much, bruh?
Sir. Okay, aren't you first of all, you haven't fixed your damn smoke detector since the last time you called me up lying.
Bruh, all that's irrelevant.
That is not irrelevant. Go to Home. Why don't you mind your own business? Go to Home Depot, get you a step ladder so you can get up there and reclaim your manhood with a 9-volt battery. Somebody come get this classless clown out of here. Same clown called in before him. Why you always hating on me, folks? Why you always hating? Chirp. Yeah, that's the problem right there. See, you always hating. What are we doing? Chirp. Sound like a bunch of high schoolers' shoes squeaking down the hallway. All right, let me get Darnell on Zoom. Turn your camera on for us here, Darnell. Darnell on Zoom. I'll give you a few seconds there. All right, Darnell on Zoom. What is on your mind, sir?
Not a whole lot. I do apologize. I missed a lot of your show. My phone died, and I had to put it on the charger, so I missed a lot of your show. But I had, I was watching it when you had, I believe her name was Miss Olivia, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, what is your issue with like females, trying to explain to other females what it is we, as men, want in a companion or
because they don't know. Because they don't know. They're all just making up YouTube channels. They're repeating and regurgitating what they heard from men. But the bottom line is they don't know. They have no damn clue. They don't have any game. They don't have a foundation. They don't have a unified ideology. There is no basis in what they're saying. They're just trying their best impersonation, their best sloppy copycat of some man that they heard with a bigger YouTube channel because they're hoping to get their numbers up and replicate what that man did. That's as simple as that.
So what you're saying is, they're really in it for the money. Would you say that?
Basically, sure. The only female who I would not put in that category would be Scheherazade Ali, because she was doing it a long time ago and she has her own original thoughts. These females have no original thoughts. They're just repeating what they heard from another YouTube channel or a male Instagram personality somewhere. They bring nothing new. They're just regurgitating and repeating and recycling what they heard somewhere else.
Well, to be honest with you, like when it comes to just pearly things, I kind of had that feeling when it comes to just pearly things. But like Kendra G, because I heard before my phone had died, I heard you talk about Kendra G, and I watched her show, and like she's really not a dating coach per se. It's just she has a show where
But she has a take, sir. And I've heard some folks try to make that statement as well. But let us be clear, because I played that before. She literally sat here and said we take it harder on the men than we do the women. She's literally got phone calls where she's going in depth with these guys about what they want in a woman and if he qualifies for that. So while I'm not sitting up here saying she's a coach, but these are your gurus here to talk about what the women should want and what they should get and what they qualify for. And hey, let's have a singles thing. So let's be clear about that. She has a take. She does have a position. She does have a perspective. She does have a take on this. She's not just agnostic about it. She's got a take. She's got a position. Hell, when she called and spoke to Kevin Samuels, she articulated that.
I don't think she even has. I don't even think she has a take. She just literally has a show where people call in. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I want. This is me. This is what I have, et cetera, et cetera. And she tries.
And occasionally they get into a discussion about whether or not you qualify for that, whether or not that's too much. So while she doesn't do it every single time, she does do it.
Well, again, sir, I apologize, but I do disagree with that. I mean, like, you can't help. You have to admit that there are some people that their standards are just too damn high.
Right, but she has a discussion with them about that. So it would be different if she was just doing like C-SPAN and Washington Live and just they called in and that was it. But that's not what she does. She does have a take. She does have a perspective. She does. She literally sat here. I played the clip of her literally saying, we take it much easier on the females than we do on the men. She literally said that. So she has a take.
Yeah, I saw that clip. And in a way, yeah, I'm going to say you're right in a way, but there have been times. There was one episode I saw because I am subscribed to the Kendra G show. And there was one episode I saw where there was a Nigerian guy, I'm sorry, he was from Nigeria originally, but he moved here to the States. He was just a forklift driver, worked in a warehouse. And, women were just clowning this dude, horrible. It was just horrible, And, I mean, this guy wasn't asking for much at all. And she stopped the damn show. She stopped it. She stopped it and said, like, look, you ladies, like, y'all don't, understand. Y'all, she was getting on the women real hard, and that's one of the things. Basically, what I'm trying to say is Kendra G was at least fair. In my opinion, Kendra G was at least fair.
Well, I'm not making the statement that Kendra G is yellow journalism necessarily. What I am saying is that women are coming there not just for exposure, but they're also coming for guidance. And these outlets they're not qualified nor capable of offering any guidance to them. And whether folks trying to hide behind it's just entertainment, no, that's bull crap. Folks are coming here because they're really looking for answers. And that's the kind of thing I'm just saying. We need to just make it very clear. You know what? To all these folk out here trying to make this a profit center, and particularly that her profit center is not for the women, it's for the men. All these folks trying to turn the men into a profit center, that's what needs to be swiped off the table.
Well, I mean, I agree with you that, people are coming to her and other outlets looking for guidance. I agree with her, I agree with you on that. It's just, like I said, she's not a guru, or to my knowledge anyway. I'm not too familiar with her other than she has a radio show, and I'm subscribed to her channel, but she's not a dating guru. She's not telling you what to do with dating or anything. She's just asking you, what are you looking for in a man? And what do you bring to the table kind of thing, That you know, and that's all I'm saying about her.
Well, no, I mean she's not as deep off in the woods as the others are necessarily. No, I'm not saying that, but no, they do have those discussions. That's why women call her. Women don't just call her up for nothing. They do have those discussions. Is she as far off in the woods as a Pearly things necessarily? No. My problem is if she's going to have a forum, she needs to talk to the women only. But she also needs to talk about what she knows. And the bottom line is when you talk to her, she doesn't really know a whole lot. So what I'm saying is we created an environment where the blind are leading the blind. They're leading the blind in circles now. And all it's doing is making the women at best more confused and at worst more bitter because they're not actually getting what they came for, which are real answers. Kendra G needs to be co-hosting with a man who knows what he's talking about.
I mean, well, I can't. I'm not gonna say co-hosting with a man is bad or anything. Like I said, you know, you have a valid point there that might actually, you know, spice up her show a little bit. You know, that it's always good to have a male perspective. You know, but I'm not. What I'm trying to say is like. I'm not saying that's exactly what she needs. Let's face it, she started. I want to say she started her channel. Don't quote me on this because I'm not sure, but I believe she started her channel trying to help women really. And
okay,
then,
well, like I say, she's got a perspective and a take on that now. So right now she got to deal with where it's at. Brother, I do got to ask you here, what is the deal with the beard, bruh? Just, can I interest you in a pair of clippers? Where are we going? Where are we going with this? Are you a rabbi or what do we got going on?
No, sir, I'm not a rabbi. I spent a lot of time in the Middle East.
Clearly. Obviously. Definitely. I cannot argue with that at all. He brought the Middle East back here. Is what he did. So I can't argue with him. He said he loved it so much he couldn't stay. He did his best. He did the best he could to bring it with him. So clearly you have.
Well, don't worry. As it's heating up, I'm going to shave it off as it's heating up. It's starting to heat up now.
Yeah, brother. I mean, it's been hot for a minute here. I don't believe you. I think he's going to leave it just the way he's going to get it trimmed a little bit, but he's going to leave the rest of it the way it is. So I ain't mad at you. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Yeah, y'all, this boy, can you imagine when them clippers try to go to work there? Yeah, boy, it's going to sound like it ran over a dead cat. Caller from area code 504, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, it really don't matter where the fuck I'm calling from. What matters is why didn't you really answer what Q Butter asked you? That's what matters to me. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay. What is your name?
It don't even fucking matter. All I'm saying is that you dismissed the brother real fucking greasy like that. Was real fucking grimy, bruh. I don't care about what the fuck you talking about. What you did was bogus as fuck, and what you not gonna do is get that $600 up. You're not gonna split it with, brother. You're not gonna do that. What you want to do is get that $600 to a broad, cause you a simp ass nigga. That's what the fuck
I'd like to give it to you. I'd like to give it to you so we can see if we can get you a decent pair of shoes and replace that Section 8 voucher. So yes, in your case, I would like to see if we can. I can see if we can get it to you so we can get your Section 8 voucher replaced or have a good substitute for it at least. We can do that. So, by the way, she's just mad without a reason, angry without. Olivia, you can help her. I took down her phone number, by the way. I took down her phone number just in case. So. Olivia, if you want to help that one out, that little bulldog broad out, you can help her. She needs a lot more help than $600 worth, but yeah. That's what happens when a female's personal life ain't never been together. Her personal life ain't never been right. And she is up on a Friday night mad as hell about it. Call from area code 832. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Mad from area code 832. You're on live with The Business.
Negro, turn off your speakers. What are you doing?
You're on live.
Okay. Somebody's crackhead uncle is calling up with his speakers on. You know that fat nigga with the house shoes? And wait a minute. Let me get back to the phone. I did tonight's program here so I can say this in no uncertain terms. I set the tone for things here years ago. I've been way ahead of the curve. So if you want to know the guy who's blown up the internet for the last couple of weeks here, he's way ahead of the curve again. Let me go ahead and explain to you what that is. Right now, what I need is for all of you so-called female gurus, program hosts, everything else, you need to find a competent man to be under. You all are handing out your feelings and it's worthless. You're spreading around confusion like peanut butter on the floor. You are not actually giving anything useful. You are giving your feelings. This isn't the time for us to have people out here hand-holding. The female masculinity guru, dating coach or coach era needs to be over. You ladies don't have any game. You are trying to do your best copycat imitation of more competent men. You're just saying, well, let me remember those things because that worked for them. So let me see if I can build an audience for myself so I can make some money. But all you're really doing is making a mess because these are real people coming to you. These are real women coming to you. They're hoping for a real answer and can't get it. And that's problematic. They're hoping to get a real answer and can't actually get one. They'll listen to your drivel and your babble. And then when they hang up the phone or get off the internet or stop listening to your course, they are just as destitute and lost as they were before they showed up. And that's the problem. A bunch of clueless chicks are sitting up here making a profit center, but they're not helping anyone. And for the men who tune in, it's not like the men are getting nothing. It's not like the men are getting anything out of this. The men are just as lost as the women are. Because the fellas are not being told where their deficiencies are, because otherwise calling up Kendra G on her singles line is an exercise in futility if you're a deficient male. You drive the garbage truck, you got 3 kids by 3 different women. You're 70 pounds overweight. You smell like baloney, and you're calling her up talking about you want to be on the singles line, and you need to be on the bread line. And if that conversation is not going to be had, then this is just an exercise in futility. Why are we doing this? Caller from area code 504. Ma'am, do you have something better to do with your time on a Friday night or something than just keep calling me? Have you thought this bad attitude is the reason you're on the phone calling random men at midnight? Has that occurred to you? Has that occurred to you at all? Did it cross that pea brain of yours for even a moment that this is where your life ended up at? 200 pounds with 2 kids by 2 or 3 different men.
Are you done?
Did you ever think that your life was going to end up here, ma'am? Now that sounds like a big throat clearing right there, boy. It's a devil reason.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Not yet. Right.
Sound like a flat tire scraping his way down the road. This is terrible. You know, if you had a man
and you still want to give $600 to a broad,
Ma'am, I'll give $600 to you. I'll give $600 to you so you can supplement your food stamps.
You sounded desperate as hell. That's what you sounded like.
I'm desperate to get you off food stamps. Yes, I'm desperate to get you off the food stamps.
Not desperate for me to get off the phone, sweetheart. You can't do a goddamn thing for me. Nothing.
Yes, I can. $600 for Jenny Craig.
Not a goddamn thing.
$600 for Jenny Craig.
You can, but you cannot.
Yes, I can.
Sir.
I will supplement $600 to Weight Watchers.
As much as that shit that you talk, you cannot do a motherfucking thing for me.
I can get you a $600 gift certificate to Jenny Craig.
Sir, you can't. It's impossible.
$600 to Planet Fitness.
I got this shit on lock.
Ma'am, your refrigerator needs to be on lock. Your refrigerator needs to be on lock, ma'am. Don't worry about that.
That I don't. You, dear.
Please don't call me dear. That sounds like a threat. It sounds like a threat when you say it. Don't say dear. Don't say dear or honey. It sounds like a threat coming from you.
Continue to keep trying to insult.
Because honey, you saying honey makes me feel like you want to chew on me, and I get real scared. It sounds like you're looking at me like a sandwich, and I'm worried.
Yeah, and you sound like you're full of shit. How about that, sir?
Ma'am, you sound like you're full of weight. I mean,
you, or anyone.
While y'all hear her stuttering, you. Y'all, this is what happens when your auntie is still on the pipe. This is what happens when your auntie is still on the pipe. They never got clean. Y'all know whose auntie that is. She never got clean. She been smoking since the 90s and got the 2 kids hanging off. She never got cleaned up, never went to rehab. Half the time she dealing with the niggas who got her pregnant 10 years ago. Another half the time she keep talking about she gonna level up. No, it's not gonna happen for you. I will make a $600 generous donation to your food stamp fund. We'll do that. Your WIC voucher, your Section 8, something. That must have triggered her, y'all, because she called back to tell me she didn't like it. So clearly I hit a nerve. Folks, I'm just telling you right now, it's time for a new day. It's time for a new time here. Jason, where do you stand? How was it you were able to call the Pearly Things situation years ago? Because I'm going to be very blunt with you all right now. None of these females belong in the arena giving out advice. All of them, A-L-L, all of them. That includes you, Olivia, until you can get some sense about you. All of them need to be sitting behind their phones taking notes and trying to figure out how they can be with a man. None of them need to be giving advice. They are not qualified. They are not capable. They're not able. They don't have any game. They have no results. You take a look at their situation. Ain't nobody trying to trade places with them. All they're doing is sitting around circulating bad advice and bad information. I need for all of these female masculinity, femininity coaches, I need for all of y'all to just sit down, close your accounts. You don't have anything to offer. You are polluting the environment. You're just causing confusion on a massive scale. You don't have anything to offer. Sitting around with a bunch of chicks and holding hands, that's not it. You all need to just find a fellow who knows what the hell he's talking about. Go co-host with him. But you don't need to be giving out advice. This is how I was able to call the Pearly Things thing early on. This is how I was able to call Olivia. All the fellas kept, well, gee, what about you right here? And because the algorithms fed her to you. Nobody checked the paperwork or the pedigree. The algorithms fed it, and then you just followed up on it. And you're sitting there taking it hook, line, and sinker. These chicks know what to do. They know how to, they use their camera filters. They got their makeup on. They draw on their eyebrows. Because they know that the average fella is so damn thirsty that when he sees that archetype, look it up. When they see that stereotypical example, he's not even going to look any further or dig any deeper. These chicks have got it down to a science now. Everybody knows how to do it because they know the fellas are sitting here willing to take it hook, line, and sinker. That's the problem. And fellas, let's be very, very clear. You are the target audience. Stop the cap, Olivia. The men are the target audience. Her whole channel is 90% videos talking to men. Let me go ahead and show that so she can't sit up here and say I'm making it up as I go along here. Nothing but love for you, Olivia, but I gotta show the truth about that. Her whole channel, turn that off. Her whole channel is men. When you ask about it, it goes left. But the whole channel is men. Reality of why women gaslight and warning signs. She ain't talking to women, she's talking to men. The ugly truth about why good men are being cheated on. That's for the men. If you find these 10 green flags in a woman, date her. Men. Harshest truths about women that men learn too late. Men. Her audience is men. How to make any woman miss you badly, even if she's not interested. Men. Women play on this to control you. Men. 8 devastating warning flags you should never ignore for men. When he checks out of the relationship, for men, she'll never ghost you again. How to dominate her mind. Sex is required. You are required to sex your man. Men are done. Speak to the king in him. The problem with 99% of people is you talking about men. Hoe phase. Her hoe phase will ruin you. Who is you? Other women? Her hoe phase is going to ruin other women? I don't think so. Qualify her first. Men. Does a man really have authority in a relationship? Okay, I could keep this up all day. This is a channel aimed at men. This is a channel aimed at men. And what I'm saying is she doesn't understand men other than to regurgitate what she heard somewhere else. And the kind of men that she wants, y'all know damn well she wants a fella whose pockets is stacked. By the way, Olivia, you destroy your credibility when you say irrational things like that. You know damn well you want a man whose pockets is stacked. Come on now. You're not helping yourself. Ladies, I understand that a lot of you figured out, hell, if I can make a dime sitting at home and not doing anything, why shouldn't I? And what I'm saying is the reason you shouldn't is because you're polluting the environment. You're not even good imitations of the men that you witness do this. You're not even good imitations of them. And you're not willing to have the hard conversations with the women that you need to have with the women. Telling the women get a man who's struggling is not the hard conversation you need to have. Talking to the women about their incessant attitude issues, ungratefulness, entitlement issues. Those are the hard conversations that need to be had. Getting to the nuts and bolts about that for the things you've seen in your life. Talking about the women that you've seen be ungrateful with entitlement issues. That's the hard nuts and bolts that need to be gotten to. That's where you're an expert at for the things that you witness. A woman who refuses to admit that she is wrong, Olivia. A woman who is congenitally unable to admit that she is wrong. You need to have that conversation, Olivia, Kendra, Melanie. I'll book a session. But until then, fellas, everywhere you want to start a new movement, let me just go ahead and tell you, all ALL from this day forward, all these females got to get off the stage. They don't have anything to offer. Bring them on as your co-hosts, okay, but them ringleading and trying to be thought leaders and here's the advice, no, it's been a failure. This experiment in the female masculinity / femininity gurus, this has been a failure. We don't need to wait any longer. It's an abject failure. Clear them all out. They're done. So from this day forward, you ain't got to ask me about anybody. If that chick is trying to fly the ship on her own, don't ask me. Don't ask me. If she's not looking for a competent man to get under his management before she tries to do a channel, don't ask me. You've already got my answer. Don't say the names. Don't pony up the names. Well, Jason, what about? I've already given you the answer before you even say what about. This is my answer. And so far, have I been wrong? Fellas, you're getting played, and the females know what they're doing. The females know you are easy prey and easy bait. They know it. They're preying on your naivete and your intellectual and emotional laziness. Your intellectual laziness and your emotional vulnerability. They're playing on all of it. Stop being so gullible, guys. We don't need women leading these sessions. The men need to be the ones leading the sessions. The women need to be taking the notes. But it needs to be competent men. No more losers from the winosphere. It needs to be competent men. That's where we as the men come in, where we clear out the incompetent. All these little midgets with their inferiority complexes and their mommy issues and their daddy issues. As the men, we supposed to clear them out. Say, hey, bro, you ain't legitimate to speak. Fall the hell back. You need to sit over there with the females. Because that's where you belong. You need to be over there with the females until you get ganged up. But you don't need to be leading a discussion. But from this day forward, you ain't going to ask me nothing. That's my stance on it. And that's better. We don't need, ladies, with all due respect, we don't need any women to speak for us. We don't need that. We don't need any women to speak for us. The men need to have these discussions themselves. Will there be times that we do want to speak with the women? Absolutely. But the men need to lead the discussion. The men are the ones who need to lead it. Of course, the women can participate. Absolutely. But folks, the women leading it has been a disaster. At best, they are incredibly confused. And at worst, they're just trying to make a get-rich-quick scheme. This is where we're at now. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight, man. We've been on for over 5 hours. This is y'all's fault. You did it again. But you know what? I do enjoy this. My channel, I've always wanted to have a channel that does this. It's long form, but hopefully not boring to tears. So for all my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my self-employed people, my stay-at-home parents, I've at least gotten you halfway through your shift or halfway through your destination. So I'm very glad to be able to serve you in that way and hopefully clear some of the air from some of the confusion that's been going on out there. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, we'll be doing that tomorrow here. Well, today now, 12 noon Central Standard Time. Definitely go ahead and join us for that because I got a few things I want to get off my chest about that's concerned today. So I'm not going to say it here on YouTube. Prying ears, prying eyes, but on Patreon today, I got a few things I want to say today on Patreon. So be watching out for that as well. I want to thank everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. I see each and every one of you, and thank you very much for your support. Thank you to all of you who tuned in live or recorded. Thank you for liking and sharing and subscribing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.